No matter the fall, we rise again. Save me a spot, hatchling. I shed my skin and rise anew. A trap to ensnare my enemies. My scales shield me from hardship.
Welcome to Lancer Guide. Today we're diving into Dex. Let's go! Skill, Cloning Incarnation. Dex deploys a beacon at a chosen location. Once the beacon is deployed, Dex transforms into a clone with 20 health, capable of fighting and using other skills as normal. Activating Cloning Incarnation consumes 20 health and caps its maximum health at current health. If the clone is killed, Dex will return to the beacon's position, restoring his health before transforming. Weapons and skill cooldowns are not reset by the returning process. Beacon can be destroyed by enemies. If this happens, Dex cannot return to it or restore health. Skill, Mimic Trap. Dex places a decoy trap that visually resembles his beacon. It activates when an enemy approaches or attempts to destroy it. Once activated, the trap slows nearby enemies and deals damage. Dex can place up to 2 Mimic Traps at the same time. Skill, Shield Skills. Dex can activate shield skills, whether in original form or clone form, which blocks 1 instance of damage, absorbing up to 50 damage. Damage exceeding 50 points will still affect Dex. Shield skills cannot be stacked and will expire after a short time. While the clone baits you in, Dex controls everything from the shadows. By the time you notice, it's already too late.
Ooh, a prezi. For me!
This is the only thing my dad left me. I have to know what it is. No one better try and stop me.
Kismet! You're late! Chum's about to cut the cake! You there?
Hey, everyone! Happy birthday!
Wow! New friends!
Everything has changed now. You can hardly make out. I was here before, not long ago. What happened to the daylight? Nothing seems to feel right.
Line defy. Clash.
I try to understand the lessons to be learned. We tested every turn. I'm hoping that the heart you gave me will be enough to get me there. You told me what was right.
Ever since the smash-up, Kepler's gone nuts.
Oh, the reigns of chaos in the fight to stay alive.
But I've got it handled.
You're lucky you even made it there!
Please? I'll show you, freaky!
Oh, let me guess. Homesick.
It's over. Time to play by my rules.
You go ahead, Kismet. I've got a score to settle with Kepler.
Oh, lucky me! Why does Kepler want this so bad anyway?
Can it change the rules of the shard?
Dad.
Hands off!
Pull.
Wow! This is a masterpiece! Wait!
This will decide everything. And nothing.
Our game is a brand new style FPS game.
We wish to use cards to change the rules of each game.
We made a lot of breakthrough.
We want it young and trendy.
What we're trying to convey is about fun.
Hey, where are you, man?
I just wake up. What's up?
We got match today. You forget it?
This match is important to us in Xiangshi. At the end of the year, there's a thing called sealing the box, meaning the work for this year is done. For us, it's the same. Our work is done after this match.
This is the final test, and after this we will finish the packing, and then check how it goes. So hopefully it will be okay. We started in 2018 with 4 members back then. As more members joined, we tried a lot of directions, and in the end, we chose to make our favorite PC FPS game. It's very simple why we have this internal match. We had a lot of tests running, and we need every team members to join our test. So we made it into a competition where members can team up freely. We try to simulate a real situation for real players.
We have these weekly matches in order to make our artists and programmers more familiar with the game. These are valuable data for us game designers, allowing us to make fine adjustments to the game.
We believe this test could help us simulate the experience of players at different levels. Video games are very much like sports, especially this kind of competitive games.
FPS is about competition like boxing. When facing an opponent, stress and pressures, a lack of strength, many things can affect you. You have to stick up. In game development, we actually need a lot of willpower to keep solving all kinds of emerging problems.
Competitive games and traditional sports, they share similar rules. So when we design the gameplay, we directly thought of using the idea of the penalty kick as a tiebreaker. It reminds you of a gun duel in the Wild West. It's life or death. We think it can be a great excitement.
For the brand tone, I focus on feelings. Cause I think if you're just browsing for ideas, you won't translate that into an emotional experience. What I do is, I go outside with my team to learn and feel and set free our rebellious side. That is the feeling I want to bring the players.
We believe graffiti could make FragPunk stand out among all FPS in terms of visual styles. Our original weapon designs are all black, simply metal, so we added graffiti elements to our designs to make them more vivid and less dull.
As for visuals, we chose not to be violent. Instead, we used our iconic little devils and the colorful cubes to display elimination and the disappearing process.
I am the designer of X's guitar. Right from the very beginning, we want to give him a truly punkish element. One of the greatest guitarists, Angus Young from AC/DC, who is also my hero, has a Gibson SG. It has a devil horn and looks extremely aggressive. That's our inspiration.
We hope that players can have a rich emotional experience for a while in our game.
I wish our visual styles can make FragPunk more fun, more relaxed, and more surprising.
I know competitive games might be too intense for beginners, but I wish our game can lower down the bar a little bit and let more players enjoy FPS.
Rules. Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
Keep advancing, broker.
And I'm in.
Doors and corners, broker.
Lights on, nobody home.
I'm getting Glue Knight readings off the chart.
Nice.
Knock, knock. Broker, snap out of it.
Okay. Damn!
Stay frosty.
Seriously? No!
Broker, slow down. Get back in the fight. Use this. Make your own rules. Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
Hell yeah!
Knock, knock. Guess who's coming to dinner? Say hello to my little friend. Say goodnight, Gracie. You love this. Wait, no, wait. Let's go. Not there. See? Hey, maybe we can.
and again. I'm doubled up, ready to stand it. It's time to get down and I'm fixing to end it. I'm taking my name out your mouth. My title, my throne, and my crown. The silence is on and nobody's around. It's about to go down. Are you ready? Every time, yeah, I come out ahead. I'm taking over here. I want the crown. I set the clock tick. It's about to go down. You're fighting a voice in your head. You quit but you needed a friend. It's back to the banging again and again. You don't know who's making the sound. It's me or the one in the ground. Whoever it is, we're taking you out. It's about to go down. It's about to go down. Are you ready? Every time, yeah, I come out ahead. I'm taking over here. I want the crown. I set the clock tick. It's about to go down.
No matter the fall, we rise again. Save me a spot, hatchling. I shed my skin and rise anew. A trap to ensnare my enemies. My scales shield me from hardship.
Welcome to Lancer Guide. Today we're diving into Dex. Let's go! Skill, Cloning Incarnation. Dex deploys a beacon at a chosen location. Once the beacon is deployed, Dex transforms into a clone with 20 health, capable of fighting and using other skills as normal. Activating Cloning Incarnation consumes 20 health and caps its maximum health at current health. If the clone is killed, Dex will return to the beacon's position, restoring his health before transforming. Weapons and skill cooldowns are not reset by the returning process. Beacon can be destroyed by enemies. If this happens, Dex cannot return to it or restore health. Skill, Mimic Trap. Dex places a decoy trap that visually resembles his beacon. It activates when an enemy approaches or attempts to destroy it. Once activated, the trap slows nearby enemies and deals damage. Dex can place up to 2 Mimic Traps at the same time. Skill, Shield Skills. Dex can activate shield skills, whether in original form or clone form, which blocks 1 instance of damage, absorbing up to 50 damage. Damage exceeding 50 points will still affect Dex. Shield skills cannot be stacked and will expire after a short time. While the clone baits you in, Dex controls everything from the shadows. By the time you notice, it's already too late.
Ooh, a prezi. For me.
This is the only thing my dad left me. I have to know what it is. No one better try and stop me.
Kismet! You're late! Chum's about to cut the cake!
You there?
Hey, everyone! Happy birthday?
Wow! New friends!
Everything has changed now. You can hardly make out. Always here before, not long ago. What happened to the daylight? Nothing seems to feel right.
Line defy. Clash.
I try to understand the lessons to be learned. We get at every turn. I'm hoping that the heart you gave me will be enough to get me there. They taught me what was right.
Ever since the smash up, Kepler's gone nuts.
Oh, the waves of chaos in the fight to stay alive.
But I've got it handled.
You're lucky you even made it back!
Freaks. I'll show you, freaky.
Oh, let me guess. Homesick.
It's over. Time to play by my rules.
You go ahead, Kismet. I've got a score to settle with Kepler.
Oh, lucky me!
Why does Kepler want this so bad anyway?
Can it change the rules of the shard?
Dad. Hands off! Pull.
Wow! This is a masterpiece! Wait!
This will decide everything. And nothing.
Our game is a brand new style FPS game.
We wish to use cards to change the rules of each game.
We made a lot of breakthrough.
We want it young and trendy.
What we're trying to convey is about fun.
Hey, where are you, man?
I just wake up. What's up?
We got match today. You forget it?
This match is important to us in Xiangshi. At the end of the year, there's a thing called sealing the box, meaning the work for this year is done. For us, it's the same. Our work is done after this match.
This is the final test, and after this we will finish the packing, and then check how it goes. So hopefully it will be okay. We started in 2018 with 4 members back then. As more members joined, we tried a lot of directions, and in the end, we chose to make our favorite PC FPS game. It's very simple why we have this internal match. We had a lot of tests running, and we need every team members to join our test. So we made it into a competition where members can team up freely. We try to simulate a real situation for real players.
We have these weekly matches in order to make our artists and programmers more familiar with the game. These are valuable data for us game designers, allowing us to make fine adjustments to the game.
We believe this test could help us simulate the experience of players at different levels. Video games are very much like sports, especially this kind of competitive games.
FPS is about competition like boxing. When facing an opponent, stress and pressures, a lack of strength, many things can affect you. You have to stick up. In game development, we actually need a lot of willpower to keep solving all kinds of emerging problems.
Competitive games and traditional sports, they share similar rules. So when we design the gameplay, we directly thought of using the idea of the penalty kick as a tiebreaker. It reminds you of a gun duel in the Wild West. It's life or death. We think it can be a great excitement.
For the brand tone, I focus on feelings, cause I think if you're just browsing for ideas, you won't translate that into an emotional experience. What I do is, I go outside with my team to learn and feel and set free our rebellious side. That is the feeling I want to bring the players.
We believe graffiti could make FragPunk stand out among all FPS in terms of visual styles. Our original weapon designs are all black, simply metal, so we added graffiti elements to our designs to make them more vivid and less dull.
As for visuals, we chose not to be violent. Instead, we used our iconic little devils and colorful cubes to display elimination and disappearing process.
I am the designer of X's guitar. Right from the very beginning, we want to give him a truly punkish element. One of the greatest guitarists, Angus Young from AC/DC, who is also my hero, has a Gibson SG. It has a devil horn and looks extremely aggressive. That's our inspiration.
We hope that players can have a rich emotional experience for a while in our game.
I wish our visual styles can make FragPunk more fun, more relaxed, and more surprising.
I know competitive games might be too intense for beginners, but I wish our game can lower down the bar a little bit and let more players enjoy FPS.
Rules. Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
Keep advancing, broker.
And I'm in.
Doors and corners, broker.
Lights on, nobody home.
light readings off the chart.
Nice. Knock, knock.
Broker, snap out of it.
Okay. Damn!
Stay frosty.
Seriously? No, no, no!
Broker, slow down. Get back in the fight. Use this. Make your own rules. Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
Go out your best and us to go home alone. I've been known to change the whole tone. No competing with it. Break it down, everything. You run up and change the floor to the ceiling. Step by step.
Hell yeah!
You give up lies, jumping in a dragon's breath. We're under fire, but you still should fear us. My squad ready for war. It's time. Perseverance, get the squad ready. Get locked in gear wrong. Together, stand strong. Fight for the night. Play your cards right. We're on the rise. It's bound to us.
Knock, knock. Guess who's coming to dinner? Say hello to my little friend. Say goodnight, Gracie. You love this! Wait, no, wait! No, not there! Cheating! Hey! Maybe we can... 全白，但是对方应该是预判性的给血量给补了回来，人员上是在兑换。
好非常漂亮的一枪，赶紧就传了，就这一枪吞住全部大战。See if he can get a shot, and he gets one.
Body system, and that's where the Dex actually ends up off of his turret.
2v4 situation into the post plant as well. WS has planted that converter. Neko the last alive, and WS take it! Oh my goodness, the 6-0! Brasil, caralho! 这一波一梭子是一个腰射拿下了。这一波够了，有机会吗？有机会拿下。两边韩冰要稍微注意，看到了门，是这一下抓到了，头衔SL。Day 3 getting underway. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FragPunk Global Invitational. I'm your host, Caster7. I'm joined alongside the wonderful Moxie. Once again, bringing you one game of action for the start. We're going to be having a lot of fun going through these games today. We've got 2 games to figure out who's going to be joining Imaginators in the finals. So it is going to be great, and we've also got a special show match for you guys later on, so make sure you stay tuned to check that out.
Yeah, I mean, upcoming, we're going to be having some insanely close matches coming through, Seb. This being day number 3, a lot of these teams have had all of the opportunities to figure out the strategies, the lances, the lineups, and of course, all of the shard card plays that you can go for to continue on in this tournament.
And it has been a very insane and incredible tournament so far. We've seen crazy upsets. We've seen absolutely insane sweeps coming through on the side of some of these teams. Work in Silence being able to pull off one of those amazing 6-0 sweeps. We saw LC go 6-0 on Outpost earlier, and now their opponents are finding these strategies to try and keep up with these players here. We're going to be kicking it off into our first game in just a second. It's going to be solo leveling versus Work in Silence. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is a $150,000 USD prize pool tournament with the champions taking home $40,000, the rest getting a little piece of pocket change so nobody's going home empty-handed.
Yeah, 40,000 for first place, and like you said, no one is going to be going home empty-handed. So the teams that we're not seeing today, they're still not going home without some loose change in the pocket.
11 grand is not loose change.
Okay, yeah, maybe 11 grand isn't quite loose change, but it's still a very hard day's work coming on for us. We can have a look at the map pool. Some of these we've seen a whole lot of. Black Market has been a big favorite in terms of the picks. Now, unfortunately, yet to see a single time so far in the tournament, but who knows? Maybe today is the day that Naus doesn't get banned out immediately.
I've been talking to some of the players, and I can confirm that Naus will be banned permanently.
No!
Yes, but taking a look at our bracket, we've had all of these games played so far, and now we're going to be taking a look at Work in Silence versus Solo Leveling. The winner of that will be taking on Last Chance in the lower bracket finals, and then fighting one Imaginators in the grand finals.
Yeah, this is a rematch as well. The last time Work in Silence was able to come on through with a 2-0. The first map being incredibly close, the second map being a different story entirely, which is sort of the way that Work in Silence has played. So I really want to see how Solo Leveling is going to be approaching a rematch territory, whether it's going to be the same maps that they take it to, whether it's going to be the same Lancer strategies that they decide to go for, because one thing that we've seen about Work in Silence is that it takes one map to get going, but that second map is always a slam dunk.
Yeah, it seems like every single time their second map, they are absolutely rolling their opponents. And yeah, getting in that groove, figuring out, I think Working Silence is one of the best teams at figuring out how their opponents strategize and being able to counter that so quickly. I think lots of these other teams are able to just beat their opponents with skill, but Working Silence, they take some time, figure out exactly the best way to absolutely roll over their opponents. Let's take a look really quickly at some of these Lancer pick rates for what we've been seeing. This is kind of a trend. We're seeing a lot of decks coming through on all of these games, as well as Corona being picked out in almost every single game we've seen. Nitro as well, Circuit and Pathogen, this being kind of our 5-stack.
Yeah, I mean, Circuit, really, really good for information, really, really good at slowing down as well and draining momentum from the other sides. As we can have a look and see Lancer entry frag rates, no surprises. Leading the charge is Dex coming on through with that clone form, and followed swiftly after with a Corona, fast laning his lane to that second place position.
Corona being able to fast lane with that hothead blind is one of the craziest, coolest plays that you can see, and it's oftentimes some of the best highlight reel plays where you get to see that Corona flash dash into the clampdown spray, and almost every single time it guarantees you an elimination. Your opponent cannot see you, then you'll be able to eliminate.
Yeah, Corona is indeed a little bit of a highlight coming on through with that flash entry.
I see what you did there.
See what you did there? As we're going to be having a look and seeing these two teams, like we've already talked about, this is going to be a rematch coming on through. Working Silence versus Solo Leveling. Working Silence, so much passion on this team too. We got to hear on the interview stage with Jaeger talking to Belky yesterday, the fact that he's come out of retirement. He was in retirement for 3 years and he's returned now to the main stage, and he has so much passion and enthusiasm to lead his team through some really difficult matches.
And he's been doing a very good job. I think a huge part of that is the energy. He's got some of the best energy that we've seen from the stage so far. Solo Leveling still with a lot of really good energy that we've seen throughout the games, but the vibes on that side are intense and they are ecstatic, electrifying vibes coming through from the side of Working Silence. Mito, taking a look at this head-to-head really quickly. Mito and White being kind of our fraggers of the group.
Yeah, White, definitely up-and-coming talent. This kid is only 16, and he is already playing this well on the global stage. Absolutely insane stuff. Definitely a player to watch as he grows and gains even more experience and even more skill. And that's something that's terrifying to think about when you think about how much impact he had. He was one of the major reasons why Solo Leveling were able to pull off the upset yesterday and continue on in the tournament when we went to those dual 1v1s.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a little bit of an introduction to these players. Let's head to the stage and check that out.
陈雅哥再次欢迎大家。Welcome to 2025 FragPunk Global Invitational. This is Jaeger. Welcome again. 好的，那么现在我们即将进行的是双败淘汰赛败者组的比赛，让我们有请出阵双方，有请 Work in Silence 战队。Now we are going to start the match of lower backhand in double elimination, and let's welcome team Work in Silence. 接下来，让我们有请出他们的对手 Solo Leveling. Now welcome their opponent, Solo Leveling. "选手们非常帅气的出场，我相信双方对阵都已经准备就绪。接下来邀请我们所有的选手进入对战席。Okay, now all the players, you can enter to the arena and prepare for battle. 来，有请我们的2位主理人稍事留步。现在又是时候给我们分享一下今天的碎片卡了。Okay, share the card with us.
这是我这一次来做的最好的一张。
最好的，那我们要仔细看一下，能不能给我们讲讲上面画的内容和含义呢？
是我跟他， 然后这个就是我觉得我们就是下一次有机会的话可以再打到，就是他们的战队就是我们的战队，然后就是这一张就送给他，希望他可以好好做纪念这样。对。
Okay, so it's like a gift to our WS because it's like the friendship between us and whatever the matches or next time if we have chance like be together and just to memorize our relationship. 哇，再次感谢，非常有纪念价值。来看一下这一边，来我们这边 ，so what we prepared for them?
So I wrote a card. I want to be thankful for everyone. Seeing those beautiful people over here every day makes the event even better. I'm loving the culture. I'm loving everything. And yeah, I only want to share my love and share the love not only me, but my team as well, we're receiving from you guys. So thanks. And I also want to, keep in touch.
这边呢也是想说谢谢一下在座的各位，不仅是我们线上一直陪伴我们的观众朋友们，还是每天来到我们现场观摩的朋友们。因为其实我们也是离开了自己的家乡，离开了自己的文化，来到这里感受到了大家的爱，所以再次感谢你们，也把这个作为一份礼物送给我们的哈根。再次感谢。Now you can exchange the card. Yes， 可以来交换一下我们的碎片卡。哇，非常美丽的一段友谊，再次感谢两位，你们现在可以进入对阵席。Okay, now you can prepare for battle. 好的，两边已经准备，就是现在。我希望大家都应该可以积极起来，让我们一起为他们加油助威。接下来我们即将开始的就是双败淘汰赛败者组的比赛，让我们把画面交还给解说席。Okay, now we're going to have the match. Lower bracket will begin, and let's move on to our casters.
Well, Seb, we're getting ready to head into that first game of the day, and you know what that means. We're going to be getting ready to head into those dual 1v1s. Who do you think takes it here?
Solo leveling has been taking most of their duels. I think almost every single time we're seeing solo leveling win. Work in Silence, they have got really good duel potential, but overall in their duels, when it comes to fighting in duels, they do lose their duels more often than not. So I'm thinking we're going to see the solo leveling take the duels, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to take the game. I think that we're going to see a very valiant effort coming out from Work in Silence, and I think that they have the potential to take this to the entire finals.
Yeah, I wonder as well if solo leveling win the duels, they're going to be able to determine or have a little bit more impact in terms of that overall map pool and the sides that are going to be coming with it. Do we think that they swerve away from Yggdrasil? Because that's the thing, like, both of these teams do like taking us to Yggdrasil. Black Market obviously is probably still going to be in the mix too, but Yggdrasil has been one of those places that both of them have been able to find a lot of success on. Work in Silence doing an absolutely insane job of being able to just full push into A side, whereas solo leveling Toboshu's Corona on the re-entry frags has been an absolute standout so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I think that we're not. Okay, Yggdrasil is a good map for both of them, so I don't think they're going to want to ban it out.
No, I think it would definitely be still in play. I could see it going Yggdrasil, then Black Market, and then I think it's either going to be Tundra or Outpost, depending on which team manages to get first ban. I think if you're Work in Silence, you don't want to go to Tundra. I think you want to try and take it to Outpost instead.
I think they do have that outpost potential if Work in Silence does win that, but what about seeing something like Dongtian or Aket?
She wants to make sure that everyone knows that he's a clean main coming on through with his mouse pad art.
Here we see it, everybody getting ready to jump in to this 1v1 duel. The teams are ready, the energy's high, the crowd is roaring. And the duels are going to start in just a second here as we're going to be jumping in. A little bit of love getting shown out from Flash. Solo leveling, such good guys, such a good vibe on that team there. They're so kind, so happy to be here as well. Work in Silence, you know, they are very intense, but they're also really, really nice guys.
Passionate. There's a lot of passion, you can tell. Like we've already talked about, right? Brazil as a region, one of the most passionate areas of esports. They're always so happy, so upbeat, and it's just an absolute pleasure to get to actually see the teams interact with each other, even behind stage, because they're wholesome on the stage, but they're just as wholesome behind it, as we're going to be having a look to see those duels ready to come on through. Which map is it going to be? It's going to be Mito 7 versus White. Not quite sure the Lancers either, as they're yet to lock them alongside the weapon. Corona versus Corona. Okay. It's going to be a jump joust duel.
Hey, we've got each of them running the different ARs. So we're going to be seeing SL White running the other side of that AR pick on the Corona. So who is going to win the duel? We're on the black market duel site here. So we're going to be seeing Mito trying to see if he can get that jump through. We have the jumping come out and work in silence. Take it in a second. 1 instant. The peek through and we end the duel in record time.
Oh my goodness, the love heart afterwards, yeah. Black market dueling is always such an interesting one with those jump pads coming into play. You can get really aggressive, or you can play a little bit more defensive behind those crates to see whether or not your opponent is going to be taking those jump pads, or in the case of the Corona, if he's going to be using that fast lane and hot head combination to try and just full aggress into you the second that the round starts. Going much more for the defensive, much more safer, stable way of taking the Corona 1 versus 1, just instantly dropping that Ashes to Ashes, being able to swing a little bit out from the cover with the damage reduction and speed boost that it provides to get the information of whether or not they are going to aggress into you with either the fast lane or the jump pad, and then you can line up your shot and play reactive as opposed to having to play from behind when there's someone already in your face.
Yeah, and I think that the jump pads, like we've seen with LC, you know, being able to utilize that to get themselves a win in the duel. I think it's one of the most interesting, and I think it has the most energy when it comes to these duel maps. They are such confined spaces. Lots of them have advantages and disadvantages. Like, you know, we see the ropes with the shotguns that we saw against the Avengers on Yggdrasil. That one, you know, a little bit of a confined space, less of a, you know, really heat of the battle spot. So going into it with Black Market, I think it is one of the best duel maps.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I'm a personal big fan of Dongtian's dueling maps just because of the rotating door. And the double juke that you can do where they have to rotate the door and then you sit yourself onto the other side of the door so that when they're rotated around, you slide to the other angle instead. And there's a big old surprise moment there. I'm like, huh? I could have sworn they were right here a moment ago and all of a sudden you're behind them instead. It's such a fun mind game map to be able to take control of. But speaking about maps, with that dual win, it is going to be full tempo swing coming on through. What are we going to be seeing? Is it going to be anything potentially different?
I think that it's going to be very, very similar. I'm not going to lie, Moxie. I think that, you know, the playstyle, it's going to start off slow. We're going to be seeing work in silence, kind of climbing the rounds. It's going to be pretty even in that first game, like we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be jumping into these next couple of games, and I think that's when work in silence is either going, if they don't take it game 2, I think that it's going to be a game 3 finish for solo leveling. If it goes to the 3 maps, we know how persistent solo leveling is. I don't know if I don't think we've seen work in silence go to 3.
No.
We've seen them go to duels, but I think they're really good early game, but they're finishing. They need to be able to roll over their opponents. Otherwise, when it gets to that close area, that extra added pressure, they seem to usually crumble under.
Yeah, I mean, for work in silence, the thing is, we've also never really seen them uncomfortable. Like you said, even though it has gone all the way to duels for some of the maps that they've played, they've never actually called a timeout. So you can sort of see that the team is A-okay with those maps going long, and they kind of want them to, because as we've talked about, right, that first map is always really, really close between whoever Work in Silence are playing. The second map is where things just heat up for the Brazilian team, and they absolutely just dominate their opponent. Solo leveling, though, they had a hard time of it yesterday, and they did run through a lot of those timeout precisions when they were going up against the likes of DMS, being able to use the timeouts to pull a really crucial round back to make sure that the economy wasn't falling constantly behind, even though you were maybe losing out in some of your rounds. And it meant that we got all the way up to duels with their mentals still fully intact, and they were able to clutch it out.
Yeah, and I think that if we're gonna see them be able to pull a clutch, it's going to be in that first and second game. If they win the first game and they get up about 3 rounds, I think it's going to be over in that second map. If they lose their first game, I don't know how the second game is going to go. We haven't seen them lose a first map.
We have not seen them lose the first map, and I mean, that's the thing. Like, we've seen solo leveling push to the brink, we've seen them be uncomfortable, we've seen them have to go through one of their free timeouts that are provided. We haven't seen work in silence in that uncomfortable position. So I think this is going to be a really big test for the Brazilian team. Like you said, if they do lose that first map, we're potentially going to be seeing a different side to this team come on through, but I want to know the maps. I really want to know the maps, because that's going to determine, right, how this first round goes. We're going to be able to see whether or not it is following the nature of the first matchup of these two teams, or if we're breaking from that tradition and we're going to be seeing a curveball thrown into the mix entirely. Because if you do go to the same placements, right, you run the risk of those codes, the replays. FragPunk has a really, really good replay system. If you don't know about it, it's one of the best ways to actually improve as a person, just yourself, whether or not you want to be a professional team, whether or not you want to just be able to climb the ladder. Every single time that you go into one of those games, you can grab that replay code and you can watch it back from any person's POV, you can slow it down, you can rewind it, you can just utilize as well the third person for that map control. And I think the risk is, if they go to where they've already been, those replay codes are out in the wild, and there it is.
We're getting knocked, ladies and gentlemen. I called it.
Yeah.
Yggdrasil first, Black Market second, no Outpost, no Tundra.
No Naus.
No Naus, obviously no Naus. No Outpost, or no Dongtian, and Aket as the tiebreaker. Yggdrasil getting selected on the side of solo leveling. Black Market going to be picked out. But Work in Silence does get to defend on solo leveling's map, which is an interesting one. So even though Yggdrasil is favored towards solo leveling, Work in Silence has the chance to get up 5 rounds on that defense beforehand, and then going on to the attack, they only need to win 1, and they need to not give up 5. Black Market there on the side for the second map. Solo leveling going to be on the defense. It's a bit of an interesting one there.
I mean, solo leveling like going onto the defense on Black Market, because they play their Corona incredibly aggressive. Like, Toboshu will just burn one of those fast lanes as soon as the round begins to guarantee that he can dash up into control of container and prevent the enemy team from walking short and potentially managing to control either bridge or just burn so much utility or a player's own life on that defense to being able to hold on to that particular position. But again, the risk is that going to be read on out? Is that punishment going to be immediate? We'll have to wait and see, because Yggdrasil as well we're going to be headed to first. And this map, it's a fun one. It's definitely a fun one. We can see a couple of different Lancers come through that we don't typically get to see. Spider has had a little bit of time in the limelight coming on through for Yggdrasil, so that you can bounce between A and B without having to cut across some really punishing angles, as unfortunately Mid-Stairs also has an immediate angle into Yard, so if you don't control that placement, you're not going to have a fun time when the attacker calls calling on B.
I think Spider is a super underrated Lancer in the game. I think in pro play, obviously his kit isn't as fully well-rounded as some of the others. Like, lots of people, you have walls and smokes and mollies and a shotgun, right? Like, you have these kits that have multiple uses, but I do think that rotatability is extremely valuable, and if you're able to play it properly, I think it can get a lot of value, especially in pro play. And I know the teleporting your enemies towards you, it is an ability that has been found to be very easily countered.
Yeah, you just, move out of it. Spirited Away is a case of like, oh, okay, it's coming towards me, knife out, sidestep, cool. Good lineup, bro, good lineup. And I mean, we even saw an attempt of Spirit Away lineups yesterday on Outpost with backside B. It didn't quite work out the way that they wanted it to, but when you're playing Spider, like you said, you're not really playing for the Spirited Away cheese, you're playing it so that you have the ability to maneuver between sites without getting punished if you lack the control of space. as we can have a look and see which of these shard cards are coming on through. Tall Poppy is actually going to be picked up on the side of Work in Silence. And I personally love this card because it takes what should be an inherent advantage, having a high ground angle, and it actually flips it on its head entirely. The higher up a person is, the more damage the one below them is actually going to be doing to them. It's an essentially inversion of the high ground advantage, as we're going to be seeing cursed crits also getting picked on up on the side of the attack. Solo leveling are going to make sure that Work in Silence headshot damage is going to be much less as the first round gets ready, and solo leveling already trying to take control of short from Pipe as their circuit gets incredibly aggressive, trying to push into the space and oust out that Dex. But Work in Silence will be able to come on through with the shotgun, and the Corona's angle is denied. Work in Silence already having that numbers advantage, as solo leveling going to have to go back to the drawing board. Flash looking for an angle on that Nitro wall. Looks like it's setting up for an A-side push. There's still presence towards B, as Converter has not been spotted just yet, but all of this exchange of utility and angles coming on through is definitely making Flash on this Nitro wall a little bit antsy. He's gonna get ready to pop his head right up through that window the second that his team decides to commit, but Converter has actually started drifting towards mid.
Nitro wall, trying to go for a second one here onto the Axon. Nate's going to be coming in onto that side, but we're going to see the Axon getting eliminated. Rhythm going down, and now it's a 2v2 situation. Gone picking up an elimination. Is going to get himself... Oh, he gets the kill. Nunu on the trade. Now the 1v1 situation. Mito in the back end here, fighting against an Axon with very little HP, but a whole lot of util.
Yeah, solo leveling. Still have control at least of that Converter, but Work in Silence are going to be able to play between both the B side and the A side incredibly quickly. You can see just trying to find a little bit of information, whether or not there's going to be presence towards B. As slowly we move through yard. Nunu trying to get a read of where potentially this last person could be. Time Bank is going to force him to have to stick the Converter. And now it becomes a 1 versus 1 defense. Mito on the Pathogen, drops the Emotional Rescue, tries to live through all of the nade damage coming that way. And oh my goodness, the rifle finds the shot. There's enough time in the bank, and Mito 7 comes through with a mighty clutch.
What a beautiful kill. That head tracking on the jump shot with that Axon shotgun can be extremely lethal if not reacted to fast enough. He's done a perfect job of being able to pull off a nice elimination to finish off the round. Round 1 going to Work in Silence.
Really good stuff coming on through from Work in Silence. We talked about it. Yggdrasil very much close between both of these teams, as we can have a look and see which of the shard cards have been banned out. It's actually Medical Error that's left up for grabs. It's gonna be a very inexpensive investment though, and it proves too expensive as a random weapon enhancement is going to be grabbed up on the side of solo leveling. Meanwhile, for Work in Silence, well, they're gonna be working from the shadows as Phantom Sight is going to be in play on A.
Bigger bombs as well for them, as we're gonna be getting this preparation phase over with in just a second here. Work in Silence trying to keep their lead up, get themselves another round. Solo leveling looks like they're going to be pushing over towards that mid area. Look at that. They've got almost complete mid control now. They have that yard area completely locked it down, but we are going to see Gone 7, a couple of these players, and we're going to be seeing some Broker coming out here.
Yeah, Broker is one that you have to watch out for in close spaces. Cherry Bomb's going to get value in long lane angles, so Goddard's is going to be a constant worry in the back of your mind. Cherry Bomb slowly getting cherry picked through as White tries to stall out for time so that the Broker can come on through with the follow-up.
Yeah, we see the Broker picking up 2 eliminations with that rocket, turning it into a 5v1 Now 5v2 a second ago, and now White gonna try and keep it up, but the flawless finish in round number 2 from Work in Silence. And I think you can tell that Solo Leveling is a little bit nervous to play Work in Silence again. They have that in the back of their heads. We lost to them last time. So now they're in a bit of trouble. They're looking extremely nervous in their gameplay. They're playing a little bit slowly, but they're not getting the picks that they need. Look at that double kill right there on the rocket launcher, the football.
Oh, you love to see it. It's so clean coming on for best skin in the game as well, in my opinion. That broker skin turning Goddards into the American football, which gets hucked at your enemies. Speaking about enemies, well, it's going to be Doolahans coming on for solo leveling. So Work in Silence not going to be able to get a headshot damage off onto theirs.
As we're going to be seeing now, jumping through Superhuman, Community Healthcare. And like you said, Doolahans, one of the craziest cards in the game. Not being able to shoot ahead is, pretty crazy, because you get into a fight and you're both shooting the same amount of bullets. You have to aim for the body. The headshots are always going to win in that scenario, giving this team a huge advantage on the side of solo leveling. Work in Silence, though, they have a lot of cards to be able to try and deal with that, Community Healthcare being one of them, as we're going to be seeing Toboshu already lower in HP right now. Flash, Howl, White extremely low as well.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it's the default coming on for solo leveling's attack. Just a little bit of information intel gathering for attackers pipe towards a short. Some presence towards mid and yard, but very little commitment coming through just yet. Even though they're the ones with the Doolahans, you can see, like you said, a little bit more caution coming through, a lot of respect for what Work in Silence could be working with on the other side, given the fact that that Nitro is going to be anchoring behind that wall on A. Toboshu still has not committed. This is a very slow Corona. He wants to see whether or not the defense are actually going to give themselves up and get a little bit too over-eager to try and control yard.
Flash holding angles. They're still holding mid. They're trying to get more control up towards that B side, but it looks like they're just kind of stuck in this area, being still with 5 players remaining. It looks like that A side might start to take more hits coming through as this team starts to go towards the stairs area on that A side map. Couple of them main as well. It might cause Work in Silence to try and go for a retake here as White's going to be jumping in, but PBS with a pick onto White off of the entry here. Look at this Nitro Wall angle as we're going to see another one coming through with the nades that's jumping in. 55 HP left. Toboshu's going to try and jump into this and see if he can get the converter off, but 9 seconds left. They need to jump in fast. Mito going to go down. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Rhythm doing a great job of holding it off, and 3-0 for solo leveling. They came out of the gates rolling. They don't even need to warm up.
Yeah.
3-0.
I mean, that's the difficulty for the attack, right? You want to see if the defenders are going to get over-eager and try and over-push. But if the attacking side aren't doing anything, the defenders are automatically winning. There is no reason for them to give up the anchor on A. They control all entry to the site, both through from main and from short. They've got the Nitro Wall to immediately punish. They've got Mito just anchored there on the pathogen, right on the side of Kirby on that left. And even if one of them had tried to step forward and get that converter down, it just would not have been enough. They would have been ripped apart in the crossfire. And you can see solo leveling going to be calling the time out. Something has to change. The decision making, the hesitance cost them there, as they just didn't even really try to drift towards B to provide any form of noise, try and sell a fake. It was just full control at the beginning of part of mid, not all of it, and then a drift towards A when the time was running out, so they had no choice but to commit, even though they knew they were going in outnumbered.
Yeah, and solo leveling now getting themselves that timeout bonus. Like we like to say here on the cast, we've been seeing a lot of timeouts where the round goes to the team that takes the timeout afterwards. And as this timeout is going to go down, Cold Front and Swift's Resolution getting banned out. Super Jump Oh, okay, they have super jump. Solo leveling has got access to the super jump, but there's vulnerability A site and holistic deadison for the side of Work in Silence, but super jump, just an absolutely crazy card.
Yeah, super jump, if you're able to land on anyone, they're going to get knocked down immediately. You follow that up with a lineup from a nade, potentially even just damage coming on through, say from a Corona wielding a clamp down SMG, since he can get that super jump off of his fast lane collision too.
We're going to be seeing jumping right in after this preparation phase goes down. The barriers drop and the fight begins. Howl going to be sending out that circuit smoke right away before the round even starts to get a little bit of an extra advantage there. They see the smoke coming through. More smoke lineups going to be jumping out, trying to prevent any sort of attack coming out from PVS. This is a crazy angle as well.
Yeah, solo leveling. Remember, they did just call the timeout, so I'm expecting to see a commitment come through. They have to have come up with a game plan. What's it going to be? Howl on that circuit is going to move up a little bit closer into A main plateau, just clearing out all of these angles. You can see him looking for every single possible space to try and check out whether or not he sees a defender posted on up there, given the fact that solo leveling gave up full control of A early in this round. Everyone from Work in Silence stacked on the back stairs of B. One of them posted up on a double nitro wall angle too. The second that solo leveling decides to make this play, the floodgates are going to open and we're going to have a brawl situation as 5 players will try and brute force their way through. But it looks like solo leveling aren't going to try their luck and push B. It's going to be a pullback over towards A, but again, Work in Silence still have a player ready to anchor and meet them with the information gathered when it's the push for plateau.
They have gotten that rotate over fast. There's already 3 members there. Gon7 going to be able to pick up 1, but the slam to the super jump's going to come down. Howl picking up the trade onto Gon7. Now in the 4v4 situation. Oh my goodness, 2v3 now as Rhythm and Mito picking up an elimination. White getting one of the trades. We're going to see the converter plant coming out from the side of Howl, trying to see if he can get that off, but White able to cut the angle off before he's able to deny the plant. SL White going to try and see if he can get the kill, but PVS switching over and Mito taking it. 4-0, Work in Silence. They're on a roll today and they're not gonna stop.
Oh my goodness, Work in Silence. Mito looking immensely strong, getting to play that post-plant situation. They got enough damages and shaved down the numbers as they try to push from plateau and short. Here you can see just the decks coming on through, managing to pick one off as they try to rotate over towards plateau, and it just forced the post-plant position to be really uncomfortable for solo leveling to have to deal with. And now the writing might be a little bit on the wall. They've got to find a way to turn this around, but even the timeout buff has failed them, Seb.
Yeah, the timeout buff failing them once before as well in the games yesterday versus DMS, and now it's seeming to not work as well again. We're going to be seeing Haunting and Flashing Projectiles banned out. Turtleback on the side of solo leveling, and Invisible Tracks. Turtleback being one of those cards that is just absolutely amazing to watch. We're going to see Flashlight picked up for Work in Silence, though. That is a very powerful card, as well as IP Theft and Freeze Bullets.
Yeah, IP Theft is a fun one. Break a trap from the opponent and you immediately get one yourself, as we can see here. Turtleback, also a very fun one. Getting to block all bullets from behind. And it's not really just behind too, it does kind of extend a little bit to the side section as well. So you can try and extend that hitbox coverage just a little bit, as Toboshu already going to be losing a huge chunk of his life. Balky, by the way, swaps on over to the Chom, and Chompers out on the field, just holding down this space, as well as using him as an essential bloodhound to try and sniff out solo leveling's positions without sacrificing one of their Lance's health bars. Toboshu might try and go for the drop down. You can see Work in Silence anticipating that full commitment. They all back away before one of them can go down, huddling on up like penguins inside the emotional rescue from the pathogen.
We're going to be seeing Toboshu now trying to find the right time to drop, and they've got the drop coming down. No eliminations coming out of that, but now the full control of that B site is going to force Work in Silence into the retake. 4-0, they are going to want to keep their win streak going as Toboshu being low in HP, trying to see if he can get a pick off Flash, also just trying to hold this angle. All of these players dumping as much util as they can into that choke point area. We're going to be seeing a double nitro wall coming out as well.
Here comes the drop. Is it going to be in time to get the diffuse flashlight? Trying to flash on out the presence in yard. They'll be able to take down one. One now. Just the pathogen from Work in Silence. Having to try and find the clutch. It's not to be solo leveling. Find the first round on the board and can start to make a comeback. But it's going to be really uncomfortable heading into side swap.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them to see. They're able to get one round, right? But going into that side swap, they're going to be on defense. They could gain a little bit of confidence back just because of the swap going onto that defense. It could give them a little bit of an energy boost, a bit of an advantage, but I think Work in Silence have got their number right now. It looks like they've done a lot of review of that first initial game. They've got the feeling that they need, and they are going to just amplify that and run straight through. 4-1. We're starting this day off with an absolute bang.
Yeah, the good news, for solo leveling is that with the side swap comes the whole shard card reset in terms of your economy, and we can now see that those cards are going to be coming on through. Interesting that Melee Rod was left on the table, but it looks like no one is leaning in to pick that one up, as Vitality Staff is actually the more important card to be taken out of the mix.
We're going to be seeing Elusiveness being a very fun card, though. You get an elimination and you are able to go invis for a couple seconds, allowing for really quick rotates over and allowing for just that extra bit of sneakiness around the map after you get a kill, especially on the flank on the side of WS. We're going to be seeing them on the attack. We're seeing that slide coming through from Rhythm, and now the Ashes to Ashes coming out. It looks like they're going to be able to get up onto B site pretty quickly here, as we're going to be seeing jumping through the guitar coming out again. Are they able to get onto that B site pretty cleanly? Nobody really there.
It's A. There's presence on A and B at the same time. They're splitting solo leveling's attention so that the defenders don't know where to stack and where potentially Converter is. Dex, though, is going to be going in. You can still use your abilities in your clone form, so Scales are going to be giving him an additional 50 HP to potentially try and live and look for a Lancer pickoff, but no, solo leveling Splash will be able to find the first pickoff. This Nitro is still going to be able to enter and anchor. White shooting out the trap utility is also going to be able to hold some of the space, swaps out the weapons. Might just try and hold down the fort long enough for Work in Silence to have to push towards B instead.
And it looks like that's what's going to be happening, is Belky jumping up with the clamp down, trying to see if he can get the pick off onto Howl, but Howl not taking a single bit of damage, able to back off of that, and the Circuit lives to fight another day. Belky going to try and see if he can reach the pick, and Mito going to be taking some damage, but the blind going to be coming up for White. White holding that backside area, as well as his teammate holding up on the walls, and the Nitro wall coming out. Flash able to get the elimination onto Mito. Now hiding behind the cover, the wall is going to get destroyed. These players are starting to take control of the map. Blinds have been coming out, and the Converter drop, but another kill from Flash on the wall.
Flash still has not been cleared, and he's just too oppressive. 7 seconds left, solo leveling. Should be able to get control of Converter, or rather Work in Silence should be able to get control of Converter, but they're not going to have enough time to be able to plant it.
Wow.
And that's going to be Work in Silence again, managing to find the round. Flash has got so much value on that Nitro, that's insane.
Yeah, the Nitro walls being the saving grace of that round for SL. Flash being able to pick up a good couple of eliminations off of that. And it's a crazy off angle to hold. You're not aiming there. When you're entering into a site, you're not looking up, oh, I'm going to look up into the sky and see God herself and try and fight back. It's not on your mind. But you know what is on the mind of some of these players is Melon Rhymes on the side of solo leveling, Avenge Me, and free refills on the side of Work in Silence.
Yeah, Melon Rhymes looking up into the sky, maybe not seeing a Nitro, but definitely seeing a couple of stars and some clouds up there if you fall flat because of one of those. We've seen a lot of the time too, Melon Rhymes will be picked up by the attacking team so they can play it in a post-plant position, but solo leveling are actually the ones that grab it on up before the attacking side can take it to deny that post-plant potential Looney Tunes-esque slapstick.
And there you go, taking a look into our crowd. We're seeing some of our cosplayers looking absolutely fantastic at the event here today. We've got 2 holos and a nitro.
2 holos, yeah. Potentially not any holos though on this lineup just yet, as it is going to be barrier ban coming on through onto A main. They're trying to break it and just create so much noise and attention that maybe solo leveling, put resources and bank on that being an A push. But no, work in silence, gonna very quietly be maneuvering through yard. GON7 not making any noise as he goes in with that clone form, has the rifle, is waiting to make his move. The Axonades are going to be spamming on down into the back corner, just trying to clear out whether or not there's any presence here. As he starts to weave on for a little bit of damage, Scales are going to be able to keep him up. Melon Rhymes means that he falls flat on. And now solo leveling. Note that the Dex is there. They can start to move on forward. Teboshu loses so much of his HP, but still can anchor onto that site. As it's going to be Nunu on the axe and controlling both entry from yard and up into balcony. As we're going to see the full reposition coming on out. Teboshu has been able to utilize that fast lane, put himself onto the backside of that cubby. He's 18 HP. The Circuit knows he's there with the gold dust. And all of this attention is just smoke and mirrors, quite literally, because the Converter has decided to push a different space entirely. It's going to be on A, and Work in Silence have the entry picks that they were looking for. Howl now is going to have to play from defender spawn back into A side for that re-entry as Converter goes down before the Axon nades can find any value.
Mito7 gonna be jumping in, trying to see if he can make something happen really quickly, but Nunu is ready, waiting with the My Way, trying to see if they can get a pick. It's gonna be Howl. Rhythm going to get eliminated here, but the nade from the grave taking out Teboshu. Belky getting the pick as well onto Howl, and now in the 1v3 situation, it's all he needs to do is get the elimination, but Work in Silence take it.
Work in Silence managed to take it. Solo leveling looking a little bit grim-faced right now. The round was definitely starting to go their way, as we can see here. It's so tough. They thought it was B, and then it turns out to be A, and they're just not in position to play the post plant the way that they want to. As it's going to be Infernal Hounds picked up for the side of solo leveling. A very fun card on the defense, as the attackers are going to have to just try and shoot the Molodogs as they start running towards them before they can ignite and explode.
Molodogs, I like that one. As we're going to be seeing a HUD remix as well. A very fun card coming out into play for solo leveling. Guess who in reactive armor on the side of Work in Silence. Mito going to try and see if he can make something happen, but we're going to be seeing that Ashes to Ashes getting played out very early here. They might have something to say about that mid control, as Howl is going to back off, and it looks like they have mostly control of that B main and yard area, as they might bring the push over to that A side. 3 members of solo leveling stacked up onto that B side.
Yeah, Work in Silence on match point as well, so solo leveling going to have to be additionally careful about how they handle this one. They don't want to have to play a post-plant position, numbers down. They can't afford to needlessly lose someone in control over one of these spaces. GON7 goes in with the clone, and that's starting to look real good for Work in Silence. Solo leveling already down 1. Make that a trade though, as the Axon will be able to answer back.
We're going to see Flash now trying to go for that knife dash. He's able to get out of the way just in time of the spray. White and Flash going to need to work together pretty closely to try and come away with any sort of elimination here. Now White going to be dropping that armor, seeing if he can make something happen. Trying to go for the spray. He does get TP'd back, and Flash going to get eliminated. 4v1 situation, and White needs to make this push a possibility if he wants to stay in this map. White gonna try and go for the push. Belky getting extremely low. He's able to get a little bit more tick damage off, and he takes Belky out. He goes for the second, and WS takes the map.
Yeah, work in silence there, playing that post plant perfectly. They know that there's only one player left. They know that they're coming through from defender spawn. And even though they're taking, isolated fights, which you could argue is potentially dangerous, taking the 1v1s 3 times rather than double swinging on out does mean that White could potentially have found the turnaround. But what it does, Zeb, is it lengthens the amount of time that White has to take those fights. So even if he won those 3 individual 1v1s, he likely wouldn't have enough time to book it over to the converter and find that defuse. So all Working Silence need to do that is just delay rather than win.
Exactly. And now they've come away with map number 1. They got it, and they pretty much rolled. Like, there were a couple rounds where solo leveling did have some strengths in there, and they were able to take a few rounds up on them, but I think that Working Silence are going to sweep them out in map number 2.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's 2 very different teams to what we saw the first time that these 2 met. As we talked about, Yggdrasil that day was one of the closest maps that we'd seen so far in the tournament. Not going a lot to say, given the fact that before then, all of the matches were, just 2-0 sweeps, coming out with a lot of them being 6-0. But there was still much more of a closeness in between the 2, where we would see one round would go in one team's favor, the other would seesaw into the others, and we would see that continuous adaptation have to come on through. And it feels like Working Silence still had the adaptation on their side. They were still constantly evolving, whether it came to, Lancer picks, Belky picking up. I know Artie's happy somewhere in this crowd that he got to see Chum gameplay coming into the mix here at the FragPunk Global Invitational. But because they kept just evolving their strategies, whereas solo leveling kept kind of trying to do the same thing, a little bit of noise and attention diverted over towards B. Surprise, it's actually an A push, but no one on Working Silence had fallen for the ruse, and just was still holding on to anchor that side and deny it entirely. Like, solo leveling have got to start giving us a little bit more ingenuity in terms of the strats if they want to continue in this match.
Yeah, and they're going to need to work extra hard. I think they've definitely got something under their belt for game number 2. So map number 2 is going to be coming out in just a second here. Flash and going to be that MVP for the team solo leveling, 7-6 with 1100 damage, almost 12, as we're going to be seeing. Look at Mito, 12-2, 2 deaths in 8 rounds. And those are the rounds that they lost. If Mito dies, the team dies, as it looks to be the trend so far in this game.
So I think I might have identified solo leveling's problem here, Sab. Toboshu tends to be the player that they rely on to enter in, right? We saw at the beginning all of the statistics coming on through, and Corona and Dex. Dex being the first entry Lancer in terms of those picks, Corona being the second. Toboshu died 7 times, which meant that solo leveling 7 times were denied a re-entry play. And they just had so little space to work with it off of the back of that, because that Corona wasn't able to go for the dash and flash. Every single time he was shut down. And I mean, Yggdrasil as well, if you try and push someone like B, the dash and flash is a lot less powerful than someone which is a little bit more open like the A side.
Yeah, taking a look at some more of these highlights. Toboshu, you're just watching every single time he's going down so early into these rounds and so quickly, not able to provide any sort of value for his team. And look at that, even the friendship going on, solo leveling streamer cheering on the Work in Silence team, even though their own team is taking a loss. Nunu had a really good play though, but we are going to go for a break and we'll be right back later.
everybody, and welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational, where we're in the middle of a rematch between Work in Silence and Solo Leveling in the lower bracket to determine who is going to be continuing in this tournament and matching up against LC, and who is headed home. As Seb, it's looking like Work in Silence are going to be working their way through Solo Leveling to manage to match up against LC once more.
And if there is anything they are not, is silent. This is a very loud and very dominant team coming forth into these matches. They've been doing a very, very good job of keeping up pace with some of these very strong teams. I hadn't watched a lot of VOD on Work in Silence, and I am now absolutely in love with the way that they're playing. They are doing such a good job of keeping up pace and winning these matches over and over and over again and absolutely steamrolling their opponents. So this next map coming through, it is their map pick. They won Solo Leveling's map pick, and now they have the opportunity to play their own map that they have chosen and try to claim the 2-0 victory and put themselves in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, I mean, Black Market, we see it so often here on the FragPunk Global Invitational stage for good reason. It's one of those maps where everyone sort of understands how it's meant to play out, right? There's going to be original contact over towards B containers. There's going to be a little bit of presence over towards mid, and then you're going to have teams trying to find lineups either through skylights of A main or potentially just pushing through B with that fake out coming on through and trying to divert the resources of the defenders away so you can get a plant down with that converter and then bundle your way up into either a full stack on containers, or you split your forces and play both container and main, as the defenders have to come on through and try and use all of that utility to spam the attackers out of those swings.
Yeah, you've said it best. It's really, really difficult to be able to get that control. You know, lots of the times we see these CN teams, they're solo leveling as well. They're able to back off of the point. And then they're really strong in that retake, but it seems like their retake is not working. Every time Work in Silence is on the attack, they're able to sort of take away from that retake possibility by just having extremely good gunplay, really good positioning, and playing off angles that the team wouldn't expect.
Well, it's not just that. For solo leveling, right, even in the situations where they had the post plants over on Yggdrasil, they didn't have the time to take advantage of what should be a post-plant situation. When we talk about post-plant situation, we don't just mean when converter goes down. We mean the angles the attacking side then position themselves onto to punish the defenders when they have to play for retake. And unfortunately, if the defenders are still having a presence either on-site or close by it, the post-plant position becomes inherently harder for the attacking side to get away with. And that's something that solo leveling ran into as a problem time and time again.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to change up their game strategy. They're really gonna need to switch things up to try and win this map, as we're gonna be kicking things off. Dragon's Breath on the side of Work in Silence, a super, super strong card. Relativistic bullets and time-saving kill for the side of Solo Leveling, which are very, very, very good cards, especially on defense. That time-saving kill, you get 3 eliminations in the last 30 seconds. That's 30 seconds of a 2-minute round already taken away. A quarter of the round can be gone with 3 kills.
Well, PVS is going to be going for presence over towards main on A with the high life. Nido7's already going to be able to deny the presence of that Dex clone, as PVS has closed up the distance and is looking now with the sniper to put pressure onto back of sight. Belky already in position to get the converter planted. We haven't seen a full death come on through, but it's now that post-plant situation, and all of solo leveling are traffic jammed at the back of point, stuck in purple.
Here we go, solo leveling, trying to see if they can take more of that mid control, but we've got that circuit smoke there blocking the line of sight. It has dissipated now. We're gonna see White try to see if he can get a pick off coming through, and there we go. PVS with the kill, Toboshu with the trade onto Rhythm. Gone7 picking up another one, Flash getting the trade onto Gone7. People are dropping like flies right now. PVS getting another elimination and another 1-0 Work in Silence. The high life strikes again. One of the most dominant weapons in the entire tournament by far, putting in absolute work. PVS, one of the greats in the sniping.
I mean, yeah, just being able to control those angles, like we talked about, right? Everyone from the side of solo leveling stuck in the one place. Purple, you never want to be stuck in the one place when playing into this post-plant situation. Toboshu being able to find that opening pick in mid, but it's here with PVS coming all the way around into Link and keeping up that presence that Solo Leveling find themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place, or I guess PVS, High Life, and everyone else from Work in Silence playing a main to keep Converter in play.
Here we go, jumping into these next bans and picks. Solo Leveling gonna need to do some extra work, but they've got quick start and sustained exposure. That's gonna help them out a whole heck of a lot. Reactive armor on the side of Work in Silence, as well as security check.
I mean, reactive armor means that you can just try and brute force this fight and try and take one of the sites as quickly as you possibly can. There's that staple to Boshu, even on defense, Corona fast lane to control and close the door on short to keep Bridge firmly in the hands of the defenders, which is going to make mid a little bit harder for Work in Silence to be able to play. But at the moment, they're not looking at mid control, they're looking at main, as Balky manages to deter any Dex information grab coming on through from Solo Leveling side.
Rhythm gonna be creeping up with Gone 7 up on the top side, trying to see if they can get a pick. The Chug Chug's gonna go down, and we see someone peek out, but they jump right away to get out of that section. Don't want to get involved with taking too much of an aggressive fight in that stance. Mito 7 gonna back up here. Look like they have the Ashes to Ashes ready to go for a big push, but they're not going to be investing that any longer, as SL Howell gonna try and keep the site on A control down.
There's just too many. The gold dust almost slows them down, but reactive armor means that everyone on the side of Work in Silence just continue to run the circuit down. And that's going to be Work in Silence over towards the A side, yet again finding that plan. It's now 1 versus the rest of the team. Is it going to be the hero play hour? Flash has to be that one player Solo Leveling can rely on, but it's going to be a 1 versus 4, a massively uphill battle. He's going to have to cross through from Purple. The Kismet runs away. Converter, all the meantime, is going to be ticking down and down and down. The longer the round goes, the more desperate Flash is going to be, the less opportunity he has to clear these angles. He might not even go for it. It looks like he might just try and go for any form of disengagement kill he can find as he clears up into Bridge, sees that they're not there, grabs out the knife, and tries to rotate all the way through from Garbage to get out of the detonation AoE.
So we're going to be seeing another beautiful round taken on the side of Work in Silence, who have now got themselves up to nothing. This is going to be very, very risky. Solo Leveling look really under the gun right now. It's unfortunate to see this happen because they are an incredibly strong team. They were able to knock out the #1 seed Chinese team, DPS first, and now they're losing to the Brazilian team.
Yeah, Work in Silence though, just doing such amazing work coming on through. Like, so often we tend to see things like that circuit gold dust slowing everything down, but Work in Silence understand, hey, we've got reactive shield. We can just go straight on through and take the A side. There's a numbers advantage here. If it's just the lone circuit, we're going to be able to overwhelm her and turn it into a post-plant situation where, again, no one from the side of Solo Leveling is going to be there within time. The reinforcements won't come through. The post-plant situation, none of the angles Work in Silence retreat into are going to be known, and they're going to have to get scout checked and cleared before any of the defenders can try and get onto that side. And Solo Leveling now call in the second of their 3 timeouts available to try to come up with a plan before this round runs away from them, as at the moment Work in Silence just have the full advantage play.
Yeah, Work in Silence, especially the fact they don't use their timeouts. So even if we go to that third map, Work in Silence, if they burn all 3 of their timeouts, they're not going to get the advantage. Or if Solo Leveling burns all their timeouts, Work in Silence are getting the advantage of just getting to chill right now. They don't have to burn a timeout, and they're still getting that amount of time to hang out relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, Work in Silence, they've changed up how Black Market plays, and it's all off of understanding how Solo Leveling play. Because when's the last time we saw Work in Silence make a play for Container? The answer is we haven't. They know that that's where Toboshi likes to play. They know at the beginning of the round he'll burn a fast lane charge to be able to play off of it. And all Work in Silence are doing is understanding that the Corona is going to be there and not in other areas of the map, so they can go way more aggressive, way faster with way less punishment.
Here we go. Howl going for a bit of a lineup play coming through right off the rip. We love to see these lineups. Lineups in this game are, an extremely crucial part of the game, and they're performable by everybody. So we're going to be seeing, it looks like Work in Silence starting towards that B side, creeping up, trying to see if they can take pipeline control and go for main. As B short going to be completely empty on the side of Work in Silence, but they've got one waiting there. The Corona going to back off Dex on the side of B short, and it looks like they're going to rotate on over. Could be a timing potential for the SL's Dex to be able to make something happen. We're going to see the TP back from that Dex clone.
Yeah, really good clear of that corner comes on through from Rhythm. Just sliding in and already pre-firing the guitar in case there's someone there. And now with Container clear, this is the round that Work in Silence decide to push on to B. White has no choice but to fully dash on out before he can get overran. As in the meantime, Work in Silence still hold positions on the A.
Yeah, they're able to get the pick off on a Nunu. Mito getting the pick off on a Howl. And here we go, looking for that peak with the High Life. Missing the shots though. Toboshu able to pick up 2 eliminations onto PVS and Rhythm. Now turning it into an even 3v3.
Converter though is going to be down, and that's going to be working against Solo Leveling. Right now, they've got to start clearing these players, but that Kismet, not untouchable, but unfortunately for them, very much a delay. Converter is going to attempt to get stuck.
Oh!
But it's 7 saying thank you, goodbye. The Kismet is able to come on through with the clutch. They had no choice but to go for the stick of the defuse with the time bank left. And Gun7 says goodbye to Solo Leveling's chances of swinging the round back in their favor.
That was so incredibly cool, the jump up. They had his number, they're looking, they know the angle they want to look, but you can't look everywhere at once, and the double kill, taking it for the side of Work in Silence. That's a highlight reel play right there. What a beautiful misdirection, and he caught him looking the wrong way.
Oh, that's Kismet for you. So many tricks that Lancer can pull off.
Ooh, look at this.
Just being able to play Walk on the Wild Side, but yeah, we're going to be able to see some of those shortcuts coming on through. Medical Error yet again manages to make it through the pick ban phase.
That's going to be on the side of Solo Leveling, but Swift Support and Manhunting on the side of Work in Silence. And with the trends of how this map has been going already, we're going to be going into the swap, giving Work in Silence that defensive advantage. And it's going to be very difficult for Solo Leveling to be able to come back from this.
Yeah, Solo Leveling can be a little bit more aggressive now, though. Like Toboshi with the Corona should be able to find more value with these dashes and the flashes off of the Hothead. Gon7 with the Chug from that Nitro is going to be the one jumping up and trying to see where exactly everyone's playing from. Toboshi, oh, lovely little dash to see whether or not there's any presence over towards mid. Doesn't manage to see anyone, though. So that one's going to have to be stored for you guys at home to use and abuse in your own games. As Toboshi now is relegated to having to anchor onto the B with the My Way to see if multiple players try and push from main and Container, given the fact that Solo Leveling lost control of both.
There we go, PVS holding on, trying to see if he can get a little bit of heal going, but it doesn't look like we have any sort of heals available for him, as we're going to be seeing Gon7 just holding this angle as much as possible, trying to keep sure that nobody else is joining in, trying to hold off this side. The 4v5 now, Flash going down, Gon7 getting himself eliminated, Mito and Rhythm picking up kills. And now we're seeing the play start to head back into the favor of Work in Silence. Mito going to be able to get the converter down, and we're going to be seeing these teams starting to rotate over to that B side just to try and get this post plant in the favor of Solo Leveling.
Nunu's going to be coming through from a potentially problematic angle, though. as he's going to be playing from back of side as White with the high life on this Dex. He's going to go for a little bit of a peekaboo, try to get a read on containers. He loses the fight over it though. PVS wins that one out, and Nunu tries to approach through into main, doesn't manage to find the picks with the shotgun, and that converter continues ticking down as DMS continue their rampage through Black Market and through the mentality of solo leveling, because this is just punch after punch after punch.
Yeah, Work in Silence being able to pick off so many of these players, and they're able to stay consistently through the entire round. They're not getting traded out super early. They're getting a pick, and then maybe on their second kill they're getting traded off, but they're always keeping that man advantage. For if they're down a man, or even, it's only either right at the start of the round when it's 5v5 or for a few seconds while Work in Silence decides and tries to get a trade. They're doing so well on that trading side, whereas solo leveling, they're able to get one pick, but they're getting traded out so quickly.
Yeah, it's a really rough one for solo leveling to have to come back from. As we can see, lower bracket run, so much pressure, so much stress. It always adds to the tension. Like, that addition really puts the players through their paces, especially if they don't have previous experience playing under the lights before. As solo leveling, start things off, aggression over towards mid and Link. White just trying to find anything that he can before he gets taken off the board with the Dex clone. And already Work in Silence establish themselves onto A, push everyone from solo leveling all the way back into purple, off of the threat of the Kismet nades coming on through from GON7. And yet again, solo leveling down a player, have to play a post-plant position when they have zero information.
We are even in the 4v4 as Rhythm has gotten himself eliminated here, but they're all stacked up close to each other on the side of solo leveling, whereas the Work in Silence team a little bit more spread out. PVS on the high life, gonna try and see if he can get some crazy post-plant angles. Just gonna allow them to come through for the Ashes to Ashes boost, gonna come in. Valky picking up one, getting traded out almost instantly. Toboshu getting the kill, but GON7 getting the push out, and now in the 2v1 situation, Nunu gonna get the kill. And there we have it. Solo leveling picking up their first round. It's going almost exactly the same as we saw it before. Going in to the side swap, 4-1.
Solo leveling saw the angle that Gon took over Plaza side and said, anything you can do, we can do just as well in the round afterwards. And I mean, Nunu as well on that Axon, just sliding up, closing the distance, providing so much threat in the pocket range. And like you said, going into that side swap, that's going to give a little bit of motivation over to the side of solo leveling. There's a potential for the comeback coming on through. They absolutely can close it on out, but they have to win this first round next.
And this next round is going to be super important to them, because if Work in Silence gets on match point, it's going to be really, really tough. They've got one more timeout. We're going to see Choke banned out here, pull the plug as well, completely banned, small heads on the side of solo leveling, and full firepower. So we're going to see some pretty crazy My Way stuff, I'm guessing.
Yeah, some pretty crazy My Way stuff, potentially some SMG plays. You know what's also really, really crazy? With the full firepower sniper rifles.
Yeah?
Imagine a high life that you never have to reload.
Oh my goodness, that just sounds like every NA player's worst nightmare. The high life that has so much ammo, you do not need to reload it. Extended mags.
Yeah, I mean, there's the SMG though. Mido 7 with the clamp down, the double swing out potentially coming on through from Work in Silence. No one's there to punish. They're at least getting the information that mid has been somewhat quiet. Corridor's still going to see action though. The nades are going to be picking up the accuracy markers. Toboshu comes on through the fast lane and the wall zone, providing him the damage reduction and speed to stick himself and keep himself alive inside that corner angle. And it's going to be enough. They're actually going to be able to take down one, GON7 and Belky going to be removed from play.
There we see it in the 5v3 situation. What is WS gonna do? Toboshu taking some pew damage. PVS able to even the scores just a little bit. Now only down one man. SL needing to make a decision here with 55 seconds left. It looks like they're going to try and go for an A push, but Purple has some presence. Heading back over to B side now, and it looks like they've read that perfectly as the entire SL team starts to make their way to B right after.
Oh, no.
They're already there. The timing gets one. GONE7 now trying to see if he can continue with that, but look at the util, the double kill coming out. GONE7 able to pick up an elimination. Flash getting the kill under rhythm. GONE7 with the triple, trying to go for another. GONE7 last man standing in the 1v1, but SL take it, and 7 HP in a dream for White.
White is just the hero of solo leveling. So many times he is the protagonist of this team. Arise, the hero for the players in the duels, in the 1v1 clutches. Like you said, Working Silence read the play perfectly. The slinger coming on through from the decks the second that he knows that converter is about to go down. Manages to get one, manages to find the isolated fight, turns it into the 1 versus 1, but White is able to come out on top, and map point is denied for Work in Silence.
Phantom A side, safety glasses on the side of Work in Silence, as well as Superhuman and debuffs. Both teams banning Soul Card. Very, very, very powerful card, especially at a 3 cost. So you get so much value out of that for the card that it is. As we're going to be jumping in to this next round, Solo Leveling doing a good job of starting the comeback, but they are still down 2 rounds right now. And if they lose this map, they are completely wiped out.
Solo Leveling still though, 2 rounds now they've been able to take in a row. They're starting to find their footing, they're starting to pick up that momentum, which is what you need if you're on attack. The confidence to go for these plays. It's going to be Meatmaker in the hands of GONE7, the shotgun trying to find the space through container. Toboshu gets chased out of the area off of just the threat from the nades coming on into the mix. Chug gets sent out by the High Life and is then going to be returned with PVS's own. The Nitro getting ready to anchor onto that B. As all of this information, what does Solo Leveling decide to do with it? Converter still has not determined whether it wants to head towards A or B, with the Phantoms in A site coming into play and adding an additional caveat to having to clear your angles wisely.
The Phantom cards seem to be picked up by so many of these players. GONE7 holding this angle, not knowing that there's a pew-pew. GONE7 now knows that there's a lot of people waiting for him if he tries to go there. Not just a pew-pew, a couple of pew-pews, as in guns.
Couple of rat-a-tat-tats, you could say.
Rat-a-tat-tats coming in and trying to make the plays to get this elimination. Is they're going to go for the push here, and it looks like the Dex clone is going to get himself eliminated here, as Toboshu going to be getting hit by the nades. We're going to see all of the flash capabilities coming in, getting bridge control, dropping that down. Nobody getting eliminated off of it. But we're going to see the pathogen wall starting to come out now too. Rhythm trying to see if he can get the pick, but Toboshu with the kill, with the double. Able to find himself some very good value there, and now WS going to try and go for the retake. They weren't able to have as much security as that last round, and now White and SL on that full 5v3.
Ooh. Really good read. The dilemma coming into the play from Solo Leveling side as the converter goes down to prevent Work in Silence for going for that swing the way they did in the previous round off of the Sankey from that converter. Another dilemma is going to be placed, grabbing anyone potentially on through. The pathogen walls are going to be able to board up main, guarding the space against the zombie horde coming on through from Work in Silence. And 3 for 3, Solo Leveling of finding the comeback they needed.
Real quick shout out to the boys from NA Avengers. You saw them there watching in the stands to see who's going to be crowned the champion. And as we take a look at some of these replays, look at how crazy. Toboshu with the double, Howl with the double, Belky trying to get the elimination at the end to finish it off, but Belky with the triple is, or Howl with the triple is going to be the success story there for them. As we're taking a look, the streamer starting to get happy. Everybody dance now. Dun, 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 dun. Elusiveness going to get banned out as well. Vulnerability site B, and Bad Knees on the side of Solo Leveling. Morale booster and blast suits.
Yeah, so Bad Knees is a fun one because it means, yeah, they're going to be taking full damage. It also fully blocks them from jumping. So, all of those ways that you have to jump peek for a little bit of safety, yeah, that's all now removed because apparently everyone just came down with arthritis.
Yeah, and I mean, some of these Lancers are starting to get old. They haven't taken their morning pills yet. They're not able to get that jumping going, but it looks like they're going to be able to hold this pretty easily here without the jumps, as they're going to try and get themselves into a good position to take this round and put themselves at 5-3 to try and get that match point. We're going to be seeing PVS now on the high life. Oh, I love this little nitro wall with the Chug. Mito, if he peeks this, he's going to get hit up with this AR. Huge crosshair placement right here for White. White is, oh my god.
They're gonna swing him.
Into it, and there we go. We're seeing White getting eliminated off of that swing. Peeker's advantage going to the side. Gon7 is going to get that elimination. White going down to Boshu now, trying to push onto that B site. And we're going to see the pew pews coming through as well as Flash. That's A site, sorry, as we are going to be seeing him try to jump through nitro walls everywhere. Toboshu getting himself eliminated. What's going on with Toboshu today? Flash with the trade, though. Belky and PVS are both going to get eliminated off of that.
Solo leveling too, when they rotated through from mid, dropped bridge, so they know that everyone from Work in Silence can only rotate from Defender's spawn. So Converter comes down. It's going to give them a nice little time bank to reposition and start to stabilize on through. Work in Silence also going to be looking for a little bit of stability inside the Emotional Rescue coming on out. As we can see, Solo leveling in the post plant, holding the angle, high life, trying to find a player, any form of movement. They're not quite sure where they're going to be playing from. Enough time has passed. They could be playing from Link. The Dex with the scales is going to have a little bit more life to his name to figure out where they're coming out of. But Work in Silence move on to that point. Rhythm with the Axon slides on into the mix. And now we've got an additional problem. Guitar, shotgun, or bridge.
Oh!
What will it be? Yet again, it's the Dex hero moment for solo leveling, tying things up 4-4.
Wow. Solo leveling right on the comeback, tying it up at 4. The Cure-All. The Cure-All saving the day for them at the last second. And the Axon shotgun, come on, like what happens there? Unfortunate to see that, but it's gotta happen.
Is this the first timer that we see from Work in Silence? Do we see a timeout come from the Brazilian team? Belky, you can see him there giving a pep talk to his team. And yeah, there it is. This is history. This is the first time that we've seen Work in Silence under enough pressure that they decide to call the timeout and make sure that everybody on the team stays on track, stays motivated, even in the other rounds where it's gone, all the way down to duels. Work in Silence have been more than happy to continue the match the way it has been. But now you can see there have been problems that have been arising, and they've got to try and figure out solutions for them. And one of those is White on solo leveling, because this Dex has been unstoppable.
3 rounds straight. They've lost 3 rounds in a row, and they're not looking too hot right now. They're starting to lose a little bit of that confidence, a little bit of that drive. I think they started autopiloting a little bit. They got cocky, they got ready, they're hyped up. They won that first map. They're up 4 rounds. They go on to defense, and they start losing. They start taking these L's. We're going to be seeing Headache Vision and Inherit the Wind banned out on both of these teams, as we're going to be seeing which shard cards they're selecting, as it looks to be Hyperkinetic Bullet and Freeze Bullet on the side of Work in Silence. That's a crazy combo. Quick reload and bigger and badder on the side of solo level.
Yeah, that is a crazy combo coming on for Hyperkinetic Bullet. You do more damage the faster that you're going, and also in terms of that Freeze Bullet, you're going to be sapping your opponent's movement potential as well. And that's really, really strong, not just in the 1v1s, but to deny anyone from the side of solo leveling the opportunity to reposition if they're coming under pressure. Solo leveling, though, already finding the first opening picks. We talked about the Dex being problematic. We talked about White being problematic. This pathogen in main is a problem that refuses to go away. Hypocratic Oath, more like hypocritical oath, because White has been doing damage, and he's got no medical solution for work in silence right now.
They're not looking too hot as the amount of eliminations that are getting picked off from this healing character are so many in the numbers. As we're going to see Taboshu taking some damage on site. Gon7 able to get up the pick onto Nunu. White going to get eliminated here, evening things out into a sort of scenario, but Rhythm going to go down. Gon7 going to go down. Mito in the 1v1. Taboshu going to jump over, and SL take it!
5-4. All of a sudden, solo leveling finds that confidence, and Seb, we've got a series on our hands.
Oh my goodness, if they take this next round, we're going on to map number 3, which I'd actually love to see. Aket.
True. I mean, if Work in Silence take this next round, we go to Deals, which I would also love to see.
So let's get the duels, and then let's also get Aket. We can have both. We can have both. It doesn't have to be one or the other, Moxie.
Yeah.
As we're going to be seeing Vampire Knight and Swift Resolution banned out. No more. Birdman for Work in Silence and Foot Dragging. That's going to be a huge card on that side, depending on how much they invest.
Okay, there's about to be a Corona that just flash dashes up from container and holds the space with Birdman.
I like
with
that.
either an SMG or a sniper to still have that 100% accuracy coming on through.
Oh, they put 4 into Birdman or into Foot Dragging.
Yeah,
and
there's gonna be a lot less mobility coming on out on the side of solo leveling.
Look at how sluggish these players start to move here.
I mean, we were talking a little bit yesterday about one of the shortcuts we wanted to see being a slow-mo. Technically, Foot Dragging is slow-mo, just for the other side, as you can see. The more cards that they invest, well, there it is, called it. It's actually the My Way that he uses. Gon7 essentially grows wings and hits the next evolution path of Corona.
The next evolution path of Corona is absolutely crazy. Oh, Taboshu gonna snipe him out of the air. The Bird's getting shot down, but Mito able to get the trade onto Flash and White as Rhythm does go down. 3v3, all tied back up again. These players are doing a very good job of keeping the trades going, and now we're getting that emotional rescue coming through onto the side of PBS. Jumping around, Taboshu going to get himself eliminated. 3v1 situation as Nunu has an opportunity. He's got 3 HP left on his clone. If he gets a kill on the clone, he does have a good chance. Oh, healing right here for him as well. This is going to bring him back up to 20 HP.
Oh, they gave away his position. The sand queue, they knew instantly where that Dex would play from. High Life doesn't find the pick it's looking for, the 2 double swings, so that he can't have the speed to take both of them down, and we get our wish. We go to duels. I will say solo leveling do have the advantage, in my opinion, going into the 1v1s, right? Taboshu has proven in the past to be a very adept dueler, and White and Flash have both been able to find hero play moments when it really comes down to it, so I'm not surprised at all the order that's coming through. Taboshu at the beginning trying to take down the opposing Corona, and then White and Flash all the way at the end, so that the Dex has the 2 lives, can take the 2 versus 1 if he has to take on multiple Lancers in a row.
And all I've been thinking in my head is, it's time to duel. Here we go. Taboshu gonna try and see if he can make the play. Mito 7. Oh, lots of damage onto that side. The lineup's gonna be coming in, but Mito getting eliminated. Taboshu picking up that first pick, but 1 HP and a dream on that side here. Rhythm needs to get.
The lineup.
Oh, shooting the 3, and he hit it, nothing but net. Howl going to be shooting that lineup as well. Rhythm on the side. All of these nade lineups are going to be coming through. Rhythm needs to get this rocket launcher. Oh my goodness, and this is...
Yeah, it's terrifying
crazy.
Going up against a broker in a 1 versus 1. That's ideally what Taboshu needed to do. Get Goddard's out of the way, as he only had 5 HP, but I mean, that's why the broker held on to the rocket launcher coming on out. Howl closes up the distance, thinks about potentially taking that jump pad, doesn't decide to go for it. We go to OT, the broker's already taken damage, so he is going to lose the timeout duel unless he pushes and gets aggressive. And Howl knows the situation he's been forced into and just holds his position and waits for jump pad to be used, and that time around he almost loses his own life. Sonic Surge does come through, doesn't find the target that he's looking for. He knows they're not behind box number 1. They've got to be behind box number 2, but you're pushing a pathogen inside an emotional rescue, and Garden 7 is going to be able to live through it all.
Nunu here on the front side, gonna try and see if they can get some HP back, but Garden 7 denies the kill instantly.
Belky, team captain, has to be the hero of the hour for his team right now. Circuit is gonna close up the distance, doesn't use the jump pad, no sound cue, decides to just cliff walk it, and we go to a 1 versus 1. Pathogen Wall gets invested, Gold Dust to split some of that space. Belky takes the high ground angle, waits to see if he can get any information off of his utility. Where could this pathogen be? White still hold, is going to get grabbed up into that dilemma. He's now got to try and clear the angle as the circuit swings. We've still got an emotional rescue. Out comes the knife. The pathogen wall denies the one-shot potential. He's still playing the other side of the wall. The timeout situation is about to go on down, and he's going to be able to live. It's going to be up to the knife kill coming on through, so the circuit has enough damage to get it in time, and it's not to be! White bunkers up behind 2 pathogen walls and lives with his fortification of the siege of the circuit.
Here we go, PVS on the side, sending through these pistols, trying to get as much util as possible off before entering into this fight, the jump pad take, but he's just allowing White to get so much healing value off. The pathogen wall is just going to be stuck in front, drops the wall down, 25 HP, but the wall comes back up, drops it down, but the timing, oh my goodness, SL! They take it! Oh my goodness, how fast was that? He had 6 HP left, but the headshot came through and took it away.
Well, not just that, remember, they also had 1 whole lance left in the form of the Dex. Flash is just waiting to see whether or not he's going to be needed. And even then, if you take down the clone, you still actually got to worry about the decks themselves. I said that solo leveling had the advantage going into the duels, that players have just been more proven in being able to live the 1 versus 1s. And you could see in the way that they took those approaches, like White played that situation perfectly. We talk so often about Pathogen being really frustrating to play up against in terms of those dual 1 versus 1s. Having those walls, especially on the black market duel, you don't have to play aggressive. You literally just pick a corner and you put 1 wall around 1 cover, the other wall around the other, and then you just sit there, because they're going to have to break the wall, which gives the information away of the angle that they're going to try and push, or they're going to have to go for some of those jump shots to try and get the damage on top of you over that wall, and it just does not work out. Poor Belky is trying to do everything that he possibly can. He got the dilemma off, he managed to grab onto the pathogen, the knife even comes out, basically trying to find that one-shot potential off of the CC, and it's just not enough because there's 2 pesky pathogen walls stuck in position, which White is able to break and then recall, so that he still has set up defenses to try and live that next duel that comes afterwards.
So heartbreaking for Work in Silence here. They were really close to being able to take it. They had 4-0. It's going to be a huge hit to their mental. Hopefully they're going to be able to take that into a reset and they won't fall too far behind, because 4 rounds straight.
4 rounds straight.
4 rounds straight into the duel domination. With they still had their decks available, like you said.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a difficult one jumping into this next game on Arquette that we're gonna get to see. But let's take a look at the game stats. 6-5 for SL. It's gonna be White. 11-8, 11-9 for Toboshu. Toboshu, there you go. Look at that. Toboshu decided to step it up this game, and they won.
I mean, like I said, he had a couple of problems coming in through on the defense. It's very easily read how Toboshu likes to play the Corona on the defense, on the black market, and Work in Silence were able to take full advantage of knowing the information before they even needed to gather it, as we can have a look and see our highlights coming on through. A lot of the early game and all of the early rounds were in Work in Silence's favor. Like, they had some amazing players, Ribbon there on that action, just closing up the distance, managing to just anticipate the presence of everyone around those corners so he can instantly pre-fire. This moment too here, for Gon Set, where he just mantles over Plaza Sign and takes out 2 as they try and stick that diffuse. Insane stuff coming on through from solo leveling, but the side swap was really where we saw the tempo swing out of control for Work in Silence.
Yeah, they were looking really good in those first couple of rounds, but then as soon as they got a little bit of extra confidence, solo leveling were able to take so much away from the side of Work in Silence. And there you have it. The climb back started in round number 6. They ended up coming back 4-1, bringing it back and winning 6-5. And that is so difficult to be able to do. And it's just amazing to see. And it looks like we're going to be going to a break, and we'll be right back in just a second. 2 maps down, 1 to go in one of our final games of the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. I'm so psyched to be here. This is your caster, Seb, and this is also your caster, Moxie, hosting caster. Here we go. We are jumping into map number 3 on Aket, which we've seen only a couple of times before in this tournament, so I'm super excited to see some of the crazy Nitro Pathogen jump boost walls that we are going to be seeing coming out on this map. PBS with the high life on those Nitro walls is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be dependent, though, whether or not Work and Silence can bounce back, because they've been taking some punches. They have been taking some punches, right? 4 rounds in a row you lost on Black Market after the side swap, and then you lost your deals too. So that's very demoralizing, but I mean, if there's any team, any captain that can talk the team out of that tight position, it's Belky. I mean, he's so optimistic, he's so passionate. We saw him in the timeouts making sure to try and keep the team on track. And I have no doubt that as we were waiting for, you know, the next round to come on through, the next map to come on out, and the players were all on break, Belky was giving the team a good old pep talk.
Oh yeah, Belky is going to be getting these players absolutely motivated. Let's take a look over there. They are looking locked and dialed in right now. Everybody getting ready for this next game to start things off. Map 3 on Aket. I'm so excited for this. This is going to be one of the most intense matches. I think there's one of 3 ways it can go. And I know this is kind of saying, I think it all comes down to that first round. Whoever takes the first round, I'm going to predict, is going to take away the entire game. It's either going to be a sweep from either of the teams, or we're going to see duels. It's not going to be a close match with a win. There's not going to be like a 4-6. It is going to be duels or a 6-0.
Yeah.
It has to be one of those ways. I don't think that these teams have they're so close that it will go to duels if it's a close game. If one of these teams does start to make mistakes and starts to falter, then it does have the opportunity to go to a 6-0, 6-1 situation. But I don't think we're going to see any 6-4, 6-3, that kind of area of play.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, like you said, going to really come down to the first round to see who manages to have the momentum swinging out behind them. Like, Aket can go either of 2 ways. The attackers can very quickly, as we've seen, manage to take control of A site. Some of the CN teams having fastest pushes we've seen on a map type on the attacking side so far. Like, absolutely mind-boggling how quick they can just manage to brute force past the numbers advantage with things like that Circuit Gold Dust, making plays for that space. Or it could be a very slow push, but if that does become a thing, then the attackers have to constantly be vigilant of potential flanking dexes coming on through, as we can have a look to see what shard cards are going to be coming on through. Shield Rod is actually going to be able to make it past the picks and bans, and that is going to be providing a nice little safe bubble of space away from all of the rifle fire.
Here we go. Circuit already with the smokes on to that side. And Aket, we haven't seen this in such a long time. It's nice to get to a warm little paradise, just like how warm this caster booth is right now. SL Howell going to be jumping into that ball form to try and see if they can get a little bit of extra information. Flash has already been eliminated at the start of this round here, as Mito going to be taking a look up into those high areas. He knows where these pathogen and nitro wall spots are, so he's going to be looking up for those just to see in case one of these teams is playing on the off angle.
Yeah, Mito 7 pushing up, trying to find any information that he can with the Chug Chug and the camera, as Taboshu slowly moves his way up into square. Gets ready to dash in with the flash, but it's the Axon will be able to come on through with the rifle and the assist coming on through from his teammates at his back. They give him that emotional rescue too, so all of the damage that he took taking that duel is now removed, as that converter can stop potentially making its way onto A. They still, though, have to deal with the presence of Work and Silence. It's not fully cleared, as we can see that Howl from window is feeding the information to the team that, hey, this site is not fully locked down. Don't come in just yet. Teboshu also having to keep a watchful eye. The reason why he's checking all the way behind him despite that wall is that you actually get a vantage point with a double nitro boost into that space.
I love the little kitty bounce on the side of the scopes of that high life. As we're going to be seeing Gone7 still trying to hold this angle. We do have a lot of util being used to try an entry onto this site. Solo leveling gonna boost in. We're gonna see 1, 2. Teboshu getting traded out though as PVS gonna be able to pick up an elimination. SL though are so dominant, and there you have it, 1-0. 6-0 for SL, that's my prediction right now.
So solo leveling, again, I talked about this, right? The rounds that they weren't able to find value was when Teboshu was taken out before they were able to find those entry points, and he is the entry. He goes in, yes, he gets traded, but he's already taken down 2, and he's been able to provide the opening for his decks to come on through with the follow-up on the Classic, with the cure hole being the cure for that round. Solo leveling going to be really happy with the momentum that they were able to pick up from that one, and that again is another punch sent work in Silence's way. Are they going to actually be able to hold that ground though, or is that going to be the bell ringing for this team?
Pull the plug, getting selected. Oh my goodness, I thought we were going to see that banned out.
Yeah.
Like, why aren't they picking Dolhans? Oh, right. Pull the plug. No shard cards available, and that just means that SL is so confident in their ability to take gunfights and using their util, they won't even need any sort of shard card advantage against this team. Here we go. No shard cards this round, but it did mean that WS is going to be able to save all of their points, as we're going to be seeing last shot coming through.
Oh.
SL jumping up. White going to be able to creep through this. Try and see if they're going to be able to make anything happen. Util pistol is going to be coming out, and now the Dex is going to end up getting shot. But
there's still one
more
more.
Through. Balky going to get the pick, but he's going low, and the trade coming through. Howl able to pick up the kill.
Yeah, I was going to say, they know that there's a presence in window, but do they know how many the presence actually is? Now they know that there were 2 rather than 1. Door is going to get shut. Gone7 holding the angle on the decks with the high life. Socket Goldust is going to start moving through, blitzing out a path. Out comes the Corona trying to make that entrance, and Gone7 has no choice but to divert away from the anchor position and rejoin his team over towards Square, as Solo leveling should be able to take control of A and play for a full post plant as Work in Silence go for the full wraparound. Hold on a minute, they're going to be coming through from main rather than Link.
There we go, PVS picking up 1. Nunu going to be able to get the trade onto Gone7. As we're going to be seeing them try to jump in. Nunu almost getting pieced up with the high life there, and there we go, the clone gone. Nunu going to peek out again, and he loses that shot. Flash going to get eliminated here. Howl in the post plant is going to go down. WS tying it up at 1.
PVS, what a monster with the high life, and then being able to come on through with the finisher on the pistol as well. I mean, solo leveling did also peak at really rough time positions. You're going to see it here in the highlights. Like, yeah, this was the beginning. This is where they would figure out, okay, there's 2 players over towards window. But look at this. 1 player peeks, boom, high life picks up the target. Next player peeks, boom, high life's already had the opportunity to reload.
The Quadra! Oh my goodness, it's absolute insanity with what these players are able to do with weapons that are supposed to be used at a long range. Snipers in video games, absolutely insane. King of Eggs coming to the ban, and Weapon Morph being an incredibly strong card getting banned out as well. We're going to see IP theft on the side of Work in Silence, as well as Open Your Big Trap. B short ban and large bounty on the side of solo leveling, going to give them a huge advantage for having to watch a side. B short is going to be completely closed off as we're jumping into this next round, and now that I see Work in Silence get the round, I'm thinking we're going to see some duels here.
Oh, it's going to be a waiting game to see whether or not anyone's going to be taking advantage of early preparation stage nitro boosts and potential lineups. As Lift is going to be activated, PVS going to be playing a Heaven angle over towards B. Converter still hasn't decided. Solo leveling, not really making any inroads in space just now. This is going to be Tiboshu yet again, already all the way midway through into patio, trying to keep the attention of all of these players posted on up in square. Chug's POV gonna get broken out. Rhythm not finding the opportunity to slide in and take a duel against that Corona the way he'd been looking for in the prior rounds. As this time Solo Leveling have already been able to push up into window. There's the fast lane. Tiboshu managing to get down his molly to just sit in it and have that damage reduction as, oh my goodness, look at the tick damage that's coming through continuously onto these players called Ide and Link.
Yeah, the Util taking a big hit there as PVS still trying to hold with the high life. He knows somebody's nearby. He does miss the pick, but now his team's starting to push up mid to try and assist. Someone going over, and the triple kill from WS. Velky with 2, Mito with 1. Now in the 5v2 situation, WS looking extremely strong here. PVS needing to get that heal, the emotional rescue coming through on the side of WS.
It's not going to be able to benefit their Axon though, as he's too far out in that corner to try and swing. If he does, he exposes himself to those players pushing up from Link. Work in silence though, still going to be able to find the picks. Converter didn't even get near one of those sites as all of the focus of the map went down into the mid.
There you have it, folks. Velky picking up 2 amazing kills there. That jump over into the trade from Mito was such a perfect pick. Using the walls and the utility and the knife jumps, being able to boost up onto things from amazing angles to be able to create more situations where these players are forced to aim at off angles and take their attention away from the main angles that these players are peeking, getting beautiful trades.
Yeah, I mean, that's Arcat in a nutshell. Having to constantly look at the angles that you do not expect to see coming on through. Solo Leveling are now going to be the ones calling that time out, as they're aware that Work in Silence is starting to regain some of that momentum. They want to cut it out immediately before this defense finds themselves gaining any sense of comfortability. Remember too, Solo Leveling tried to play that round a little bit slower. They tried to go for that duel over towards mid to see if they could take advantage of, in case Work in Silence was spreading their defenses thin, having to hold on to both the A side, the mid of the map, and the B side. But Work in Silence don't fall for it, and they still have 3 players posted up to keep control of the precious position of Square. And unfortunately that meant that Solo Leveling weren't able to find the isolated fights they were looking for. And now they've got to figure out, is it just worth deathballing onto one of these sites if Work in Silence are already going to be split?
Gorilla Fighter and Blast Suits being banned out by both of these teams. Fragile Converter and Minimags for Work in Silence, as well as long-term investment. They're investing a lot here, but getting that long-term investment, and they already have 7 extra shard card points. They are balling right now. I think in the long run, that shard card cancel, being able to not use any shard cards. Oh, big shot from PVS there. Now the team not knowing not to peek that.
Yeah,
You're
that's
gonna see the chug off.
That's not normally an angle that Nitros get to take. That is a wall only angle that you can find. There's a little burner that you can jump off of and then knife jump over to the building. On the left side, Nitro wall your way up and you'll have one good angle. You can use your double wall though to get a better one, and you can see that the Nitro wall just sticking out of the actual map wall, showing how exactly that opening snipe shot came on through, and that has unfortunately sunk all of the momentum that Solo Leveling were looking to pick up. You can see White being hyper vigilant. There's a reason he's keeping the crosshairs trained on that angle. That's another Nitro wall jump placement that you can find to see all the way into attacker's spawn, which can be exceptionally brutal if you're not anticipating something like a Resolver or a High Life playing from that position. As Solo Leveling, we talked about it, they needed to be decisive. Unfortunately, it looks like they're currently stuck between indecision, trying to figure out where they want to go, as Work in Silence still not giving up the positions, as they have not spotted any movement from the attackers.
We've seen the Chug getting destroyed on the side of White. They have that info. And we're going to be seeing where these players are going to start to take. 30 seconds left into the round, so they're going to be forced to full push here. Let's see if Work in Silence is going to be able to stop them. And it looks like the amount of util that they're dropping down right now is going to be good enough. Toboshu going to push onto the site, but not able to find anybody. Trying to see if he can go for one of those marksman rifle shots, as we're going to be looking up onto the top. Oh, there we go. Mito7 able to get a double kill, but Toboshu going to be able to get the pick off. 2v3 situation now. 2 seconds left onto that converter plant.
Not enough time.
And there we go, jumping in into the 1v1. And there you have it. They need to get that converter going. Gon7 holding still for a second there, but realizing the converter does need it to get taken away.
It's not enough time. Solo Leveling didn't have enough time. They got converted down, but they didn't have enough time to play a post-plant position. And Work in Silence just immediately grab site control back.
With 3 seconds left to plant, it's definitely not the most ideal situation, especially when Toboshu is on such low HP. In that situation, they just take him out so quickly and so easily. And now, Work in Silence have started to go on a bit of a roll here. They're taking up 3 rounds to 1. Now, all they have to do is not fall like they did in map number 2. TikTok getting banned out, as well as Lightsaber, Lucky Bullets, and Parting Vision, as well as It's Mine now on the side of WS, and they still have 13 extra points. That long-term investment putting so much work in for them last round.
Yeah, Work in Silence just buying up all of the shard cards they could want. They're on an absolute spending spree right now. For SL, it's going to be a rough one for sure, as the shard card advantage is in the hands of their opponents. Work in Silence currently sitting on a 3-1 scoreline. As speaking about sitting, we've got one of those angles coming on through that's going to allow everyone to have information onto the attackers link over to both short and main if they try and push side.
Toboshu going to be hitting up with the My Way, seeing if he can make anything happen. We're hearing shots ringing out. He's going to try and peek around here. Rhythm is going to be waiting for him. 2 players there. Might try and go for an entry pretty quickly. We're going to see the Ashes coming out, but not doing anything else other than that, just trying to hold. We're going to be seeing now Rhythm jumping to the other side. Toboshu going to be taking some damage, as well as PBS. Jumping to the backside now, trying to see if they can climb down. PVS is going to get eliminated as lift goes up, and they jump into sight.
Yeah, that lift is now occupied, as too is that site. Solo Leveling don't have it fully cleared. There is actually a whole flank coming through from Work in Silence that's going to be hitting through from Puddle in a matter of moments if they're not careful. Converter goes down. Doors into Liftwell, gets shot on out. It's Mine now comes into play, but Gon7 is taken out of the equation. And it is just going to be a 1 versus 3. The hero of the hour, Nunu from Heaven, is going to potentially get 1, but it's not going to be enough. And that converter is going to get diffused.
There we have it. 4-1 for Work in Silence. And now it's looking more and more probable that Work in Silence are going to be able to take it in map number 3.
Still, this is what we saw on Black Market. This exact scoreline.
Yeah.
And then Side Swap came through.
Although Work in Silence was able to, they lost their first round. We saw they went up 4-0, and then they got the 4-1.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. I think if you're Work in Silence and you don't instantly win this round, you're gonna be haunted by Black Market, and Solo Leveling could definitely gain some ground. Unfortunately for them though, Solo Leveling now going to be on that defense, and that's where it looks a little bit rough. And that's where Toboshu also wasn't really able to find the value on that Corona.
Hogs are in play for Work in Silence. One of the funniest cards. They're tracking little hogs that will jump around and knock. Oh my god, yeah. The hog on the wall is absolutely
crazy. Welcome to the balmy things that you can do with Nitro Wolves in play. Break the rules taken quite literally as PVS breaks map geography to get a good read onto the setup of B site over on the defense. And that's going to give Work in Silence so much information into short. Chug is going to push, gets taken out, the short circuit coming on through. And now it's solo leveling, backing on off. A lot of this pressure coming through from that side. They don't want to take the brawl fight when Feral Hogs are in play. They can't afford to get knocked down around a corner that Work in Silence can easily swing. And they're giving up space to manage to mitigate that risk.
Yeah, the smoke's going to be dropping down, giving White just enough time to get that cover and back out. Now we're going to be seeing that emotional rescue come through. The Hogs not doing too much, but Nunu going to get eliminated. The flank, Belky picking up 2. As we now see them try and go for a regroup here. Converter is going to get planted. Belky going to get himself eliminated here. Work in Silence. Toboshu getting knocked down. The Hogs putting in the work that they're supposed to here. As we're going to be seeing these players try and go for this post-plant situation. I believe they're down a man here. It's SL 3v4 situation now into the 3v3 as Toboshu picks 1.
Oh, from Drain!
There we go. Toboshu getting another. Howl picking it up again. As we're going to see the Hog knocking down, but it's in the 3v1 situation. The defuse is second to none. The spray is going to come out, but he's waiting for the push, and Howl is going to take it. And this is the start of Work in Silence's demise last time, and I think he called it.
What a play from Toboshu. Oh my goodness, I'm sure we're going to see it in the highlight replay. That Corona being able to flash dash as a re-entry. Insane to be able to clear the angle being held. Like this flank here coming through from Belky was really, really strong, but Toboshu was the turnaround. There it is. Flash dashing out from Drain and just being able to catch everybody on the site with that one. No one from Work in Silence was anticipating that tempo change up. Hopefully now, though, they're anticipating the potential comeback solo leveling can lobby against them.
But Work in Silence have Blade Master, so it's pretty much GG's when it comes to the Blade Master. You are able to block and cut bullets in half, and then you have a one-shot blade that is going to absolutely
you still take damage from weapons.
Yeah.
It's just not a headshot and chest height, but you're still able to take damage. It's not always going to be a melee off, because as you said, the katana does have a little bit more range to it. You have that advantage as PVS was wanting to see whether or not he could get away with the nitro shenanigans we see on a cat time and time again. Will once more go into Chug POV and start clearing up some of that space. It's not short this time. It's going to be all the way through from Puddle into Lift. That's going to be smoke coming out too. Flash, not quite sure whether or not there's going to be a Lancer following all of that lack of information. Puts himself onto the angle. In the meantime, Work in Silence have very quietly cracked themselves over towards A.
We've got Gon7 holding that katana out, trying his hardest to block bullets for his teammates, who will then attempt to go for the shot, as we are going to see the flank coming down. Nunu missing. He's gone down to 10 HP. There's no teleport available for him. We're going to see the healing come out. Nunu on the front side. White going to get himself hit up. Here we do have the katana coming into play. Gon7 gonna try and get the kill. Flash getting one onto Belky, but Gon7 able to get the trade over here. PVS with the katana out. Gonna try and see if he can pick one up, but they're doubling up, making it very difficult for him to play any sort of post plant. He's gonna keep the katana ready. Drain gonna come through. The push is gonna be huge. Mito gonna be able to prevent it though as they get all three. And now in the 1v1 situation, Toboshu pull the knife out, pull the katana out, pull the katana! There you have it.
I mean, Axon nades. Axon nades are gonna do the job. What is mightier than the sword, Seb? Some would say the pen, Axon would say the sticky nades.
The pen is mightier than the sword, but the nade trumps all.
Yeah, that's our version of rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, Axon nade.
Beats everything.
Run.
That is your best possible option. That or just, kill the action so you don't have to deal with it. Speaking about dealing with it, that scoreline is going to be something that solo leveling are not going to be happy about dealing with in the slightest.
I think they are going to be taking a timeout here. and we're going to see if the timeout buff is going to be affected onto the side of Work in Silence, because Work in Silence definitely needs this timeout. They need to regroup and say, hey, we got here last time, let's not go to duels this time, because if we go to duels, solo leveling is going to beat us out. I think that's kind of the trend here, is solo leveling is so consistent in their dueling abilities that they are going to win if this map does go to duels. Bio Warrior on the table, but not enough points for either of these teams to pick that up. We're going to be getting Hard Rain on the side of SL and Explosive Shot on the side of a Work in Silence.
Okay, so Hard Rain is going to actually be incentive to try and fight in the open space. So it's likely that we're going to be seeing solo leveling trying to stop Work in Silence from going over towards that B site, potentially stacking a lot of their players towards the A with that mind read though, where you understand, okay, if they're going to think we're fighting over here, it's actually going to be fighting over there instead. The sort of mind game around the mind game, if you will, the Uno reverse card.
Too bad we don't get to see Melee Rod. Honestly, I love the Melee Rod play.
Melee Rod with Blade Master, yeah, that's a fun round for sure.
Melee Rod and Blade Master combined, and then Vitality Staff.
You know what's really funny too? There's a shard card, not in Advanced, but in Unranked, where it forces everyone to only be able to use melee weapons, but there's also a shard card that allows one team to become archers, and that you can actually use to overlap past the melee only. So one team are just stuck with the knife and the axe, and you're just there from a distance, essentially becoming Legolas.
Legolas hitting up those orcs, and then Bio Warrior coming in too. That's a whole movie right there. You've got a storyline. The one converter
to rule them all.
As we're gonna be jumping.
And in the Phantom Sight, bind them.
Oh my goodness, it's perfect. It's literally perfect. There's no other way to describe it. We are playing Lord of the Converters right now.
Oh my goodness, we have fun. We do have fun here.
Yeah, the
on
shenanigans on the caster
See,
desk.
we can have the smiles. We can have the fun. It's light and airy here for us. It's tense.
Light and airy. I don't know about you, but I'm sweating buckets right now.
Well, there you go. You're essentially on the team.
These guys, all the spotlights on them, they must be getting real sweaty, but real sweaty in the game, doing good at the game. I'm just getting sweaty sad, you know? Here we go, though, ladies and gentlemen. Hard Rain going to be picked out, and it is pouring down as Explosive Shot is going to be hitting on the side of Work in Silence.
Moment of truth here for solo leveling. They called a timeout to set themselves up for this round. It starts off well. Hal picks up one, gone 7, and Hal are also going to be able to pick up a second. They're getting so many of these players, like we talked about. They've actually maneuvered over to the A site rather than the B, so Hard Rain doesn't have that level of value that it is. And Work in Silence are not getting any value right now. White 48 HP will be able to dip back into the emotional rescue. Out comes Mido. Can he find the hero play his team are looking for over the B site? Work in Silence go, but the numbers advantage strictly against them. There's a potential for a clutch here, Seb, but it's an uphill battle.
Here we see the 4v2 situation is definitely not one that you want to be in. Mido gonna be able to get one, dashing backwards. The Ashes to Ashes giving him that extra help as well. Healing coming through on that side. 4v2 situation, a little bit more winnable, but still a very, very difficult, especially with the Explosive Shot on the side of, or the Hard Rain on the side of SL. Trying to push up, Mido gonna see if he can make something happen. The timing on the side of Flash might be a little bit difficult. Time running out. No, he turns it away. Knife out. He gets the kill, but White gets the trade. And the 1v3 situation, the plant's gonna come through, and SL takes it. 5-3 on the side of WS, but SL picking up that last round. 2 more chances before the duels. You think they can do it, Mox?
I mean, I'm telling you right now, all that's running through Work in Silence's minds right now is not another black market, not another black market, not another black market. As it was just the early kills coming through from solo leveling. Work in Silence were not ready for that amount of aggression that early on into the round. They thought that they had a little bit more time to play it. Could try and find some information, could maybe go for a little bit of a slow burn push up mid, and it's just denied immediately by the tempo swap up.
Ooh, Infernal Hounds on the side of solo leveling. That's going to be one that is super unfortunate for Work in
Battle
Silence.
hardened too.
Battle hardened as well, but invisible traps and elusiveness going to be helping the side of Work in Silence.
You know what I'm really happy to see? No one picks up Return to Sender.
Yeah.
no one picks up Return to Sender, as we've seen. That can be the bane of both teams, including the team that actually decide to play it.
Moxie's doing backflips right now, guys. Trust me. In the caster booth. You guys missed it, but she did a backflip.
Trust. As we're going to be trusting, can solo leveling continue to play from behind? 2 more rounds that they need to win to take us to duels. Work in Silence just need the 1 to close things out. Gon7 is going to send it down drain alongside 2 of his companions onto A side. Everyone dashes. Converter already finding a home as Work in Silence turn it into a post-plant situation. No one's really exchanged fire. All of this utility still entirely to play for as Nunu gets spotted on out, trying to come through from long. And that's the first round, death of the round, quickly traded out. 4-4 from Drain. Saboshu comes. Can he flash and dash and find his entrance? Yes, he can.
2v2 situation, 25 seconds left. This could be the game here, but PBS extremely low. Just gonna be playing for this post plant here. Both of these players trying to see if they can pick up a nice cheeky little angle going through, but we're gonna see the Nitro wall coming through, and the timer could be coming through. PBS picks up a kill. Oh my goodness, does he have the time? He gets it, but does the defuse go? Does it go? Does it go? No! WS! WS are working in silence, full frontal force, taking the round.
The Nitro wall doesn't have enough health to stand up to it. The 2 players stacked in window. You have to deal with both of the threats individually, and the Infernal Hound also comes into the mix too, where you have to just step away for the converter, shoot the Molo Dog before it detonates on top of you and takes you out of the round that way. WS keep their cool, calm and collected, force the situation into a post plant. It's so risky sending that many players early on through Drain. But go big or go home, and WS aren't going to be the ones that go home right now. Solo leveling are knocked out of the tournament. Work in Silence are going to be the team that take on Last Chance in our next game.
And look at the sportsmanship from these teams right here. It's been good vibes all around. Even though it's competition on the stage, it is still good vibes from everybody coming through. And that's what we love to see. This isn't just a tournament to see who's the best. This is a tournament about bringing gamers together, uniting them under one front of a perfect, amazing tournament, just like this one here, the FragPunk Global Invitational. And now we have both of our finals underway, ready to go. Our lower bracket finals are going to be starting out in just a moment. It's going to be WS versus LC, the Last Chance France team. France versus Brazil, Portuguese versus French. This is going to be a very interesting matchup coming through because Last Chance have dominated and they've beat Work in Silence before. That is one crucial thing to remember, is they won their match, but it was close. They went to duels in both games. They won 2-0, but it went to duels, so it's going to be extremely close. Maybe Work in Silence off of this win are going to have a little bit more confidence coming into this matchup, and I think they've done a little bit of work, so we're gonna get to see.
Yeah, I think like Work in Silence, very, very strong in the actual rounds, but as we've seen both against Last Chance and there against solo leveling, there is a disparity in the duels right? They play as a team, even when we're looking at how they're playing, around Belky, where there are some rounds that Belky just doesn't die because he's getting to fully play off of setups from his teammate, where they're, the diversion, they're the distraction, and Belky is the one that's the actual threat. You can't do plays like that in your 1v1s. It's a 1 versus 1. You don't get to call in a second player and say, hey, can I play off of you? Can I swing off of you playing that fake? And it shows a lot of the time. So I think for Work in Silence, what we're going to see them actually gain the most value from in terms of adapting after that defeat from Last Chance isn't about working on the maps, isn't about the micro or trying to counter strat. I really just think it's putting themselves into those duel arenas and running Duel Master until they're able to win those 1v1s.
Here you have it. Match stats from the game. 6-3. Actually, I said it's not going to go 6-3. I was mistaken, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes my predictions are a little bit off. We're going to take a look at these highlights really quickly. Look at how well Howell was able to control the start of this game in the first couple of rounds. But as soon as WS got on that run with PVS, they were able to start coming through and absolutely dominating the competition.
Yeah, there were small things, that showed that there was a little bit of discomfort coming on through from solo leveling, swinging individually into high life angles when the high life had already been able to reload, letting drain control as well go entirely to Work in Silence's side on that last round here. Solo leveling getting to push all the way through from Puddle, and just immediately collapsing onto Work in Silence when they're not anticipating those early aggressive rounds coming out. And that's actually something that Work in Silence then started taking advantage of too. In that last round, 3 of those players just stack walk up patio into Link into Square, so that if it is a fight, they're going to be taking it with the numbers advantage, and then they'll immediately gain control of Drain, so they can just full send it onto A and turn it into a post plant, not playing for control of the site, but trying to actually get that converter planted with a bird's eye view of the window angle, which was the thing that solo leveling weren't able to contest with only 2 Lancers left.
Yeah, and it's a difficult thing to be able to hold specific angles when you're only on so many people left on your team. If you've got 5 players alive, that works. You're able to get that post line off and you win, but 2 players left, not enough time. Even getting the kill with only 4 seconds left, you're not able to hit the defuse in time, and there you had it, ladies and gentlemen. Work in Silence move on to the lower bracket finals, facing off against LC, and the winner of that game after our show match will be taking place in the grand finals of the FragPunk Global Invitational to figure out who is going to be crowned #1.
That's going to be a long one potentially too as well. That's not a BO3, that's a BO5.
Best of 5.
So a lot of FragPunk still to play. It's going to be interesting as well to see whether or not LC were anticipating taking on solo leveling, or if they thought that they were going to be matching up against Work in Silence. Because if they've, put a lot of work into counter-stratting one team and then the other team is actually the one that made it through, ooh, that's a little bit of a tricky position to find yourself in, especially since, Work in Silence, they come with so many different plays. They're constantly adapting and evolving. So no matter who comes out on top in the next game, it's sure to be an explosive match.
It is 100% going to be one of the matches for the times. I think Imaginators versus the winner is also going to be one of the greatest matches that we've seen all tournament. It's starting to get closer and closer. At the start, we've had all of our blowout games. It's kind of all of the teams that were, significantly in a bit of a weaker bracket have been eliminated now. So we are seeing now the teams that have that full force together, they've got a very well-rounded side. The teamwork is on point, the aim is on point, the confidence is on point, and the decision-making is working incredibly in their favor, and the shard cards are falling exactly how they want them to. I think it's always going to be a close game.
Yeah, I mean, if it's LC versus Imaginator, we already saw how close that one was. the first time around. And now that these teams have had a little bit of time to be able to get accustomed to each other's playstyles, like one of the things we talked about on day one was the fact that a lot of these regions were interacting with each other for the very first time. Brazil being one of them. Work in Silence was coming in relatively unknown in this tournament, and it definitely has given them a huge boost. Like the anonymity of being able to hide your strategies, of people not really knowing your strengths and weaknesses to take advantage of or potentially stay clear of, has been a huge boon, a feather in the cap for Work in Silence's team, as Mito7 is going to be picking up another MVP in the tournament. Average KD 2.06 and an average damage of 1,790, playing that Corona and Pathogen that we're so accustomed to seeing from his end now.
And we're going to throw to a quick interview, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back after this.
采访嘉宾已经准备就绪，先和观众朋友们打个招呼。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and like to say hello to our audience, please.
你好。
Welcome, welcome. 欢迎来到赛后采访。Yes, so maybe you can introduce your name and from which team to us.
Alright, guys, I'm Ridden. I'm from Work in Silence, and let's go.
哇，很棒！再次欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。先要问一下，最后这个最紧张的时刻，其实虽然我们现在已经知道这个结果，也要再次恭喜你们拿下了刚才这把比赛胜利。但是在全队都已经倒下的情况底下，我特别想知道当时你们在耳麦里面当时在讨论些什么，然后当时的心情怎么样。So the first I would like to know, like in the final moments. So although we know the result that you guys won but I would like to know after you guys just all be shut down and you don't know that they are like limited in time. So like how's your feeling at that time and anything, have any conversation your teammate?
I'm sweating like this final moment was so important because we have the chance to close the game in black market and we trail some rounds, and this final moment, bro, is like, come on, go. Don't appear like we are hiding, and like the communication was so hyped, but everything is fine now. We are like so happy to close this game finally, because I think we like in the black market, like I said, was our like there's many chances to close the game, but all right, it's done.
Yeah, now you can relax for a little moment. 那这边其实当时那个情况，其实我们在耳机里面特别的激烈，然后我当时整个人真的在疯狂的流汗，因为其实我们在黑市这张地图的时候是有机会可以终结掉比赛，但是我们之前确实是有很多的失误，我们也觉得非常的可惜。然后到了日升这张地图的时候，我们真的非常的紧张。好在最后我们终于结束了这场比赛，现在可以让我小小的喘气一下。Okay, now it's time for you to relax a little bit. Okay, so. 我今天其实也看到嘛，在我们比赛当中，今天好像你们队员很多人都拿了我们的这个中国结，我特别好奇，哎，这个中国结是哪里来的？然后对你们的比赛有怎么样的意义呢 ？So I saw a lot of like your teammate have the Chinese knot, right? So like who gave you and any meaningful for you?
I don't know the name of the guy who gave it to us, but before this game, like he put on our practice room like 6 of this. And he explained to us like what I mean, and we decided to bring it to us to bring some luck and have a good series, because today is gonna be like a long day, and with this like we are so prepared and we are ready to go to the finals maybe.
Maybe it's a chance to appreciate him, right?
Thank you so much, by the way.
那这个中国结呢，其实我虽然不知道送给我们的这位我们的中国的朋友他的名字叫什么，但是我在这边特别想要说谢谢他。我们其实今天也是来比赛之前的时候呢，他是到了我们的休息室当中，给我们每个选手我们放了6个中国结在我们的桌上，我们也是将它带上了舞台，放在了电脑旁边。那位先生也当时也跟我们说了，说中国结呢是给我们带来好运，今天呢会是非常长的一天，希望可以带来一些好运，也希望给你们留下一个纪念，希望这个中国结可以帮助你们进入到我们最后的总决。那在此也正好有这个机会，要在这边特别说谢谢他。那我们也知道，其实经过了这一场紧张刺激的比赛之后，你们很快就要进行下一场比赛了。特别想知道怎么在这么短的时间内调整，以及对于即将到来的比赛有没有什么话想说的 ？I would like to know because you guys just can like rest for like several minutes, and after that you have upcoming races. anything you want to say to these matches and how you guys just want to adjust?
Like I said, today's gonna be a long day. So after this series that we've played right now, we need to reset our minds. We need to calm down again because we have one objective here, like is to win every single round of this lower bracket. This is our main reason to be here. We want to reach the grand finals. So of course, this is probably we are in these days like so tired, but right now we are so hyped, confident. We need like just to reset and go back stronger.
Good luck to you.
Thanks so much.
那其实呢，也就像我刚才所说的，今天的赛程也真的是非常的长。那现在呢，我们仅仅在几分钟之内，我们要赶紧重启我们的大脑，清空一下自己的思维，赶紧让我们自己都平静下来，面对即将到来的比赛。因为其实这一次来到中国，来到我们这个比赛，我们只有一个目的，是杀死所有的对手，拿下每一场的比赛，并且进入到总决当中。所以说，希望我们自己好运，可以接下来赶紧调整去面对接下来比赛。再次感谢来到赛后采访，那我能说的也只有 good luck 和 cheer up。OK，cheer up to you and thank you for today's interview and we will take a break and be right back later。谢谢，让我们稍事休息，马上回来，拜。
Vamos Brasil!
Keep advancing, Broker.
And I'm in.
Doors and corners, Broker.
Lights on, nobody home.
I'm getting Blue Knight readings off the chart.
Nice.
Knock, knock. Broker, snap out of it.
Okay.
Damn! Stay frosty.
Seriously?
Damn it.
No.
Broker, slow down. Get back in the fight. Use this. Make your own rules. Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
Go out your best and us to go home alone. I've been known to change the old tone. No beginning with it. Break it down every minute. You run up, I change the floor to the ceiling. Step by step, hell yeah! You keep a pie jumping in a dragon's breath. We're under fire, but you still should fear us. My squad ready for war. It's time. Perseverance, get the squad ready. Get locked in gear on. Together, stand strong. Fight the good night. Play your cards right. We're on the rise. It's loud as us.
Knock, knock. Guess who's coming to dinner? Say hello to my little friend. Say goodnight, Gracie. You love this! Wait, no, what? Oh, not there! It's cheating! Hey! Maybe we can...
Rules. Every Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. My name is Artie. I'm joined here on the desk with Moxie, and we just had an absolute banger of a match, didn't we?
I mean, we just had, an absolute insane match coming on through as Work in Silence are going to be working their way back through that lower bracket run to come head-to-head with Last Chance to see who's going to get the last chance of taking on Imaginators sitting at the very, very top.
100%. It was a fantastic run, but now it's all come down to this. Work in Silence versus Last Chance. I think we all kind of knew, in our hearts, it had to be this, right, for the lower bracket?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Last Chance, we knew that they would be going incredibly far in this tournament. Work in Silence, for me, have been such a lovely surprise to get to see just this team managing to take on giant after giant and remain so strong, so motivated, helmed by Belky as that team captain, and Elsie, so famous for coming up with so much tech, and also, the stapled, the patented LMS lean. The fact that he's all the way on the left side of that desk, every single time the camera cuts to him, I swear he just gets a little bit lower down in his chair each time.
Actually, the last time I saw LC, you couldn't even see LMS in his own camera. It had to be on Fusker. And speaking of Fusker, we'll see now the head-to-head here, Fusker versus Belky. Average KD 1.13 versus 1.22. Average damage around the same. The different Lancers, though, I gotta say, I am so thankful for Belky because he is playing Chum, my absolute GOAT.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, but he played Chum on Idris a little bit ago, and I was like trying to see if I could see you within the crowd. But speaking about the crowd, let's throw over to main stage as Jaeger introduces our teams.
Okay, let's welcome to the 2025 FragPunk Global Invitational. This is Jaeger. Welcome again. 现在我们即将进行的是双败淘汰赛败者组决赛，让我们有请出阵双方，有请 Work in Silence. Now we will start the finals of the lower bucket in double elimination. Let's welcome team Work in Silence.
Oh!
接下来有请他们的对手 Last Chance. Now welcome their opponent, Last Chance.好的，两边的选手已经准备就绪，接下来可以进入对战席准备。Okay, all the players, now you can enter to the arena and prepare for battle. 好，两位主理人请留步。Okay, our captain now. Wow, not only card but also hat. So, share with us.
So I have to tell you what is here. So basically, I have a special gift for my friend. You know, like we already play against them, we won. He asked for my hat the first time, so I was wondering if he need the second hat for a second lose. Like you can see.
他们说他们也是认识了好几天的时间了，然后我们这边 TCK 也是问了好几次说，哎，能不能把你的帽子给我呀？我其实特别想要，那今天就把这个帽子送给他作为礼物。Okay, now it's your turn. So, like, what card you prepared?
So I draw him with the Spider-Man hat and a really beautiful mustache, and also his shoes. I love it. I don't think they can see it on camera, but really fancy. And yeah, let's have fun. Both teams are really good, and let's hope for a really good game. Yeah, let's go.
那这边呢，我也是给他做了一幅画，就是一直说到他的那个很经典的帽子，对不对？也是我们在台上两边也是非常有默契，之前没有对过，然后大家一起提到了关于这个帽子，也是奠定了他们的友谊。当然，同样的两支队伍也非常的厉害，所以我也非常期待，希望这是一个很精彩的比赛。Okay, I think it's time for you to prepare for the battle, and thank you again. Well, thank you for your relationship. Your friendship is really good. 哇，非常为他们的友谊感动和鼓掌。但是不管友谊怎么样，我们的比赛还是要一触即发。接下来即将进行的就是我们双败淘汰赛的决赛了。让我们把画面交还给解说席。Okay, now we are going to start the final of the lower bracket, and let's move on to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jaeger, for that. That was an amazing exchange. I can't believe the hat, actually. Again, it's so good. And the camaraderie between these two has been phenomenal. I mean, I've been so lucky to actually get to hang out a little bit with them. And honestly, it's so tough for me to like see one of them go out today. But at the same time, we do have our predictions for who's going to win.
We do, and you know, there's a little bit on the line, right? We like setting ourselves challenges here on the desk.
Yeah.
And we had to get in on the shard card action too.
Absolutely.
As we're using them for predictions. So I think we're both saying a 2-1 scoreline.
Both saying 2-1. I think both of us, like, these teams have to take it to
Yeah,
Maverick.
it
It's
has
always
to be
gone.
Maverick. And it's probably going to be duels as well.
Exactly. So what's your reasoning here?
So I've said LMS lean too strong, but realistically, I think if it does go to free maps, it's going to be a 2-1 scoreline, and what's going to set these two teams apart is the duel prowess. LLC better at the dueling. Work in Silence, unfortunately, have been lacking in that department.
I can understand that as well. For me, I just wrote Vamos Brazil, and you'd see Belki. I think he heard me. Look at that. Absolutely feeling it right now as they are just absolutely locked in, ready for this. And Rhythm, yeah, the average KD does look a little bit low there, but I know that he's ready to lock in for today. And for Work in Silence, living up to their name.
Yeah, PVS that not allowing any downtime. I mean, for Work in Silence, there's two ways that teams can come in having just gone through a nail-biter of a series. For some teams, they get absolutely exhausted off of the back of it. Remember, they just played out 3 very close maps. Some other teams, though, they just get the adrenaline and they get to use that momentum coming on through. So the fact that they're already warmed up, as opposed to LC, who are coming into this fresh-faced, is either going to be an advantage or a disadvantage. We'll have to see how it plays out.
We will have to see how it plays out as we take a look at Last Chance here. Vico, man, the myth, the legend. They have been training all morning.
Yeah.
So they were actually even upset they had to go and do, there's the lean.
There's the
It is
lean.
strong. They were like upset that they had to like get out of their chairs and go do makeup because they were like, oh, no, we want to keep going, we want to keep going. But they are, oh, I love LMS so much. They have just been in their room all morning practicing lineups, practicing strategies. Actually, earlier while they were doing makeup, I was a warm body in the chair. I was sitting and playing for one of them to give them an extra for the, maybe a little 3v3, but it was, it's been a long morning for both teams. A little longer for Work in Silence.
Yeah, and here comes the duels. Mido 7 versus Leifnik is going to be coming on through. So we'll wait and see what Lancers are going to be locked in, as well as those weapon loadouts. Corona versus Corona. SMD versus the My Way. And now Mido 7 has to try and win out this fight, because Work in Silence, they like putting Yggdrasil into the mix. It's going to be the Naus dual map. Lots of verticality, lots of really good positions for that Corona to be able to dash up into, as one has already invested that wall zone with the damage reduction. Mido 7 goes for a very aggressive dash, and that's going to be immediately forcing Leifnix to have to use his defensively. Still no kill coming through until just now. And I mean, it was just Mido 7 in the driver's seat the entirety of that duel.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was that he had the ideology that he was going to get flashed and dashed onto with that clamp down, but with the Boom Boom in the way, was hoping to mitigate the damage to the war zone, but Mido 7 just waited it out the war zone, waited out the ashes to ashes, and well, let that clamp down do all the talking for him.
Ugh, clamp down Corona. Absolutely terrifying to take a duel against. It just comes out so fast, over 1,000 bullets
Absolutely.
per minute.
I told LC, I think that you should lock in Sonar for the 1v1 because it's always going to be Corona. One's going to dash, one's going to sit in the war zone. I think if you're just locking Sonar, you just throw down the Sonic Sense on the echolocation.
Yeah.
One of those is going to work out better, and honestly, you just throw the echolocation, you're going to be fine when they charges at you. You'll find them.
Well, you know, you just lock Pathogen and just sit on your emotional rescue.
Well, that's the thing, because then if the Corona is going to just be sitting in his own war zone, then you have the Sonic Surge.
True.
Ready to go.
But unfortunately, no Sona in the 1 versus 1 to determine map order. We have seen Sona get played in the team duels before, which has been lovely to get to see her. In fact, we even got to see a little bit of the Sona picked up in the actual maps over on Black Market, was where she actually got to see a little bit of value coming on through to determine and help out with that utility, just cutting the noise as you try and take into B containers.
Yeah, it's been nice to see all the different Lancer selections. It's been nice to see a little bit of the off-meta getting picked up here. My favorite part about Work in Silence, the chum. I like that we're going to be seeing more chum. I was talking to The Last Chance. I asked, is there any way that we see chum? Any way that we see Chum and Chomper? And no comment was given. Mostly because as soon as I mentioned, they knew I would be asking. And so they just kind of like, you know, oh God, get this guy out of here.
Yeah, you do love your chum. You do love your chum. Adios, hoping for some chum buffs in the foreseeable future.
Day 3 of asking for a Chomper plushie.
Okay, well, what if Axon got a skin, which meant that instead of throwing nades, he threw chompers.
He threw little chompers. Shin, you're listening, right?
That's the
Keep
crossover
cooking.
that we need of these two Lancers coming together.
Let her cook. Continue. We're getting somewhere with that, absolutely. Yeah, I think, honestly though, I gotta say the skins are incredible. And,
top notch.
We talk about some of the upcoming skins, some of the stuff that got, you know, announced here during this tournament. There's gonna be even more stuff announced later. I don't know what that is, of course. But it's gonna be some fantastic experiences for everybody here watching at home, chilling the FragPunk Global Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, you get to see some amazing matches. You get to see some really cool, amazing things to keep yourself hyped up about for the future of FragPunk. And you get to hang with us. Well, I mean,
Get to hang out.
Maybe that's a positive. I would hope that that's a positive to most of you. But as it is, you're stuck with us for this match as we get ready to have a look at those map loadouts. Do we think that anything is going to be going down differently? Because, I mean, Black Market has been a staple. Yggdrasil has come into the mix against Work in Silence before, and we also know that LC loves their outpost.
As much as I beg for Chum and Chomper, I also beg for Naus. We're not seeing Naus.
We're not gonna. Do you know why it's called Naus?
Why?
Because there's now a way that we're gonna see that map in play.
Don't let her cook. I gave her too much confidence, and now we are stuck with this. That is phenomenal. But
I've been sitting on that one the entire time. Just building up goodwill, letting people think, you know what, she's smart, her wordplay is pretty good, until I could finally use that one.
why'd you stand up? You were sitting on it for so long.
I'm just gonna slowly,
slowly.
Just
oh my
disappear
goodness.
into the ether. No, these shoes are actually pretty hard to do that
Oh
with.
yeah, she's not this tall. She's not this tall. Like down here, like those shoes are, it's insane.
About here is the actual height.
Genuinely though, genuinely. I just gotta say, a really big thing that I'm expecting though is that I think we're gonna see more Aket. I think we're gonna see Aket today. And that's either, I actually don't know whose pick it's gonna be, but we just saw it. Oh, and I'm wrong. But we get Dongtian as map 3!
Let's go!
I haven't casted Dongtian this weekend.
I
at
got
all.
to.
You got to. I didn't.
I love Dongtian. I absolutely adore Dongtian. As a map, it's one of my personal favorites in terms of dual locations. It's one of my personal favorites as well to defend, because just being able to hold on to it, and we get to see Black Market banned. Yeah.
This is the first series that I'm casting without Black Market.
Really? Okay, we need to stick together a lot then, because I've got to cast Dongtian, and I also got to cast the series where Black Market was banned.
Yeah, and you had Aket as well.
Yeah, and Aket.
I've genuinely, like, I love every map. I love every map equally. It's just that I've seen so much Black Market.
Okay, well, you say you love every map equally.
Yes.
But every single conversation that we've had on this desk, you've told me that you prefer Tundra.
Tundra, that's
and
true.
I mean, Adi, I gift you Tundra.
Vamos, Brazil! Let's give it up for Brazil!
Artie's love can be bought with map picks.
Absolutely, and they're choosing the defense side. So even though it's LC's map pick, I'm actually saying Brazil picks is actually going to be picking it up here because they are starting on defense on Tundra.
I mean, yeah, Defender's boost on Tundra it's so good because the attackers, they have to determine, are you going to just play for the mid brawl and potentially lose your numbers, lose your utility, not have anything left in the pocket for a post-plant situation, or do you try and go for one of those sites where the defenders are just going to go for something like the double nitro boost on ice, where they can just see you immediately walking through from Link?
And that is exactly why LC, choosing Tundra is perfect for Work in Silence because they can choose that defender side. They know they're going to start off with a strong foot. We know how performant they are on that map. Anyway, I think the LC made a misstep.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Tundra made it through. Although I do know that LC like going for Nitro Wall Boosts too.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel like they think because you can't have 6 rounds, right, before side swap, it's 5 is the most that a team can get. So I think they're banking on the fact that even though they're letting Work in Silence work the defense first, when the side swap comes through, their defense is going to be so airtight that they'll be able to make up for the rounds that they've lost previously.
Exactly. But again, as it comes with FragPunk, you can't make can't make any plans. Can't make so many plans because it's all about the shard cards.
Yeah, I mean, if they do bank on that play and we go into the side swap with Work in Silence 1 off map point, and then the shard cards don't pull into the favor of an LC defense, ooh, they're gonna be in a very rough position.
Same could be said for Work in Silence, though. Same could be said. It's always about the shard cards, always about investing your points correctly, always about making sure that you have what it takes to make the correct decisions in each round based off of what is presented to you at any given time.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why cards like long-term investment are so important, right?
Yeah.
So that even if you don't manage to win the round, you still have the currency to win the rounds that come after. So that's why Tariff, too, is such a strong card.
Long-term investment, double rewards, so many different ways that you can get more shard points. But yeah, long-term investment, especially when that comes up first.
Yeah.
I actually love seeing teams that could actually invest in different cards that would probably give them an advantage in that round, to see them actually go for it on just the very first round because, hey, it is investment for the long term. We'll play slow. We can just get to the next round. This game has so many different ways to play it. There's no one correct way to do a round.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not really a correct Lancer lineup for Tundra either, because we've seen Spider
we've seen
come into the mix, we've seen Jaguar, we've seen Hollow Point as well come up. Broker has had a little bit of limelight. I'm a little bit sad we haven't got to see the Zephyr.
No Zephyr. We won't see Zephyr.
At all. We don't see Zephyr on Tundra. Maybe one of these teams is sitting on a strategy that they haven't wanted to let out into the ether. Potentially we get to see more Chum.
One thing that we will see is that LC made a promise to me, is that if they get the Bats, the Hogs, the Hounds in one set, it does not matter if there's better cards.
They'll pick every single one of them?
They will get every single one of them.
Oh my goodness.
So that was LC's promise to me is, but you know, the chances of that happening.
What if they can't afford it though? What if it comes up round 1?
I would say that the chances of it coming up at all, let alone the chances of it coming up in a round where they can afford all of them, it's like never gonna happen. If it happens, Sock will be eaten.
I mean, they're a team called Last Chance.
True.
I think they deal with lower percentages.
With your Gamba luck, with your luck, we actually could get this. I'm so thankful to be here on desk, especially because this is going to be Last Chance's last game. Possibly, who knows?
Yeah, last game, possibly.
Possibly. Vamos Brazil!
Oh, we're getting ready to go into things. We sort of have a general idea of what we can expect, but I mean, that can all go out of the window depending on the shard cards, right?
Yeah.
Things can change up. You can get barrier destruction where all of a sudden it just becomes run and gun as you can prematurely break into the opposing placement and positions, as now we can have a look and see the shard cards that are actually going to be coming into the mix. And unfortunately for Artie, No companion cards here.
No, but Dibs going to be coming up for Work in Silence. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Dibs is such a fun one, especially in terms of denying the overall economy for the other side. It means that the trophies are only going to be breakable for the side of Work in Silence. LC are going to be denied any potential pickups from the trophies, which means shard points that they could grab, but more importantly, heals. Sustains. The only way that they're going to be able to heal themselves is with the pathogen ability of Emotional Rescue. As we get ready to head into the first round, LC versus WS. Last chance, Work in Silence. Who is going to be able to come out on top and earn the right to go into the grand finals against Imaginators? As we can see, Nitro Wall set up. Chug already gathering the information.
Yeah, the early wall as well. Early smoke dedicated, but it's 2 floor. It's going to be where we see the initial engagement. Lots of utility being dedicated early on, but Belky is the first to fall as Fusker and Vico. They grab out the first 2 right now. Already going to be dropping down to A side as that converter starts to get planted over towards Ice Spikes, which is a bit concerning given the fact that Ice Spikes is where WS is about to come out from. They do replace that converter.
Yeah, Converter has not been able to go down. Now it will be able to, but already Work in Silence, getting ready to play into that re-engagement. Fuska going to be holed up towards second floor of A, playing the off angle, keeping that Converter in his POV. As Work in Silence start to get ready, clearing off 1. It's going to be Pathogen leading the charge. The Axonades making things incredibly difficult for everyone to hold their positions. Dilemma comes on out, denying even more space for the defenders to hold on to. And LC entirely untouchable. Bait Work in Silence into the post plant, have the angles and smother them out. First round goes to LC, and you can see in the streamer room, they're over the moon.
Oh yeah, I mean, that round was so concise. It started off so strong. I mean, that initial push and the initial util dedication into mid with that Gold Dust Woman, the Tornado going through early, it made Work in Silence kind of think that push was coming in mid. And this is kind of the first time in the tournament that we've seen such heavy influence towards 2F that early on.
Yeah, really nice to get to see as well the fact that we talked about LC having a stronger defense than attack. They've obviously put time in to shoring up their attack power.
Doing a lot, doing the most to make sure that's going to come through. But hey, LC, check this out. Coming up next, they have actually invested in some pretty crazy cards. Safety glasses and converter feeding. Going to be helping out to counter a lot of that extra defensive util that might come out from WS this time around.
Yeah, that's going to be a really strong one in the post plant, being able to absorb up all of the utility that Work in Silence have left to take advantage of in the post plant situation. As it's going to be yet again a play towards second floor at the same time as pushing out down mid. Goldust and Corona moving on up. Riven trying to hold court and keep his cool. But LC lose Lightnex first, and there goes the entry ticket.
I can't believe how fast these rounds are starting. Usually we get at least a little bit of a breathing room before it starts, but here it is, God, 7. Already taking 2 out there before Tykex gets the refrag. Just down to Vico now. 2 players remaining on the side of Last Chance. Work in Silence really do their best. Cursed Crits is helping a lot, but check out Converter is in a very advantageous position for Last Chance. Like, rotate to either side, have the opportunities, but with Dex here still holding out in the mid, he's unable to make his way through. The crossfire is a bit strong.
Mito is gonna see Vito. Nope, he looks away just before the Dex crosses. Looks away from the flash as well, so as not to get caught out by that blind. Converter comes on down despite all of the spam utility coming onto A site right now from the side of Work in Silence. 1 versus 3. TKX has to find the clutch. They're gonna double swing him at the same time. And that's Work in Silence, just doing their fundamentals really cleanly. If it's a 1 versus any outnumbered fight, you make sure to swing them from 2 different angles at the same time so they can't take the 1v2.
Yeah, seemed like a little bit of a misstep given the fact that LC had converter feeding but didn't give any opportunities to feed the hungry boy. He was hungry. Great shots, though, from Working Silence. They're locking down the angles, not letting them run through the same way they did the first time.
Double Nitro boost. You can see it just being so detrimental for a lot of these teams. I think that's why we're actually starting to see a movement away from the mid push coming out from LC, as if they go second floor, they do mitigate some of the angles that the Nitro has access to early in the round.
Yeah, coming out with Explosion Specialist for Working Silence, Toy Traps, Expert Juggler for LC. Can be a very strong round sided towards LC, but I'm curious, how many points towards Explosive Specialist for Working Silence? Because if they did 5 points here,
yeah,
on the defense, we could see Broker,
yep,
could see Nitro,
yep,
could see Axon.
Definitely.
That being said, Toy Traps, good counter. Maybe just 1 point invested there for Working Silence.
Yeah, you don't want to gut your economy when the opponent has the means of mitigating a lot of the damage coming on through. Yet again, push early on towards second floor, towards that A side as there's utility exchange, but no firm commitment. Working Silence in the meantime, hold on a minute. GONE7 getting incredibly aggressive. They've read out there would be a second floor push again. Clone is going to get dismantled before a kill can come through, though.
He got through A main, completely uncontested, had that flank. I'm wondering if Working Silence is going to try to do that again, but no, instead they're just holding it down on sight as Vico does manage to find one. GONE7 shoved out. Belky, though, gets the refrag. Cost him a little bit, but look at this as the entirety of the team collapses in. Converter is planted, but LC, very little control over the site, given the fact that 4 players Working Silence about to vamos their way onto the side. His Rhythm, though, misses the shot. Tyke actually got is good for 1, but Mito cleans it all up from 2F.
LC now just having to try and bait out the position and get that defuse going. And that is going to be a round in the favor of WS. The fact that they managed to get their decks, like you said, all the way through from main into second floor.
Yeah.
And then they had control of second floor the entire time. So even though LC are on the attack, map essentially gets flipped. We can see it here in the highlight POV.
Yeah.
The circuit, Belky is playing from stairs.
Yeah, it's because even if the Dex play, okay, it wasn't that crazy, they got the flank, it showed Working Silence everything they need to know about where LC is going from.
Yeah.
So this time around, look at their economy. It's incredible. They're going to be investing 4 points this time. Large bounty, open your big trap. Still 6 points in for the next round. For LC, extra converter and nerfed A site. That is going to be huge, especially with regen therapy in. Could be seeing possible dedication to a converter on B.
I mean, potentially we see the fake.
Potentially we
Like,
see everybody
when-
going down B.
Exactly, and then one person trying to just use teleporter. Exactly. Extra converter is such a fun one because it means that even if the person carrying converter dies in enemy territory, the round's not over. As this is going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing that presence go through towards B. Working Silence already exchanging all of that utility, try and find any accuracy marker possible. Axon just spamming out those nades.
Oh, but GONE7, just like the last round, he works all the way through A. He's pushing in, already located in the attacker spawn. But it's going to give all the info they need. Working Silence are rotating over to the sidelines. Still backed up at a B door. But look at this, a stalwart defense. Working Silence, it's Rhythm. Grab it the first.
Yeah, Rhythm starting things off with a bang, a boom, and an electric guitar shotgun slide kill. Converter would be within Working Silence's possession, but LC extra converter still going to be able to hold on to one. They're not going to be able to hold on to that Corona though.
Yeah.
Linux is lit up as he tries to enter, and LC are very much up against the wall now, with only 2 to a full team of 5.
Yeah, Liftnix going down there kind of traded everything because I believe that they were going to try to set up to maybe play for a rotate. They knew that everybody on Working Silence was moving up to the B side. Wow, that crowd is loud.
It's really rough, LC. We did predict that this would kind of be the way that the attack would go, right? You can't just brute force mid. You're so worried about the double Nitro angle at the beginning of these rounds. You don't want to be down the numbers before you even get to play for the post plant. So it forces you into having to play into these really punishing positions, A main, B main. Those are all places that the defenders can scout out and then just spam utility into those chokes to prevent you from moving. And I mean, it is an LC timeout, so maybe despite picking Tundra, this was not an outcome that they foresaw. because I would have anticipated them to hold on to those timeouts until we got to their defensive half.
They're going to do their best to try to figure out why they're unable to break through and what's happening, and it's because they're getting marked by Gone 7.
Yeah.
Because they're getting marked by that Dex every round. That Dex has full A control. Even if you want to push B, right, you have to make sure that that marking is not happening, because your entire round plan gets thwarted every time because they can read everything. They're not even using a Nitro drone to do it.
And I mean, that's why Dex is just so insanely strong as a Lancer. He's got kill potential, but the information that he's able to gather, it's not tied to a cooldown. It's literally tied to the location that you allow him to get into. So I really want to see, like you said, LC keeping a wraps of that Dex and not allowing him free passage before they make a move onto one of these sides. Just shoot down the clone form.
Deadly Rewind being picked intentionally here. Origin Detection as well with Bullet upgrade for LC is a strong round. For Work in Silence though, it's mine now. You get the kills, you get the weapons. So this could mean a very aggro push there from the Dex will snowball should they manage to find themselves in a good position.
Well, Tundra is definitely the place for snowball fights. Let's just see whether or not it's going to be an all-out avalanche shutdown on the side of Work in Silence. Can LC overcome? They did pull the timeout, and in the past, timeouts have signaled the turning tide for the team that initiated. Yet again, Circuit Utility comes on for Goldust, slowing things down both on B main and into Link.
Already up, Glass Cannon. Vico can do what he can just to clear this out. He knows the door is no longer going to be an area where Work in Silence has control over.
Vico's in a really good angle though. This is LC's first time that we're really getting to see that Dex clone being used to grab as much information as Work in Silence is. All the way out onto that B side, he is going to get taken out by Mido, but that keeps the Pathogen's attention long enough for the rest of the team to push for main.
Oh, it's going to drop out into this now. LC work their way up, possibly the teleporter. Here it is. Only Nitro remaining on Work in Silence's A site. Looks like PVS has the shot though. It's not going to be a full kill, but that werewolf damage. The full moon to get all of that poison from the lycanthropy. It's going to be dealing extra damage down. Now we're only with LMS and Liftnix as the rest of Work in Silence collapse in on the site. LMS going to have to do what he can to get at least one more pick here.
He's got the My Way. Is he going to find the value? He'll get one, but he gets swung. It's the numbers disadvantage. He wasn't able to find the double. Work in Silence, just looking unstoppable, even with the portal play. The problem about the portal play is the sound cue that it gives away. And obviously they're headed over towards A. You then give the information to your Nitro. Hey, they're coming. Just sit on that wall with the high life posted up.
The main problem with that portal play is that you're located in one central position that doesn't have much rotation potential. Yeah, you jump out the window and go A main, but at the same time, everybody can see that. You don't even know if somebody's holding an angle that can look at that. The rotation from B to mid is so fast. If you're only focusing on that portal, only so much you could do. The scanning bat's going to be here, but the other Pokemon cards are not there. So we got to invest in the future, and Parting Flash for LC. They will need that future investment. We know that much.
Hyperkinetic Bullet going to be picked up for Work in Silence though, so they're going to be thinking, shooting, and running fast, and hopefully finishing the round fast as well. LC, the faces, there's a lot of tension there for these players. They did not anticipate Tundra being the scoreline that they're finding themselves under 4-1.
Yeah, their own map pick.
Their own map pick, and Work in Silence now going to be on the attack. That means that Hyperkinetic is going to be doing wonders for the Corona.
Nice little early scouting. LC wants this round to last as long as possible, but Work in Silence, especially with Hyperkinetic, they're going to be going quick. Already working up towards B main. Mid, getting ready to be aggressed. There's Corona with the early peek. Vico dealing some damage, getting removed out from his clone form. Gone 7. Still not gone from the fight. The defenders of Last Chance, they are closing in towards B. They hear the motions. A currently only being defended by a singular Tykex.
Well, this was the turnaround that we talked about. LC looking much more confident on that defense. No traction picked up for the side of Work in Silence in mid. And now LC have almost total map control. entering into one of these sites uncontested is next to impossible, as Work in Silence are so split, trying to figure out any point of weakness that they can take advantage from.
Rhythm, slowly but surely, makes his way up. Fusker and Vico go down. LMS, good for one on PVS. GON7 and Rhythm. They're going to be rotating out of mid into B main. They do have an option here. The option is to just commit down into that staircase. They know there's still util on the other side. And their fallen teammates. Flash, not going to quite connect to LMS's forehead, but Dykex, they got the crossfire down pat here.
Oh, the Axon nades!
There it is!
Right behind Cargo, and it's going to be into the portal that they go. The rotation comes out immediately. Litnex on the Axon tries to meet them as they come out from stairs. The My Way will be able to take down one. The Axonade bounces off of one of the ice spikes, but prevents the converter from going down. And LC win the first round on the defense after side swap.
Love that quick rotation. He's so ready for it. And I mean, hey, this is exactly what we were expecting.
Yeah.
We were expecting Work in Silence to have a pretty decent first half.
Yeah.
And now LC, the reason that they chose this map, not to get shut out, but to have a good defensive half.
Yeah, and I mean, the good news for LC as well is that they were able to pick up one round
Yeah.
on their attack, which was something a little bit unexpected coming on through for how defensively favored Tundra is going to be weighted. So being able to close out this map becomes that little bit easier.
Oh yeah, reactive armor gets taken away here, but Doomsday Bomb. But Work in Silence mission bound, it's actually a very good card given the fact that you're not going to be able to die while you're planting. It guarantees the transition into post-plant, but still doesn't guarantee that anything is going to keep you alive after.
Yeah, I mean, that it would, though, have changed the tempo of that last round entirely because he couldn't commit to the converter going down as a stick because of the Axonade spams coming on out. But like Artie said, you're safe when you're planting. The second that that load bar is finished, you might be too. And speaking about being finished, that's a fast, very quick approach back to the respawn. Work in Silence's engagement.
Talking about those Nitro wall boosts, there they are for LC. Who needs to hold mid from mid when you can hold mid from defender spawn? Not just one, but two picks from there.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Absolute cinema. That's what LC was wanting to pull out here on the last day. We're going to be seeing Rhythm, though. Flat back with his own. Shotgun not going to be connecting quite the same way for Liftnix. Down to a 4-on-2 situation. GON7 and Rhythm. But GON7, last player standing. Did Vico just take himself out?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it.
We're not going to talk about it. Don't worry, Vico.
We're not going to talk about it. GON7 has got the scales, unfortunately. Vico's got the angle. There's that double Nitro wall boost coming through from defender spawn. Scales going to be denied. Chug Chug going to be keeping the pressure onto GON7. He does manage to break trophy. Grabs the knife. Goes to the next trophy. Gets the heal that he was looking for. Goes
Psychic Link
through the Psychic. Checks where the positions could be. 1 versus 3. This is doable if he can find the isolation. Shoots out the circuit utility. Knows that there's going to be someone in second floor. Doesn't risk swinging it because he thinks that they're going to be pushing up mid to try and catch his back. And that's exactly what happens. But even then, he doesn't manage to win the isolated 1v1.
If he had committed up into 2 floor, I think he would have had a better chance just to make sure that, hey, kill that circuit coming out of the util, but it's such a difficult place to be in, and that's what LC was waiting for. Now, you know, Work in Silence, working out their own time out here.
I mean, yeah, it's something that we talked about, right? Tundra is a little bit of a tough one to be able to crack because you find yourself picking up momentum, you find yourself picking up false confidence, and then the side swap comes through and you're knocked back to reality with a horrifying slam.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if Work in Silence is cooking up something super unorthodox here because it seems like on their attack side, it's been, you know, we'll default, we'll try to push something in, but right now they're realizing, okay, we need a hard commit, we need a pick, we need to figure out what's not working. Whether that's going to be a Lancer swap, whether that's going to be a util commit. looking like they are thinking very deeply about this next one.
They might honestly go for the rotation that we saw coming through from LC earlier, where they just don't risk taking an angle against the double Nitro wall boost plays coming on through, as those have been super detrimental, trying to push mid early on, losing Lancers at really bad timed opportunities.
Looking to see with relativistic bullets on LC, this is actually going to be a big investment for them there, just to make sure that they can do the most to stall out any big attacks coming in. But work in silence, the Vitality staff. We've seen this misused before. Hopefully this time around, it's going to be used correctly.
Let's see if Work in Silence manage to use that timeout productively. As are they gonna just go into another double Nitro boost wall up coming on through from the side of that defense? There's the Vitality staff. We are picking it up. Mito7 is gonna have that one in the pocket if he decides to press Z.
Lifnix ready to slide out here. An aggro defense, relativistic bullets. Gonna do at least a little bit of work, take out Gon7's clone phase. But look at this. No Nitro scouting for you, Work in Silence. LMS holds it out in B main. A little bit of Nitro scouting, but over on A side, it's Rhythm. Reaching over the side there. Can heal up thanks to his teammates' Vitality staff. Haven't seen it been used just yet. Over on Ice Spikes is where we will get the first bit of that defense coming in for the retake as LMS sets up the cross.
Yeah, post-punt situation. Mito7 holds his ground. Warzone is going to give him the damage reduction to survive the spam coming on through from the nades from Ice as LC get ready to send in the retake.
Oh, but Work in Silence. They know this post plant was going to go this direction. They have the contact explode ready in Mito7. He's good for it. Gon7 finds one as well, just down to LMS on the side, but Work in Silence. This was what the timeout was for. That was incredible.
That was perfect, just making sure that everyone on the side of LC could only recontest in from the one angle. And essentially, what Work in Silence did was set up a firing squad. A lot of the time in post-plant situations, you want to have control of multiple angles, but in those situations where you guarantee that the defenders can only come through from one potential rotation, having everyone looking the same direction with just that sheer amount of firepower behind them is almost impossible to topple.
Oh, pull the plug, doesn't get banned out, and it's gonna get bought here. Our card phase has ended a lot earlier than we expected as, well, pull the plug. That's it, no cards.
No cards. Now let's see whether or not LC's Tundra is going to end a lot earlier than expected, because Work in Silence picking up that round puts them now on map point, with them having to attack in yet again. No shot cards, it's just going to be a standard gunfight.
Standard gunfight that already leaves both Dexes out of the clones, back out of the avatar form into the main lizard. We see mid still being held out by LC, a little bit of a default holding pattern. Same with WS, poking and prodding through all lanes, a default positioning. We have Nitro still trying to scout up towards B main, both Nitros on B main. Rhythm working towards A on 2 floor, possibly about to find out that it is uncontested, except for a singular circuit.
Still though, Work in Silence, very, very slow to drift over towards A, like you said, Circuit. Still going to be anchoring that position as the doors are going to be open. Sankyu starting to come on through. Gold Dust is going to be slowing things down as everyone from LC has to now rotate over towards A.
Oh, but it comes down to this. Mito gets the first pick here. Vico, the angle is perfect. He's going to be able to use that, take out Gon7, stops the plant. Rhythm finds the refrag on LMS though. A one-player advantage for Work in Silence, but the health is working against them. But if Work in Silence can clutch this up here in the post plant, they're going to send first map out. But Boosker, he takes out Rhythm to even that player count up. It's just with 3 players on Work in Silence on this post plant, but they have control. Boosker and Tykex holding the sidelines. A lot of util has already been dedicated. They can't hold the plant just yet. They know that they have to push this fight.
Mito's so low. One's gonna have to potentially try and stick that bait of a defuse. No, they're gonna swing out into Link instead. It's gonna cost them the pathogen. It's gonna cost them the round.
LC's own map pick. The Brazilian squad knew. Starting on defense is all you need to do. Just 4 rounds on the defense, 2 rounds on the attack. This is also the first time we've seen Pull the Plug come through the tournament.
Second.
You had one. My first pull. A lot of firsts here for the Artie cast this weekend.
Oh my goodness, that is a huge surprise coming into the mix. Work in Silence lost the duel. LC took us to Tundra, and then Work in Silence was just like, okay, well, you take us to Tundra, but we're going to take the better side. We're going to take that defense.
Gonna take that defense, gonna take that early little bit of victory, but as both of our cards show,
True.
This technically means that we are both predicting LC takes the next map.
Yes, we are predicting that LC is going to take that next map, but I mean, here's the thing. You just lost your map pick.
It hurts the mental.
It hurts the mental, especially because, like we were saying on the desk, right? It's going to get better when you're on the defense. Just hold on for your attacking phase. Hold on until you get your defense up. Everything's going to turn around on your defense, and it looked like it was going that way, and then the timer came through.
Yeah, and I mean, LC clearly was extremely passionate during that defensive half that they were going to make that work. And hey, if the shard cards go their way, they're going to make it work. Unfortunately, with no shard cards in that last round, they didn't have anything to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, as well as that, the round before, where Work in Silence just had such a wonderful post-plant position.
Yeah.
Like, everyone from LC understands that one of them's going to have to go for that diffuse stick. They try and live it too. Like, they try and fortify it with the pathogen wall, and it's still not enough.
It's not going to happen. You have to take the fight. And the other thing I'm really curious about as well is the fact that on the round that they used that double nitro wall boost and they got that angle, obviously you don't want to do that every round. You don't want to be predictable. There was nothing stopping them from doing it. And I feel like if they had a little bit more of that presence there, they would have been able to allocate resources to the lanes that ended up getting pushed by Work in Silence. And I think that round, because there was no shard cards, you just have to play it a little bit more safe on the defense.
Yeah, I think like part of it could have been just conditioning too. If they were allocating resources into the double nitro wall boost, they didn't have players to keep a track of the decks.
They didn't have players to keep track of the decks, but that wasn't even the play that mattered anyway. It was just the sheer brute force. But for LC, let's take a look at these score lines here as, Vico still up at the top almost every single time. For Work in Silence, really want to point out Rhythm here. Finally performing at his best here on the day that it matters most.
Yeah, 31.2%, massive percentage damage here coming on for Riven, and he was getting to play Axon the way that Axon wants to, especially on that defense, sliding into LC, punishing the hesitation that those players had to have when they were wanting to push around those really tight corners and spaces.
A big slidey boy, lots of grenades being thrown out where they want to be, a lot of shotgun pellets, finding some friends along the way. But yeah, for Work in Silence, they really showed that they know how to play Tundra. For LC, that is, well, so you don't pick Tundra up against the Brazilians.
I mean, it's going to be going back to the drawing board for LC. They're going to have to try and figure out a solution if they want to be able to continue in this tournament, as we can have a look at our highlights and see just what occurred on this map. Entire shutdown for LC's players. It was WS instead on the defense who got to utilize those nitro wall angles.
Yeah, WS was really making work of everything available to them at any given time. LC, in their attack, there's so many times where it looked good. The macro was there, but it would just be a pick, a singular pick that would come through. They would get marked. They didn't know where they got marked from. And, well, WS just really ran away with their defensive half.
Yeah, we got to see that too, just rotating back on out of Portal and then getting picked again by that Nitro anchoring on Ice of B. As the side swap came out, things were looking a little bit better. LC on that defense finally getting to play the spaces that they wanted to, but unfortunately so many rounds had already gone the way of Work in Silence that LC weren't able to overcome the adversity, and they head into game number 2, 1 map down already.
One map down already, their own map pick down, but hey, we'll see them when we come back from the break.
sunny here in Hangzhou for the Global FragPunk Invitational. It was not sunny on the last map that we left. Tundra iced out LC's chances of leaving the map 1-up, and in fact it was Work in Silence who are the one that managed to take the enemy team's map pick, which means, Adi, we might see a very fast lower bracket run.
We might, absolutely. I mean, Work in Silence having the next map pick. They just won on LC's map pick. They are going to be ready to continue, carry that snowball from whatever climate Tundra is into whatever climate we're going into next. And honestly, I think that that's how Work in Silence does it, right? They always have to find the situation where they're feeling confident, they're feeling good, and they go from there. Mental is everything for them, and that's why they've kind of done so well in the lower bracket up to this point, is they have so much love from home in Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, Belki, one of the best team captains.
Oh, yeah.
Easily at being able to motivate everybody on that team, and they have so much to fight for, so much to prove. Like, you can really see how much it means to them with the amount of emotion that goes into every single round. Even when they're not having a timeout, they're still getting all of the vibe that you would have a timeout in just the round swapping on over. But for LC, they've had a little bit of time, you know, to look over the past mistakes. Maybe part of it was the fact that they were expecting a different team to make it through. You and I, we were like theory crafting in between the breaks, trying to figure out what exactly happened, because it's very rare that we actually see Tundra get picked.
Yeah.
For that first map, because you don't want to let the opponent immediately grab up that defenders, but it might just have been to avoid a worse situation in the form of either Yggdrasil or Black Market, and they just had to bite the bullet and put Tundra into play.
Could be that they're feeling the same way I am, where we're just fatigued from Black Market. No more Black Market. We're just anything but that. And honestly, thing is, right, is that don't get it confused, because vamos Brazil, and I really think WS is going to take the series, but my prediction is LC takes the next map. 2 reasons. Number 1, I want to see Dong Tien. And number 2, I just feel like LC didn't train this hard all morning. He gets stomped out like this.
Yeah, but there is such a thing as over preparation. Like, if you train too hard, you can kind of burn yourself out.
You can, that's true. But at the same time, I believe that LC, this is their last chance to make it in esports. There's no preparation. There's too much for the team that has flown all the way from Europe, all the way into China, and want to take it home here. They want to make sure they can get up to the grand finals. They want to secure something more. They want to secure the first place.
Yeah, and I mean, they already showed how close it was between themselves and Imaginators. They were already able to knock out DPS first, one of our other Chinese teams here at the FragPunk Global Invitational. They don't want to get sent out before they can have some revenge.
Absolutely. But hey, revenge is a dish best served by I would like make a joke about how like French people are really good at cooking, but I love Brazilian food so much. I mean,
you could say revenge is a dish best served cold, but unfortunately we're not headed to Tundra Map 2.
Yeah, we already did that.
That's already done.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is, like malasadas and like pão dolce, like so many good foods that I have at home. And hey, going to Yggdrasil now, the next map, and see if Work in Silence is going to break both of our predictions here. But LC, they're confident on the defense on this map, at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, Work in Silence do love Yggdrasil. No surprises that they put this one into the map pool. LC are going to be the ones that are able to pick up that defensive side first. Try and entirely shut down Work in Silence. As long as they have control over A short, then they should be able to hold on to the space.
Oh yeah, and Eagle Eyes is going to help them do that quite a bit, especially on A. You have that long sight lines just that you can cover from anywhere. A lot of pressure on Work in Silence to get this attack half just right.
Starting things off, this first round has got to go in LC's favor. There is no worse way to begin that match point potential with a loss on your personally picked side. For Work in Silence, this is where they could just break LC entirely.
Oh, but look at the fast push out already by LC to claim that space. Damage already coming to fruition. God7 actually kind of in a bad way right now. Pushing up to the top there with that damage that came out early on by LMS. He does not have his drone form anymore.
LMS does have current control of short. We talked about that. LC needing to hold on to the short space on A to prevent WS from just steamrolling over the converter onto that site. Lots of potential damage though coming on through from B. Rhythm takes a massive hit of damage, and it is going to be LC keeping control of balcony too, so they're not going to be able to grab on up that heal from the trophy.
Working silence, working all the way back through the spawn, but look at Gone7.
Oh.
PVS though on A, they have such good control over here through the vents. Nice shot to remove all of LC presence from the site. And now, Converter makes its way up. Time for the post-plant situations. Working silence figures out where they want to hold this from.
Yeah, like you said, PVS is going to have a really good read of whether or not they're coming through from Defender's Pipe, or whether it's going to be a full push from Defender's Spawn. TKX has got to make first contact. Rhythm is getting to anchor plateau out as well, so LC are getting denied every single angle potential.
TKX gets removed early. This is going to be a very difficult retake position as they retake, basically flipping the entire map here from A main. Oh, but Working Silence, a little bit of damage, not landing where it needs to. LC has the Eagle Eyes and helps them get the marks, but for now, the shots are going the way of Working Silence. Fusker drops out. Working Silence still has the better positioning in the post plant, and the regenerative therapy definitely helps a lot.
Yeah, a little bit of a slower start there in terms of taking that attack onto A side, and that was actually really good tempo because it meant that LC didn't have that possession of A short when WS decided to fully commit on through and could set themselves up into the post plant before needing to clear outside because there was just no one on the defense already. It was abandoned.
Completely abandoned, and I just really can't believe that LC would let that happen, where you just only have one player holding out the site where you had the information the whole time. Weapon morph coming out from LC though, it's gonna mean that that's not gonna happen again. A bunch of little turrets all over the place. Avenge Me as well means that the clutch potential is gonna be in the hands of whoever is the last player standing. D debuffs, Explosion Specialist on the side of Working Silence probably means that we're gonna be seeing a very big emphasis on a fast push with some util.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of very large, massively damaging explosions coming on through from the side of Working Silence, but they could also use it to slow burn and just put that continuous pressure into places like A short so that LC are forced to back away and the converter can go down and they can utilize that utility to just
look at the
keep
turrets!
them sold out.
Look at the turrets!
Weapon morph, I love this card so much.
Many all over
Every single card, or rather weapon that gets dropped is going to be able to just immediately morph into a turret, which is going to be giving all of the information. If they start firing away, you know a player is close by.
5, 6, I think 7, 8. There's 7 on just B site alone. I believe that there's 2 on A site.
They've just got an army at the moment. LC have
there's
called
so
in
many
the
more.
cavalry. As, oh my goodness, Working Silence, like whichever site they decide to choose, they're always going to be outnumbered. Well, maybe not outnumbered, but definitely outgunned.
Like the Meat Maker turret as well, just on the other side of the door. You cross that. It's actually going to be so scary for Working Silence here. LC, they kind of cooked with those placements, I can't lie.
I mean, it's going to be PVS trying to clear that space with the high life. But the second that they get spotted out, those turrets are going to be starting to fire away as LMS holds, waits to punish the swing out.
Oh, but 2 frags going the way of Working Silence. LC only trades one of them out. It was Rhythm, a very necessary pick, but I'm waiting to see right now LMS and PVS on opposite sides of the wall there, but the tension is rising. Why is WS still committed over to this sideline right now? After all the rotates come through LC, it could come out of short, but biding their time right now.
The body block is good too. They're anticipating someone swinging out of short. 2-player stack in front of Converter Plant, and that is gonna go down now. Pico trying to just take up a position. TKX as well, just spamming all of that circuit utility. Just trying to keep Working Silence off of the angle of contesting a potential defuse.
The Molly, the headshot, amazing stuff. It's just down to -7, but in a 1v2 situation, LC, they get flash and dash, but tracking through is so good for Vico. And even though the turrets didn't give us as much of a presence as we needed, the aura kept Working Silence from controlling much more of the map than they already had.
Yeah, Work in Silence were pretty much only able to go back towards main with the amount of crossfire that all of those turrets had set up. No control of short, no control of cubby, no way of just anchoring and firing at anyone rotating over from defender spawn. LC had all of the space to be able to play with, and that meant that they could just spam utility down that one choke angle and just push and pressure Work in Silence off of the space entirely.
Dibs and burn the boats here for LC. Not necessarily the best cards, not the worst cards. Freeze bullets on Work in Silence definitely feels a lot stronger just from the initial outlook of this round.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really strong just so they can out-tempo their opponents, especially if they want to go aggressively through either towards a short or just looking to light up mid, as we haven't really got to see the all-out spar coming through in either mid or yard. A lot of these fights have been relegated to a main instead.
You're right, we haven't seen any mid fights here, and I don't think that this is going to be a round where we see that. I think LC, knowing with those freeze bullets on the other side, they're going to have to try to give a little bit, or at the very least, try to meet them in the middle, as we see a nice bit of pressure from mid side as the entirety of LC collapses in to one small point.
Yeah, Vico just using the hello goodbye to get some scanning information there on the Kismet without putting himself into harm's way. Rhythm spamming out the Axon nades, just anchoring onto that B site in case anyone tries to drop down off of balcony. Meanwhile, Circuit from above balcony, TKX with the gold dust being incredibly problematic, as that's a bigger problem though. Converter's already planted.
Oh yeah, not only that, but LC, they need to make a lot of moves right now. Coming all the way back in from the attacker spawn as they flipped. They're doing a good job of it. Just down to Belky and Mito 7 right now as they're held in to the B site right now. On the side, Tygex about to drop down from the bottom. See Vico trying to make the rotation. Fusker in tow. There we are. The first shot's coming to fruition. And LC, they get a trade. It's just down to Mito 7, who's good for at least one more. But LMS, 39 HP in a dream. Flash is dodged out. Just Fusker. Take it away. Mito 7 holding it out. The timer ticking down. Work in Silence. Mito 7 retains control in the impossible situation, the 2v4 being clutched up.
He's MVP'd every single time that Work in Silence have won. What better player to have still standing to win your 1v1s? We said that we didn't get to see a lot of fights previously over towards either middle yard. This is the round that it happened.
We shared a knowing glance, chat, to try to cast our curse in. We were like, we looked at each other, we're like, yeah, just nothing in mid, right? And then everything was perfect. Let's try to do that more.
I mean, Work in Silence, just sending it perfectly down yard, forcing LC to have to overcommit into that post-plan situation, which means that the freeze bullets were getting full value.
Yeah, vulnerability site B, gonna be a great way to try to lock in and prevent that from happening again for LC, and choke as well. Always a powerful card. We know that LC is most likely gonna be using that to hold in onto that mid control, onto that A short control as well. Curse crits 2 plus the choke is actually an insane combo.
Yeah, I mean, LC going to be making sure that Work in Silence doing far less headshot damage in comparison to their own primary fire. I do believe we have a little bit of a timeout coming on through as LC try and figure out how they're going to be able to turn it around as we now head into the next round. Work in Silence having a lot of momentum off of the round before,
5 points,
definitely, yeah, definitely less advantage in terms of overall shard cards as LC are investing. This is go big or go home, Artie.
This is long range versus close range, but wow, Rhythm already going to be eating 41 damage with a well-placed blaster. Work in Silence already feeling the pressure.
I mean, LC want to try and keep them at arm's length for as much as they possibly can. If the attackers don't get any space, then the less time they have, the less opportunity they're going to have to clear those angles, and the more that choke is going to be able to do with the shotguns from afar, when inevitably Work in Silence are forced to run directly into them.
Here we are in mid, controlling it. Choke, gonna help out quite a bit. The Axon nade's not gonna connect where they need to for Work in Silence. This is exactly what Last Chance needed, as they're able to withstand quite a bit. Liftnix, though, gonna be worse for wear. The shotgun, though, gonna do some damage. Work at Silence, find the first two, but Vico, he's good for his own. It's a 3-on-2 situation already as the converter makes its way down B yard, but Vico is still waiting at the bottom of the platform here. Is gone 7, 37 HP, but it's not enough.
It's not enough. The boom from the bottom of stairs with choke enabled takes the Dex down. 2 versus 2 situation. Working Sun still having a player carrying converter. It's going to actually make it all the way over to A side. And we're going to play a post-plant position as LC are currently on B. And here's the problem, Artie. They're both coming from the same angle.
Coming from the same angle, time to snipe going to be so helpful for Working Silence now that they are on the advantageous position for the post plant. But through short, using every bit of opportunity they have with those shotguns. Going to be seeing Choke come into play on this A site. Moving in, nice bit of utility as they're both closing in. They're trying to isolate 2 different fights, but that extra damage from the distance helps PVS here. First shot missed, it's not gonna matter. Work at Silence, up 3 already. Only 3 rounds remaining before they send Last Chance home.
Yeah, the pressure to have to clear the high life, unfortunately, over towards main meant that Belky just sitting on that site behind the pillar was able to come on through with the last kill necessary in the round. We did cover the fact that LC, both coming through from the same angle on short, we're definitely going to be a little bit short of playing an advantage in the post plan. They try so hard, the Kismet invest in the walk on the wild side to get such a good swing angle without taking damage, but unfortunately, as every Kismet main will tell you, when you go in for walk on wild side, you don't get the information of where the other lancers are. And that lack of information on where Becky was the nail in the coffin.
This timeout being called by Working Silence is very surprising to me. They're up. They're feeling confident. They won on a round where they definitely had a slight underplay of those cards. TCK, such good vibes there. They are cooking. They're like, hey, we don't want to stop this momentum. We want to make sure we're feeling good, we're doing good. They're definitely calling this timeout to cook with the current cards that they're looking at on their screens. We're going to see those cards right about now as we get started with the card phase, moving in to the round.
Not just that, they're going to let LC stew in the fact that they lost a round with choke.
Yeah.
And
they choked.
Yeah, they did indeed.
They choked the choke.
They choked the choke as Ricochet is going to be sent absolutely packing. Get that card out of the lobby.
Plenty of ammo and headshot master for LC. This is honestly the best case scenario for them. However, bulletproof design, if Working Silence manages to get into a post-plant situation, it is going to suck. That being said, they also have the opportunity to work out and get some health back. I love this. That card on the right-hand side, the ability to just keep healthy stretching out, this is absolutely for TCK.
Yeah. Bulletproof too. Allied traps are immune to damage. A bulletproof design is going to be very, very strong for the side of Working Silence in, like you said, that post-plant situation. And with the healthy stretching, being able to regain sustainability as long as they're able to find those jumps, we're going to be able to come on through with a lot of long-term plays on the side of the attack. The question is, do they get to use it in a post-plant situation? Because LC are going incredibly aggressively into attacker spawn.
Oh yeah, checking out B site right now, looking like a very heavy investment up to yard, and they're up close enough right now to be able to use all of that utility in a way that will matter. LC, they're gonna get the first 2 picks though. That's huge, especially with Headshot Master. All they need to do is get a couple of them, and look at that Boosker. He grabs a couple that he needs. Oh my goodness, Mino7 already down to just such low HP. It's just him as the rest of LC collapses in. That long timeout for Working Silence really working against them seemingly as, well, I know, he's still here, just locked in place.
Yeah, he is pinned down in yard. Emotional rescue is going to mean at least his health bar is intact, but he's not going to be getting out of this one smoothly. Smoker is going to come on through on the utility pistol so he can just reposition entirely. Maybe make a play. Nope, it was a fake out to try and find a different angle. and looks to put the damage on through. LC doing a very good job there of reading the cards that they were given, understanding that they would be up against the wall in a post-plant situation, and they just needed to stop the post-plant. They needed to get aggressive and just full send it.
What was the work in silence timeout? Why? What are we doing? All right, like I said, I am still thinking that Brazil makes this, but I think our predictions are both coming into play here as, yeah, it's feeling a little bit of a misstep there. Speaking of missteps, nobody's going to be stepping into dance moves. Everybody Dance Now gets banned out. Thorn Trap as well, making things a little bit easier. Eye of the Reaper going to be into play, helping LC once that converter gets planted.
True, but we've seen it actually work against teams in the past where they spend so long waiting for the pings of that location to be given in the post plant that they get punished with the time bank working against them.
Usually we see that on the defense. This time for the offense side, LC, they're going to very much enjoy having a nice little in as to when they need to peak.
That is very true. WS going to be given all of their positions away if they play on that post plant as Sideswap has now come out. LC on the attack and immediately getting aggressive as WS trying to hold the space of A short.
Short, so fast to be aggressive here by LC. WS, 3 out A main right now. Axon moving through defender spawn. Nitro still holding the B angle, but the fake is here as LC. They move the converter over to B side. They know it's under-defended now after hearing everything. They have all the util they need to know. PVS, high life, inside stairs. LMS has seen it, spotted it out. Vico about to drop down to the top. PVS misses a little too many of those shots. But look at how fast they re-out. But look at that, converter still not in their control. LC.
Back to A.
Back to A.
Back to A. Just breaking trophy. A pit stop on the way so they can get a little bit of health back onto their Corona's health bar. Converter is going to go down. They've got short. They've got main. It's going to be a retake situation that WS have to be able to win as LS, either the Reaper is going to fully come into play. They're going to know exactly where these defenders are going to be popping up from. And they can just bait them in with Converter.
Oh yeah, there it is! Through the smokes, Vico! He was waiting for it specifically. That's what I love to see. It is such a powerful position that you can play in. The double fake out to get there, everything. Look at the hype and the passion. Zotriv in there just looking so confident for his compatriots.
Yeah, you can see working signs like they understood, just like LC, post-plant position would play against them, so they pushed really aggressively at the beginning, all the way from main, to try and get a read on whether or not it would be a fast push onto one of those sites. Ooh, Melon Reigns is going to be coming into play for the side of LC. And LC on the attack, we've seen Melon Reigns in post-pump positions be very detrimental for the defenders having to walk all over.
It's really good. I like that LC is really playing for the post-ban. And a fun fact about the Melon Reigns is it's actually named after a Chinese streamer who has the name Watermelon Scanner, like Watermelon Runs, like so some pun out of that. So it's actually named after a streamer that plays this game. So a fun fact from Shin to you guys. Absolutely beautiful stuff here. Also see Working Silence playing with Phantom A site, although a card that might work against them if LC actually gets to plant on A site, and the Melon Rines are a little harder to find.
That is very true. Trying to pick your way through the Melon Rines before is already detrimental enough as it is, and I mean, it's just going to be all in LC. They want to play for the post plant. They need to get the plant down in the first place, but WS read the tempo change up and are ready for the fast pace.
Oh, the smokes as well through the security check, going to be allowing those two early picks now, but here it is. Converter gets planted over on the B site, and Melon Rines planted firmly on the ground, but look at that as Lipnix goes out. It's a 5-on-2 situation. I don't know if a little bit of skin from some fruits is going to be enough, as we currently see all the util being dumped towards B yard. And there's a flank as well as Vital7 takes out Fusker. It's just up to Tykex on the side. It's not going to be anywhere near enough as Working Silence finds themselves with a flawless round here, bringing our score to 4-3.
Yeah, I mean, the seeds were planted, but unfortunately, when you plant a seed, it takes a little bit of time for that tree to be able to grow before you can harvest the fruits of your well-earned labor.
Melon Rines.
Yeah. I mean,
you almost there was something coming there.
There was something coming.
You know, I will forgive that because your first joke of the day that you cooked was really good.
Thank you.
We'll give you one more. But what we won't be giving is more than one for Work in Silence, because if they get one more round up, means LC is gonna really need to lock in load here. Piercing bullets on the attacking side for LC. Such a strong card, especially on the attack side. Explosive shot and visible traps though. 8 shard points being invested this round by Work in Silence. LC though, unable to get Rift expansion, but they don't need it. You just shoot through everything with some highways.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's A, whether it's B, as long as you control main and short on A, or any part of yard or balcony on B, you're going to be able to stop the defenders from going for a diffuse play. Like you said, the My Way is 100% going to be coming into the hands of so many of these LC players, as they're going to be looking to play for that post plan. And it's going to be just aggressive right out for mid yet again.
They just go all the way out, and look at that. All the angles. Lipnix already knows where to look. The bullets being sent all the way through. Now, on Work in Silence, Axon going to be moving up towards yard, putting himself in a bit of a dangerous spot. Is worth it at the outset, as that damage does make LC stutter a bit. They stutter step backwards. Chum coming out there for Work in Silence makes me feel really good about this round, but there we go already. Broker finding a really nice opening frag for Work in Silence. A 4-on-4 situation once again. LC having to wait in the back while they heal back up just a little bit more. Piercing bullets not giving them the answer they want.
Oh, Mito closing up that distance slowly but surely. They still haven't been able to find a post-plant situation, but they have been taking space away. Belky anchoring on B is going to get shot through the crate, but finds the pick before he gets taken down. He's good for 2, and that might be enough to win the round for Work in Silence.
Actually, that really might be enough. That was so crazy because they knew where he was, but it's just so reflexive to stop shooting when somebody is in cover. They didn't know to just keep holding on.
Yeah.
He really would have died there. We see 3 players on Work in Silence now coming out of Garage, but Vico, unfortunately, not going to be able to take him out. Tykex doesn't know that they're all on the sidelines, and Work in Silence. They're bringing us in to map point. They have confirmed at least the duels coming into this, and for last chance, the pressure is on.
I mean, Inherit the Wind might not be in play, but Belky from Beyond the Grave was the death rattle that saved WS there on that side. That's insane. Piercing bullets should have taken this Chum down immediately. He gets 1 dropping from balcony, and he just moves to the side.
1 bullet.
He was 1 bullet.
1 bullet.
He just moves away from cover and manages to take another one down before he falls, and that numbers, that 2v2 mirror, is enough for Work in Silence to take it.
Oh no. Maximum overhealth is not in play. Knife in the Dark was banned by LC.
Yep.
TikTok was not banned. And
It's
what that
in play.
means is that Work in Silence, they just have to survive 75 seconds, make sure that converter wasn't planted.
Yeah.
If they can hold that down. Now, that might not even happen. We might get the converter down or whatever, but the pressure is on because the round might as well just be a lot shorter.
Yeah, I mean, here's a really heads-up play if you want to read into that. You lock Spider.
You lock Spider, you just rotate.
Just rotate permanently. We're going to have Psychic Link coming through for LC, which is definitely going to aid them in trying to read out their opponents if it is Work in Silence deciding to just play survivability rather than a tactic shooter.
Oh yeah, LC could be at least starting off here with a bit of a presence towards A site. LMS flashing, dashing, making their way over. Mito 7 push off of the angle at the moment. So is Belky, but they are going to survive. The pressure on A is mounting. LC maneuvering their way over. Work in Silence haven't gotten the full read just yet. 3 players still stacked over to the B side, but they will get that information shortly. Psychic Link can allow Lipnix to make the calls for his team. Tell everybody what the play is currently looking like. Here it is, LC. They make their push in fast. They are going to be able to get that converter down. TikTok not going to be a worry now, but scanner interference will mean that Work in Silence is going to be able to find out a little bit more about what their post-fight positioning looks like as Tykex gets the first frag on the Mito. This is looking good for LC, but the refrag comes in as Belky Gets another onto Lipnix. The trades continue to come through. It's a 3-on-2 now. But look at how amazing Vico is as he holds onto the sidelines. PVS 2 HP. But the converter hasn't been planted just yet. He starts it. He has to commit right now. He gets planted just the last second. But PVS, he's coming around as well. A cure-all, just a few bullets. Look at that LMS, 1 HP. Might as well just be dead already. Vico, though, the crossfire is being held. Is anyone's game still? Only 2 HP for PVS. But Vico goes down! Oh, but LC, they clutch it up. And LMS, with 10 HP remaining, with less than 1 second before the converter gets planted.
TikTok.
That round could not have been any closer, and I have hit a blood pressure PR.
That's insane. High Life. Isolated fights with a High Life. He was able to find the first, was almost able to finish off the second with a High Life shot into that pistol follow through. The fact that it went as close as it did is insane. Look at this! High Life into
that could have ended if one of those cure-all shots
ended if one cure-all shot was able to connect onto him. But we go again. LC have to find another round from somewhere in their back pocket to take us to duels.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Only enough shard points to be able to invest in one. It's going to be lucky bullets. Definitely a fantastic card, but with anti-healing bolts and Dragon's Breath, WS is going to have a very good defensive round here. LC starting off strong, really fast right now in the mid.
Gold Dust comes on through, slowing everything down. It's actually going to be Kismet for Mido7, the lance that he decides to grab on over. Vico also going to be on that Kismet, shooting through doors. The My Way trying to keep up the pressure on short. Clone from Dex is going to be broken early. And it's going to be that push now coming on through. LC losing one of their main players, though. The Circuit has been removed. A massive amount of information, as well as the ability to stop any momentum picked up from Work in Silence, now taken off the table.
I love the fact that this round is already feeling different to everything else. This is the first time in a while we've just had one pick, but like not a full explosive fight. And gonna see a little bit of a sus play here from Vico sitting up at the vents as we see LC continue to remain in A, trying to bait out the rotation, but it's red. Gon7 doesn't even need the clone form to be able to walk up and hear all of the movement, but he's taken out. Shield scales in play, not gonna matter as long as there's enough bullets in the chamber. LMS dashing all the way back into the attacker spawn to make sure nobody's scaled up next to him. 4-on-3 now.
You think as well, being able to clear out the decks on Plateau would signal the converter heading on over to that site. Now that it's going to be hands down, and that's exactly where LC are going to be sprinting towards it. We're going to have a post-plant situation unless Work in Silence can cut them off from Defender spawn.
A double fake out yet again to make it work. That's kind of the name of the game that we've been seeing so far. Hello, goodbye. Gonna get a quick scan. Not gonna find anybody just yet. The converter goes down, but so does a lot of utility as the Warzone chips away the damage. But look at this, the vampire bullets, anti-healing bullets, the Dragon's Breath. So much of everybody's dead! Boosker, the last remaining player, can he clutch up the 1v3? He needs to secure the duels, and he gets one. It's a 1-on-2, and he has to survive, but he doesn't! And Work in Silence! They've sent LC home! That was their last chance! And Work in Silence have made it through the lower bracket.
Dragon's Breath made it through the shard bands! And an action was in play! 3-2-1, we're playing close plan. Never mind, everyone's dead. That is the
Everyone's
name
dead.
of the game.
Everyone's dead.
If Dragon's Breath wasn't in the mix, if Axon hadn't been grabbed for Work in Silence reading in to what the shard cards could provide, that post-plant situation goes entirely differently. But the fact that they were so close, already rotating over from Defender spawn, reading that it would be an A-site push.
Alrighty, well, hey, say it with me now. Vamos, Brazil! There's Work in Silence. Absolutely working up the vibes, though. LC absolutely reeling from that one, but The vibes are still amazing. They're so proud. The fact that another team from outside the region has made it all the way up as well. Some good competition. At the end of the day, we're all here for some good FragPunk. Good FragPunk we have got.
Good FragPunk we absolutely have gotten. And Work in Silence, what a team. Like, they show that it's not just about the shard cards in terms of how you play your positions, it's about how you pick your Lancers too. Because like the depth of Lancer pool that we've seen coming through from this team, Belky going for like 4 different Lancers per map dependent on the shard cards, the position that they're trying to play, the tactic that they're trying to put into the mix, just allows for so much flexibility and also inability for a lot of teams to understand and expect what is going to be coming at them until the round itself has begun.
Chum and Chomper. Chum and Chomper. Broker sometimes too. Broker actually making a very big impact on a couple of those rounds for WS, but I gotta say, Chum and Chomper. Really coming through a few times for Work in Silence. Never being the character that makes the most insane plays, never being the character that changes the round, but more Lancers, better than less Lancers. But Work in Silence really showing off that they can think outside the box. Now, maybe sometimes they can overcook in a timeout, but at the end of the day, Work in Silence have shown that attack or defense, no matter what map they're on, no matter what Lancers there are, no matter what shard cards are in play, they can lock in when it matters the most.
Yeah, I mean, just get Yggdrasil out of the pool.
Just get Yggdrasil away.
just get it. They're the best team at playing it.
Yeah.
Straight up, they're the best team at playing it. Even in the post-plant situations, like they have such a good read of how much time they have to be able to rotate. Even if they don't have control of mid, they can still manage to pull back from B over towards A for their own defender spawn and catch the attackers before they can set up really punishing angles. Because like playing post-plant on A is so punishing if you let the attackers just have the space. They can keep an eye on defender's pipe, they can keep an eye on defender spawn, they have full coverage of short and main as well. There's so much cover that they can utilize. The converter can be right in the middle, so you have to hard swing out 4 punishing angles to make a play for it. But time and time again, Work in Silence on the defense just don't let LC play the post plant they want to.
They're not even letting LC play the game. Lithnix, a staggering 2-10 here coming through, but focus on the W's here with WS, PVS, a standout performance. Look at the highlights over here to see what an amazing map of Yggdrasil that we got. This looks so different to any of the ranked games that I play on this map because this team knows how to control mid when it matters the most. Now LC, they got a lot of rounds in. They got a few rounds on the defense that look so clear, but look at the clutches like this, where Mito7 was just able to win in an advantageous position even when the numbers were stacked against him. You look to see right now with LC just really doing what they could every round to try and recombine efforts, but they were read every single time by Work in Silence. And I love seeing moments like this where LC, they felt confident, they felt controlled, they made the cards work in their favor. But for WS, the shots worked out. LC, they forgot sometimes what came out at certain moments, but really, for Work in Silence, there were a lot of rounds that they should not have won just based on the numbers.
Based on their health pool.
Based on their health pool. But
like 2 HP.
The Dragon's Breath here was so good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the next evolution of the Axon. You just become a full-blooded dragon, and Work in Silence, that Horde, it's not just standard treasure, it's map wins on Yggdrasil. They're headed all the way through to the grand finals, where they'll be matching up against Imaginators. And Adi, I don't think we could have imagined a more exciting finals that will be waiting for us at the end of the day.
Absolutely. I think that we all were really hoping that we would get this, though, that we would get a team representing the hometown, representing the mainland China region, and we would get getting a team that represented outside, right? That represented coming out from somewhere else, and teams that have never come together in a tournament before, making it all the way through. What a story.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see how these two teams are going to interact, because like Work in Silence have been going for a lot of plays which could potentially be punished, right? They do spread themselves pretty thin in terms of where they want to hold those positions. So I think for a team like Imaginators, who are so very strong at just brute forcing one particular space and bypassing every single one of your defenses to turn it into a post-one position as quickly as they possibly can, it's going to be a true test for Work in Silence, because they're not going to have those same time frame windows that the other teams they've met up against have afforded them.
Yeah, a lot of preparation has been going down for all the teams that are here. For Work in Silence, they have just been so steady on their grind, and it has paid off all the way up to here. No matter what, they're going to be going home happy, but I think that they want to go home with the biggest prize. In order to do that, they are going to have to take down the reigning home champion here with Imaginators, who are the best suited for this, given the fact that there's so much support in the stands for them here in the arena. There's so much support for them just every single time they're on stage.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that this is going to be a battle of the fans. Battle of the fans that are here in China versus the absolute passion from the Brazilian fans watching from home.
I mean, they are incredibly passionate. I'm sure, in fact, they're so passionate you can almost hear them if you listen. Just very much in the distance, just Vamos Brazil!
Vamos Brazil!
Belky definitely can hear
Every
them.
time I say it, I hear over there, woo! It's
like the Dragon Ball moment, right? Where Goku just gains so much strength with the Spirit Bomb, where he just feels the energy of everyone supporting him. I feel like that's one of the powerhouses behind Work in Silence, because their fans are very much not quiet.
Absolutely. I absolutely love what they're bringing to the table here, and for Work in Silence, they have earned their spot. Last chance, unfortunate sent home, but they made it all the way down to the last day here. They did a fantastic job, a fantastic run. But today, even before we get to the grand finals, we have some more fun stuff. That I can't tell you about just yet. The moment I said that, producers' ears perked up and said, oh, wait, but take a look here at the MVPs coming back to it. See Work in Silence, Mito7, 1.7 KD, and a very large Lancer pool like we're used to seeing from the squad.
Free for free. Every single time that Work in Silence have played, Mito7 has been the one walking away with the MVP. You really can see what a staple anchor he is for this team. KD 1.7, use Lancers. Kismet! We got to see his Kismet come through on Yggdrasil with those nade lineups, as well as some really strong scout checks coming on through with the hello goodbye to get a better read of the situation so that Work in Silence knew what they would be walking into.
Yeah, a beautiful performance from everybody on Work in Silence, but they're going to have to keep up that same energy come up against Imaginators. But we've got an interview with Jaeger on the stage. Let's toss it to Jaeger. We'll be back later.
阿西队只有 random 可以说英语，所以我们也是特别请到了他们的战队主理人 Welcome and welcome to the post-game interview, and this is Jaeger, and maybe say hello to our audience.
Hello guys, ni hao. Really special to be here with all this amazing crowd. Just watching every day has been great. Yeah, thank you.
再次感谢大家，然后我也可以来到赛后采访，很开心，也再次感谢不管是线上陪伴了我们很多天的朋友，还是现场来到我们现场的朋友。好，那我们刚才也讲到了，其实巴西队与我们这边也是会有一些语言沟通上面的障碍嘛。但我们也知道你们千里迢迢来到这里来参加比赛，其实不管是语言上面啊、生活上啊、文化上，肯定会有很多的不同。但是我们的队员今天的表现真的非常的出色。我想知道在这段时间内，那兄弟们他们是怎么去调整自己的状态？可以在这样陌生的环境当中可以拿到这么好的成绩。So we just talk about because the language issue that we know that you guys have to a new place and like new food and so everything is new for you, and how like everyone just overcome the problem and now you have excellent performance.
Yeah, so that's a really important question. I think we as Brazilians coming here, it's a little bit difficult because of the time zone, so it's really far, but like beyond all, not problems, but beyond the different food and different culture, we've been just loving it all, and I think they are so good in not caring about those little small issues. They just eat different foods and they enjoy it, and they are sleeping a little less, but they don't care about it. Just go all in and give all they can, and that's working out, I guess. They deserve all credits for that. Yeah.
这个其实也是我们一直遇到的一个很重要的问题，就是我们远从巴西，我们的队员从巴西来，那他们呢会遇到很多问题，像不管是语言问题啊，还是时差问题，还是饮食方面的问题。但是我们只是捂起自己的耳朵，我们去不听那样的声音和其他的那些问题，我们也只是想去尝试新鲜的东西，去交新的朋友。我们都是因为热爱《界外狂潮》这个游戏聚到这边，所以我们觉得非常开心。我觉得就是让我们关注在游戏本身上面，然后去冲刺，去达到一个很好的结果。所以我也觉得我的队员们他们值得这样好的成绩。Okay, also because we know that your team already have like 2 matches today, and also I would like to know before, okay, I translate to Chinese first. 那我先用中文先问一下，因为其实我们有很多的那个碎片卡交换环节，然后也可以看到 TCK 其实对各个战队的主理人都非常的了解。我特别想知道，这么了解是因为你们队研究了每个战队的战术，是不是 ？I would like to know because you're like really familiar with every captain from other teams. So is it because you not only analyze the other teams, their strategy, but also every team also includes their captain?
Yeah, I guess as a content creator, it would be awesome to mix up both worlds, both the funny world where I try to make stuff behind cameras and stuff, getting to know other captains and talk and get to know other cultures and make that friendships, and also the competitive side where winning is all about winning and stuff. So if I can mix both of these worlds, it's gonna be the greatest show ever for this amazing audience. Yeah.
我认为电竞它不仅仅是应该只有紧张和刺激的环节，它应该既然是游戏，它应该兼顾我们紧张的比赛，同时也包括了我们非常快乐的这一面。那我们来到这里呢，也是非常开心，可以结识到这么多共同喜欢游戏的朋友们，我们一起认识，然后也获得了新的情谊，获得了友谊。我觉得在这样非常的开心。我觉得2个世界它不应该冲突，应该在一起，这才是真正电竞的意义。OK, at last， 那最后呢，我也想问一下，你们的队员已经经过了2场比赛，即将还要迎来总决赛，最后有没有什么话要跟队员们说 ？I would like to know, so you guys like already have done the 2 matches, and I would like to know, so for the upcoming grand final, anything you want to say to your teammate?
Yeah, so you guys are already warmed up. You guys already proved a lot. I'm only the funny guy behind the scenes trying to do some funny stuff. You guys deserve all the credit to be playing that good since the game launched, and you guys are killing it. Let's go, we're winning this, yeah.
我觉得你们已经准备了很长时间了，你们也做出了很多努力，你们在这游戏当中付出了很多的内容，而我只是那个在镜头后面帮你们付出去做一些可以做的事情的人。那我觉得你们所有的付出和努力，今天应该会获得一个收获。我觉得你们值得，所以加油。OK, cheer up to you. OK, thank you for today's interview.
Thank you.
再次感谢 TCK 来到我们的赛后采访，谢谢。OK, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Ooh, a pretty for me.
This is the only thing my dad left me. I have to know what it is. No one better try and stop me.
Kismet, you're late. Chum's about to cut the cake. You there?
Hey, everyone. Happy birthday.
Wow, new friends.
Everything has changed now. You can hardly make out what was here before. Not long ago. What happened to the daylight? Nothing seems to feel right.
95. Clash.
I try to understand the lessons to be learned. We dance at every turn. I'm hoping that the heart you gave me will be enough to get me there. You taught me what was right.
Ever since the smash up, Kepler's gone nuts.
Golden wings of chaos in the fight to stay alive.
But I've got it handled.
You're lucky you even made it past me!
We
me guess. Homesick.
It's over. Time to play by my rules. You go ahead, Kismet. I've got a score to settle with Kepler.
Oh, lucky me! Why does Kepler want this so bad anyway?
Can it change the rules of the shard?
Dad. Hands off! Pull.
Wow! This is a masterpiece! Wait!
This will decide everything. And nothing.
乐界6月26日，界外狂潮第2赛季盛大演出即将开幕。下面有请制作人星岛为大家带来第2赛季的内容前瞻。Crush the Rules, Search Beyond Limits, FragPunk Season 2 will officially launch on June 26th. Now, let's welcome lead producer Xin for the Season 2 preview.
大家好，我是新导，
Hello,
我是界外狂制作人，大家好。
Hello.
非常感谢大家能够来到现场看我们的
Thank
比
you
赛，
all
也非常
for
感谢大家对我
gathering
们界外
here
狂潮
to
比赛的
watch
这
the
个关注
FragPunk Global Invitational, and thank you for your support. I'm so excited because I've been watching the WS and LC. It's very exciting and intense. Now, I want to hear from you. Is FragPunk games good or not?
然后今天呢，我也是想给大家带来一下我们新赛季的一个内容发布。
I want to take this opportunity to make a new season preview conference.
6月26号，我们第2
Our
赛季会
season
开始。
2 update will go live on June
我们
26th.
赛季会有3
This
个
time,
主题，
there
3
will
个
be
主题，
3
分
key
别
themes
是
for season
音乐
2.
节、新
They
世
are
界和盛大演出。
music
然后
festival,
什么意思
new
呢？具体什么
world,
意思呢？我
and
们一个一个
grand
说
show.
那么首
Now
先就
let
是
me
我
tell
们
you
先是我
the
们第一块内
details.
容，
First of
就是
all,
我们的
let's
新英雄。
talk
然后大
about
家可
the
以看一
new
下这
hero
个
of season
短片
2.
我们新英雄
Let's
短片。
look at this screen.
对，好的。这就我们新英雄，他又不是人，他又不是人。然后
This time the Lancer
这
is
次这个
not
英
a
雄他
human
叫飓风，
again.
他的名字叫飓
His
风。
name is
然后他来
Hurricane.
自于一个也是
He
比较特
comes
殊的碎片
from
宇宙，
a
那个碎片宇宙
unique
是一个冰雪
shadows.
世界。
It's
所以
an icy
这
world.
个北极熊一族啊，他
He
们在那
is
个
a
冰雪
polar
世
bear.
界里对抗
As
风
you
暴，
all know,
然
the
后建立
polar
了自己
bears
的
have
文明。
always been fighting
然
against
后
storms,
同时也
so
获
they
得了一
have
些能够操纵风暴的一些
mastered
技
the
能。所以我们
combat
可以
skills
看一下他的技
against
能。
storms very well. So let's look at the skill video.
对，他有3个技能。
Yes,
他的
he
第
has
一个技
three
能是
different
刚才那个
skills.
巨大的蓝色的
The
圈
first
圈，那是一个
skill
风暴
is,
啊。
as you can
然后
see,
那个
is
风暴其实是一
cyclone
个很长的
storm.
烟味。然后他的第二个技能是一个强度非常高的一个闪光
The
弹。
second skill
对，它
is
是一个
to
能够放
he
非
can
常
fire
远距离，
a
并且是一个分裂
branching
闪光的一
lightning.
个闪光弹，闪的
It's
这个
one
时
of
长
the
比较
most
长。一会儿到时候主理
strongest
人一会
flash
儿
skills.
他们会玩，你们可以看一下。对。
Then you can see in the show match
所以
later.
我们会给他加了一些限制，比如说他也会闪到你的队友。对。
He can
第3
flash
个技能是一
for
个
his
加速
teammates.
加增伤的技能，
The
然后
third
可以
skill
利
is
用这个技能和一技能的配合，做出一些很
a
有趣的操作。
heroic
对，
onslaught
这个
that
就
can
是我们
match
这个
with
新
skill
的
1
英雄，
to
他
make
是一
some
个比
new
较强的控
strategy.
制位和一
So
个辅助
this
位。
new
然
Lancer
后
is a
进攻性会相对强
control
一
and
些。
support
对，
position,
这就是
but
我们的飓风，
also
我
a
们的
very
第一款内容是新英
aggressive
雄。
one. So
然后
this
第
is
2 款
part
内
1,
容
our
就是我
new
们夏日
Lancer.
会带来
The
一个活
second
动，
part
这个活
will
动叫
be
做音乐
our
节。
summer
对，
event
就是因为到夏
called
日嘛，经
Music
常会举办
Festival
音乐节，所以
because
我们也想
this
举办
is
一个音乐
summer,
节，放
as
在
you
我们的
know.
系列。
We
这
all
个音乐
like
节是
music
一个
in
摇滚音
summer.
乐节，然后也
This
传了一个
is
全新
going
的
to
乐队，
be
就是我
a
们选了
grand
5
rock
位界外之
music
子，
festival.
然后传出来了
There
一
will be a
个
band
新
made
的
of
摇滚
5
偶像乐队，然
different
后大家可以猜猜是哪
Lancers
5个。
to make up
然后同时
an
呢，
idol
同期
band.
上线
You
的这
can
个音乐
guess
节
who
呢，
they
也
are.
会有一些额外的玩法，
We
比
will
如
also
说是一些音
have
乐相关的
some
卡牌，
new
然后包括一些音乐相关的一
music-related
些玩法，
shortcuts
甚至演
and
奏啊，这些
gameplay.
都会有。对，大家可以期
There
待
will
一
be
下。
a lot of
然后
things
同
to
时我们也会
expect.
放出一些
At the
故事和
same
漫画，
time,
这
we
些漫
will
画会来填补
release
一些
some
我们
new
身边的空白。
stories and
对，这个就是
comics
我们
to
音乐节的
expand
一个
the lore of
一个相
FragPunk
关的内
world.
容。然
So
后
this is what we
盛大
plan
演出
for the
嘛，它需要
music
一个舞
festival.
台，所以第3个内容
And
就是我们
then
这个
you
舞台。
know,
舞台是什么？舞台就是我
a
们的
grand
关
show needs a
就是我们的地
stage,
图。
and that
然后我们
stage
现
is
在
our
就会
new
出一张
map.
新的地图，可以
In
先看一下
season
这个
2, we will have a new map. Please have a
一个
look.
主模式地图。
This is a map for the primary mode.
对，这个地图的名字叫做天
The
屋
name
啊，
of
这个片
this
子比较
map
短。
is
这个名字的
called
地图叫做天
Examiner.
屋。然后顾名
Examiner.
思义，它是一个在空中的一
As you
个
can see,
飞
it's
船的母
a
港，然后也
floating
是属于一
port
个
for
科技树点外了的
spaceships.
一个文明做出来的一个地图。对，它因为在天上，所以它有一
Since
些
it's
特殊的玩法，
floating in the
就是你
sky,
在这
so
个
there
地
will
图
be
边缘
some
会掉下去，
special
就是会
ways
坠
to
落、会
play it.
坠亡，有一些地
The
形杀的效果。
edges
但
are
是呢，
dangerous.
如
If
果
you
你的身
fall,
法
you
足
are
够好，
dead.
可以在
But
这个
if
边
your
缘
movements
开辟
are
一些
good
新的路
enough,
线，这个
you
大概
can
也
make
是
use of
能
it
想
to
到一些新
create
的路
some
线。
new paths
然后同
and
时，
unique
这个地
strategy.
图有一个特
In
殊的
this
机关
map,
叫做钩索。
there is a
玩家
new
可以在
mechanic
地
in
图
this
上使用
map
这个钩
called
索，去
zip
到一些
line.
更为特殊的点位。
It
所以
can
整个
allow
地图会
players to reach high
对大
grounds
家
that
的
are
这个地图
usually
力要求会比较高
inaccessible.
同时，这个地图的这个决斗赛的图也是充分利用了这2点。啊，
So
这就是
you
我
can
们这
make
个
good
主模
use
式的
of
地
this
图。
map in
然
the
后同时
primary
我们
mode.
还给我们的一个娱乐模式，就是我们那
At
个
the
生化
same
模式，
time,
我
we
们的
add a new
干爆
map
发这个模式
for
加了一
our
个地图，然后这个地图
entertainment
叫冥
mode
府监牢。
outbreak
对，
mode.
这个地图
It's called
for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe provides stronger connectivity than ever before, so the players can experience escape and chase in the outbreak mode. The ghost can chase you, and the human being can run away. Speaking of the outbreak mode, there will be more than 20 new shark cards in this mode. As there will be a lot of shark cards, so we will have a shark card combination for new players. In the future, we will make a better deck preset for shark cards. So this is our new design for the map. Next part will be about our events and rewards in Season 2. That's because we have heard of your feedback that players want to have more events. So we have decided to make more events here. In Season 2, we promise there will be an event every week with rewards like loot crates, stickers, headgear, or arm accessories. Every 2 weeks, there will be limited time events such as Hyper Rush and Classic Showdown. There will be one new mode every 2 weeks. And plus there will be a lot of activities and rewards, including character skins, weapon skins, and more. And the Summer Music Festival will also feature collector's edition skins for free.
然后同时我们也改变了一下我们新赛季卡牌的更新频率，就是我们之前是卡牌一上来全放出来，然后我们第二赛季想试一下每2周放出来，每2周放出来，这么一个更新频率，就是每2周更新一次新卡，然后这个新卡在当时就会有一个比较高的一个 up 率，就是你会更容易去运动，然后也保证大家更容易的玩到这些新卡。
So it's more easy for people to play the new cards. Of course, there will be events and rewards. Last, we will share a weapon design. Before, players have created some amazing custom gun skins, but other people don't know how to do it. Now, you can share the skin code and other people can just import it and design their weapons too. In the future, we'll even host a weapon design contest. Last but not least, let's have a small advertisement. A lot of people talk about the reverse knife, the green one. So we will have a new weapon skin called Phantom Fleet Bundle that will be available on June 13th. This gun, I like it so much because the handling of this heavy gun is really good.
OK， 那以上就是我们新赛季的一个内容的一个发布。
That's all for the preview of contents in Season 2. But we will keep more contents as secret till now. We will have them released later. Thank you all. So you all can enjoy the rest of the finals and the show match. Thank you so much.
谢谢，感谢新导，感谢新导，哇，真的给我们建立了。
好。
大家都非常激动啊！我们新赛季真的是福利多多，然后给我们揭秘这些惊喜也是非常的多，我们也非常的迫不及待。那接下来的时间也邀请新导跟我们一起见证首位界外狂潮的冠军诞生，好不好？
见证，
必须一起见证。好，那新导可以把麦给我，您可以先进入观赛席当中。Okay, thank you, Xin, for revealing Season 2 surprise for us. Thank you so much. Okay. 那我相信现在此时此刻呢，在屏幕前和现场的我们的观众朋友们，大家一定对全新的界外之子和新地图都已经充满期待，是不是？接下来就让我们用一场主理人的表演赛带大家一睹为快。Okay, to all Lancers all over the world, get ready for our new Lancer and maps. First, let's enjoy Captain's match. 好的，接下来就有请我们的主理人战队登场。 好的，那我们首先要请出的是我们的尼巧战队。Let's welcome our first captain team, Team Nitro. Players: Hans, Fugu, 飞天居、田耀、哈根。好的，也有请我们的流星队登场。Now welcome our team, Holly Point. Players: 玉麒麟、解忧、Frequent, Trilux, TCK， 有请他们。好的，那么我们10位表演赛的选手都已经集结完毕，接下来就请进入对战席准备。我们要把画面交给解说席了。All the players are ready. Now it's time for you to prepare for battle. And now let's get back to our casters.
Skill, Cloning Incarnation. Dex deploys a beacon at a chosen location. Once the beacon is deployed, Dex transforms into a clone with 20 health, capable of fighting and using other skills as normal. Activating Cloning Incarnation consumes 20 health and caps its maximum health at current health. If the clone is killed, Dex will return to the beacon's position, restoring his health before transforming. Weapons and skill cooldowns are not reset by the returning process. Beacon can be destroyed by enemies. If this happens, Dex cannot return to it or restore health. Skill, Mimic Trap. Dex places a decoy trap that visually resembles his beacon. It activates when an enemy approaches or attempts to destroy it. Once activated, the trap slows nearby enemies and deals damage. Dex can place up to 2 Mimic Traps at the same time. Skill, Shield Skills. Dex can activate shield skills, whether in original form or clone form, which blocks 1 instance of damage, absorbing up to 50 damage. Damage exceeding 50 points will still affect Dex. Shield skills cannot be set and will expire after a short time. While the clone baits you in, Dex controls everything from the shadows. By the time you notice, it's already too late.
Rules. Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
背着了，我们现在在开房间呢，借着这个时间，我们小小的先来进行一个小小的赛前采访，好不好？来，欢迎玉麒麟，欢迎薛总来到我们这边。Welcome to the show match and 那我这边也特别想好奇的一个问题啊，这次作为我们的东道主的身份，哎，对于我们各个赛区来的我们这个战队主理人，有没有什么话想送给他们？
我觉得中国主理人人狠话不多，就希望对面我们自己手下留情吧。
哎，好像是有惊喜 ，so I asked him, but because he's China's captain, so anything you want to say to other captains? And he said like our China's captain, we don't have too much to say, but just on our movement. 那我们这边也看到薛总是拿出了这个，哇，这是
来而不往非礼也。我给大家送的都是黄金做的金卡。
哦，黄金做的金卡，来，让我们先给我们自己的队友拿一下，好不好？ It's the red envelope. It's a gift for you. You can open it. 薛总可以让我们一起打开，一起看一看，好不好？竟然是个礼物，现在其实亚哥也特别的好奇。哇，我们向镜头展示 ，show it to the camera, OK？ 哇，这是保真吗，薛总？
足金999足金。
哇 ，it's the golden product。薛总能不能正好借这个机会给我们讲一讲，就是这样子吧？ 我来，解忧老师，我们给镜头看一下你的这一块，对，能不能给我们讲一讲这个怎么设计的这一块足金的一个小的纪念品呢？
它是由我们的那个游戏的中文和英文的名称，把这个一种特殊工艺把它做在黄金上面。它这个黄金是3克的黄金。
Yeah, it have the logo on it. 当然我知道薛总这边。 看这个样子，主持人不知道有没有，应该没有吧？但我们应该也有我们的对手，那我们一起去给他们送上这个小礼物，好不好？
主持人也有。
哇，真的意外之喜，感谢！哇，
哇，非常非常的漂亮，我要给大家好好的展示一下。那我们正面呢是我们街外狂潮一个中文的 logo， 背面又是我们的英文版，也是考虑到了大家全球我们喜欢游戏的这些朋友们，都考虑到大家，再次感谢。来，我们到了这边 Nitro 战队 ，OK， so yeah， 玉麒麟 has some gift for you. It's the red envelope. Yeah, you can open it and show to the camera. 来，每一位老师都有，这是我们玉麒麟送给我们的一个小小的礼物。我们可以把它打开，大家可以看一下，非常非常的有纪念意义。来，哈根 ，Hello. It's a memorable gift for everyone. 哇，可以看出哈根还沉浸在自己的这个当中。这样，哈根。好，薛总可以先行进入我们的对战席准备了。哇，我既然已经到了哈根我们的漂亮的小姐姐身边，哇，也是我们这次表演赛唯一的我们的一位女成员。特别好奇啊，那其实我们知道，就是哈根自己来，我们能不能站起来给镜头，然后也可以打开一下我们的这个小礼物，可以展示一下。那同时呢，我也想问一下，作为我们这次表演赛当中，我们的门面担当最漂亮的一位选手，有没有什么狠话要跟自己的对手放一放？
加油！
正是印证了那句话，我们人狠话不多，是不是 ？Okay, so I would like to tell anything you want to say to the opponent, just cheer up everyone, and thank you again. 那再次感谢，可以先行休息一下。好的，我们也来看一下这边，好，我们先来问一下这边的朋友们吧。Hello, Fugu. Yeah, and so now, as the captain of the championship favorite team, so what do you have anything you want to say to other captains? 那也是作为我们这次本来是夺冠热门的这个法国赛区的夺冠热门的主理人，有没有什么狠话要去给我们其他的选手们说一说呢
？I'm gonna take my revenge against TCK. I'm gonna show him the French skill right there, and I hope we win then.
That's great. 那这边呢，我要给你们看一看，给你们展示一下，独属于我们法国战队的我们这样的这些战术，给你们看一看，好不好？让大家看到我们的能力。然后也是再次给我们展示了这个礼物，再次感谢 ，Thank you. You can prepare for the match now. 好，我们来这边给大家来，我们放一点狠话，好不好？先跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是飞居。
也是欢迎你来到我们的这个表演赛当中。飞居的话，我对你有个特别好奇的问题啊，听说你是早上6点钟会偷起来晨练界外狂潮，有没有这回事？
有的，也是说最近有这个友谊赛嘛，有想不要拖队伍的后腿，然后自己偷练一练。
先开卷了是不是？也是人狠话不多的一位。Okay, so I just asked him because we heard that he will practice for today's matches like 6 a.m. and he told me yes, and I prepare a lot and see you on the matches. 再次感谢。来，我们问一下 ，Hello， 田耀，来先跟镜头前的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是田耀。
欢迎田耀，欢迎来到我们的游戏环节，特别想知道，那么对于今天的游戏，目前觉得自己准备的怎么样？有没有什么狠话要跟你的？这样吧，大家都是跟对手说，有没有什么话想跟自己的队友们说一下？
我觉得随便打，放松心态，好吧？
你这个意思是你带飞是不是？
那倒不是，大伙儿都挺厉害的。
准备今天在这么多队友当中，准备抱谁的大腿？
飞居。
准备抱一下飞居老师也是6点钟起来晨练，我们要抱一下飞居老师的大腿。再次感谢。Okay, so I just asked 田耀 and anything because we are going to have the show match and anything you want to say to your teammate, and he told me just relax, just address the psychology, everyone. I think we will win, and I think our teammate, which is 飞居, is really strong. 那我们也期待接下来你们的一个比赛，好不好？再次感谢。好，可以进入调试状态了。来 Tens， 欢迎 ，Welcome Tens， 也是我们的老朋友了。Again, show the gift. Okay, Tens. So I would like to know, as the captain of the Brazilian region. So also, I would like to know. So you are the NA captain, and also the former Valorant Championship. Anything you want to say to the opponent?
I don't think they have a chance against us, honestly. That's completely honest. I have to make sure I win for my fallen North American team, so I can't disappoint for them.
好的，我问 Tans 也是说，其实呢，作为北美赛区的主理人，也是我们前瓦罗兰特的冠军，有没有什么话想对自己的对手说呢？他也是说到，其实我觉得你们没有任何的机会，我今天一定会赢下这把比赛，期待你的表现 ，Looking forward to the game. OK, thank you, thank you. 好，那我们这边 Nitro 战队呢，也是真的也是放了挺多的狠话了。那我们这边也要来听一下我们的 Holly Point 现在准备的如何，来让我们一起去听一听他们的声音。好的，我们再次回到了这一边来，现在又在紧张着，没关系没关系。来，我们先问一下解忧好不好 ？Hello， 欢迎解忧。来，我们先跟我们镜头打个招呼好不好？欢迎来到我们的这个比赛当中。那听说呢，你在界外狂潮当中也是达到了主宰水准。今天作为薛总的这个队友啊，有没有什么话想跟自己的，比如说对手啊，或者队友说都可以？
用心瞄准吧。
用心瞄准这句话哪里学来的？我的天！So I just asking because we know that Jieyou now you are reached dominating in the FragPunk. So anything you want to say to team? And he just say, aim at all the opponent. Use my heart. 那我们就期待接下来你今天的一个表现，好不好？非常感谢，再次感谢。Okay, so here. Hello, Rikren. Nice to meet you again here. Nice to meet you. So first, I would like to know. Maybe you can say hello to the audience first.
Hello, everyone.
Wow, a lot of your audience is shouting loud for you. So I would like to know. So how's your feeling about these 3 days matches?
I'm feeling great. Unfortunately, we lost yesterday in a close matchup. I wanted to play a little bit more, but I have a chance to play show match today, so I'm fine, I guess.
It's okay, it's okay. 那 Reprint 我们也知道，其实这次也是我们这些主理人当中唯一一位参赛的选手。我也刚才问了一下，这3天比赛打下来自己感觉怎么样？他说其实感觉还是很不错的，只是非常不幸的是昨天我们没有机会再向冠军冲击，但是没有关系，今天还有机会。Okay, so because we have the show match and the upcoming show match, so anything you want to say to the opponent?
I want to wish them good luck because probably they have like 10 or 20 hours in game, so they're gonna get destroyed, I think.
那我也想说的是，我觉得我是不会输掉这场比赛，因为你们知道这几天我也是练了很多，所以小心我了。Thank you again. Hi Trilux, hi, and say hello to the camera first.
Hello everybody.
Hi Trilux, and so 那我们再次欢迎 Trilux。那也特别想知道，那 Trilux 作为我们德国赛区的主理人，也是我们今天 CS:GO 的策略大师。那么在这一场比赛当中，你的对手应该要注意些什么 ？So we know that you are the captain of the German region, and also like you played really good skills in strategy in the CS:GO. So anything that your opponent need to worry.
I think we have a pretty good team that can work together well, and I really want to revenge my German team. So we are facing Tens, who kicked us out of the tournament, so we are going to show our best.
那我今天要说的是，我今天有非常好的队友，而且我也是带着我前几天的这个有一点恩怨情仇啊，所以我们又要去面对我的这些对手，特别是 Tens 啊，注意了，现在我要来复仇了。Thank you again, and looking forward to the matches. 再次感谢。Hello, TCK. Nice to meet you again here. Okay, now first, so say hello to the camera, okay?
Hey guys, you already watched a little, some funny games. Now it's time for the professionals, okay? Let's go.
Maybe you can also show the muscle to cameras and audience. Your muscles can.
Oh, my muscles.
来，再次欢迎 TCK 来到，哇，让我们哇，太帅了！作为我们现场主理人当中肱二头肌最强 We know you are the strongest man now in the captain's team. So anything you want to say to the opponent? 作为肱二头最大的男人，有没有什么话跟你的对手来放个狠话吧？
Yeah, so Belky told me some tips. I'm ready to IGL here, guys. And we also have Recurrent. He's carrying us for sure. Let's go, cheer for us.
我们队可是很强的哦，因为我已经从 Belky 那边学了很多的技巧。同时你们也知道，那我们这边 Recurrent 也是这2天也是打过比赛，所以说小心我们了，我们一定会加油，我们一定会赢下这场比赛的。好的，再次感谢 ，Thank you for the interview。那么我们本场的采访就是这样子，再次感谢我们的各位主理人。接下来我们就要把画面交给解说席。OK，Thank you for interview and we will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. I am going to be your host today, Seb, and these two casters are joined alongside me, Dustin and Artie. We are going to be taking this in 2-hour show match. This is going to be a whole heck of a lot of fun. It's all the streamers and a couple of special guests going in a head-to-head battle. Talk to us, guys. What's going on with the match?
Well, I mean, we're going to be seeing a pretty cool show match, a little bit of a showcase of the new Lancer, of the new map, a lot of new stuff coming into the game, and, well, we actually got to experience it a little bit early, didn't we?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We got to watch some cool stuff earlier. You know, we witnessed things maybe a little bit early, maybe before other people could see it. Now, finally, everybody gets to see it, Seb, man. I mean, we're pumped. I imagine you are as well.
Oh, I'm so happy. We got the boys on the cast today. You know, we're just hanging out.
Too much cooties these days.
Too much cooties. You know, we're saving Moxie for the grand finals because she's the real talent. You know, we're just a bunch of idiots over here.
Relax, get our beauty sleep ready to go for this grand finals.
Exactly. Here we go, jumping into this thing. It's gonna be pretty exciting. Let's get some predictions because, as you know, guys, we got a shard card here.
Ooh.
Team 10s, let's go.
Okay.
All right, you know,
no bias though.
My hometown hero. So.
Oh my God. Yeah. All of the bias.
All of the bias from the host over here.
I just gotta say, vamos Brazil! TCK is not on Team 10, so I'm Team Hollow Point right now.
Okay.
I mean, did you see his muscles?
I saw them.
I'm just saying.
I don't think anybody missed them. I'll be honest.
I've kind of a.
It would be impressive if you didn't see them. I'll be honest.
It took up like 80% of the screen.
Yeah.
It's his one muscle in his arm is about the size of Dustin here.
I can't believe how often these guys have been making fun of my height. You're the host, Seb. You're supposed to be nice to me.
But in all honesty, these guys are absolutely amazing to work with. You know, we just met a couple of days ago, but they are some of the best guys in the business. So shout out to them. And shout out to Moxie as well, who isn't joining us right now, but she'll be back for the grand finals.
Seb, so what's going on here with this show match, right? What's the actual idea, right? So we're getting a show match, we're getting to see the new hero, right?
Yeah, so it's going to be a Season 2 preview. So we get all the new cards from Season 2. We're going to be getting the new hero, which is going to be super cool to see. The pop flashes are going to be very, very scary coming into this. And it's going to be all of our streamers. So that's kind of our 3 main points that we're going to be going through here. Artie, you want to walk us through kind of like your predictions, playstyles, and what's going on?
Playstyles, predictions, what's going on? I mean, all of these like wonderful team captains and influencers that are going to be playing in this show match, they've been watching some good FragPunk, right? All of us have been. They're going to be influenced by their own teams. They're going to be influenced by the absolutely astounding performances. And I got to say, new Lancer at their disposal, the plays might look a little bit cold.
I see what he did there.
It is a polar bear, and so
Okay. Very smart, very funny. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha.
Okay, stop. Okay, what?
We've let it go on for a little bit too long. But listen, dude, no, I'm actually so pumped for this new character. He's sick, and you know, I'm generally excited to watch both of these teams. Right? I think that most people are, honestly. I mean, that's a large part of this event. Right? Is the amount of things that we get to watch together. We get to see so many co-streamers kind of come out in their little boxes, hang out. Now they're actually on stage. I mean, do you guys think they're nervous? Do you think there's a little bit of that energy in the air? Maybe a little bit of nerves?
I think it's more just a fun match, you know, a little fun, friendly. Keep in mind, guys, it is a best of 1, so we are only going to be seeing this one map played out. They're going to be playing on the brand new map, Idzamina. How do we say that?
The new map? Idzamina.
Itzamana.
Itzamna.
Itzamna.
Itzamna. Itzamna.
I like Itzamana better, bro.
Itzamna. There's some really cool mechanics on this map. The zip lines that you're able to actually throw. Actually, I don't know if we've shown it yet. We showed the Lancer, right? We saw the Lancer video.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit of the map.
We got a little bit
some
of
footage, but
you'll see it happen
you'll see it.
once we
It's
get in
so
here. Oh
cool.
my goodness, look at the pink headset.
Oh, that's amazing. But I gotta say, new Lancer.
Suit with the pink headset goes hard. Sorry.
It does. Yeah. But yeah, new Lancer S+ tier.
S+ tier. Why is that? So, I mean, we saw the character like you said. We saw the new Lancer.
Showcase.
What exactly makes this character that strong?
All right, so Gold Dust Woman already a very, very important ability, right? So you look at Serket, the tornado is crazy. So Hurricane has the ability to throw out a much larger tornado, a tornado that also slows enemies that are inside of it. Not only that, but you have the most powerful flash in the game. A flash lasts so long, you could get married, have kids, get divorced, go through the process again, and you're still not unflashed. It's crazy. Then the final ability is something that makes you go faster, makes you take a little bit of damage resistance, and also makes the enemies take more damage. I'm going to have a fantastic time explaining how to use this character.
Sounds a little OP, pretty little strong. No, Seb, you tried him out, right? You tried Hurricane out in,
Yeah.
What's your vibes?
We got a little bit of getting to take a look at how this character worked in the Lancer pool, and playing it is a whole lot of fun. You know, me personally, I was just flashing my entire team non-stop.
It's hard not to. It's hard not to.
It's hard not to. They told me it worked like a certain type of flash from a certain different game, and I tried to bounce it off some walls, but it popped right away, hit the whole team. I ended up causing us to lose a match.
Your fault?
Yes, it was completely my fault.
Oh man.
I hit a no scope though, so that was.
Oh, okay, so it made up for the 5 rounds you lost.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We went to duels. It actually did make up. I was the reason why I got the defuse. No, I completely lost my duel. I tried to. I tried to play High Life. I tried to play High Life on Dex, and
Yeah, it's difficult.
No, we were warming up with the LC guys before, and those guys are good. You know, they've been eliminated from the tournament, but I'll have to talk about that.
Glad to see them go. LC, I love you guys. I love you boys, LC.
Man, so excited for the show match. Obviously, everybody's getting everything ready, kind of set up. Seb, you know, obviously we're going to see the new character Hurricane. We're going to see that new map. It's like you said. Anything else, I know there's a few new cards and stuff. I mean, Artie, do you know anything about that?
Hey, a really cool thing. We almost kind of leaked it on broadcast a couple days ago, but Tenz's card is in Season 2.
Wait, he literally, okay, so he leaked it to me when I was on the stream earlier then.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what does this card do?
It's gonna be in the ranked rotation.
Okay, I was like, I don't remember.
It's been in the game.
What's it called?
Yeah, dude.
It's Leader of the Dead, Army of the Dead. And what you're going to be able to do
I think it is Leader.
It's Leader of the Dead.
Right, yeah.
It's at 30 health points, and you spawn a zombie. And not only that, but you can just continue to do it. So if you have a card
it's a 5 cost, right?
It's 5 cost.
Okay, thank you.
If you have a card that can heal you, you have an ability that can heal you, you just keep spawning zombies.
Yeah, and your whole team can do this.
Yes.
They just sit and pathogen heal, and then you're good. And you have a whole team of
Again,
extra zombies.
turning FragPunk into a survival horror game. I love it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Dude, I'm
and
glad.
Then pair that with Hogs.
Oh, Feral Hogs, exactly.
Feral Hogs, Hound, the Infernal Hounds as well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Dude, in Shin, right?
Yeah.
Our game director, lovely man.
In Shin we trust.
In Shin we trust. He is the most hilarious guy. Didn't he talked to us before how he made FragPunk because he noticed in other tactical shooters and stuff, there's not a lot of comeback mechanics, right? It's very hard for new players to win.
Yeah.
That's why he added jar cards, because if you're losing a game getting smoked, oh great, now I got choked. Now I can just get a shotgun sniper from across the map, right?
Exactly. You have the opportunity to break the rules into a way that works best for you, into a way that you can get ready for, you can adapt for every single round, unapologetic RNG. What I love about it is every round, you have 150 health. You have the primary weapons. You have to worry about, I can't get the right weapon. You have the weapons. You have all of your abilities. It's beautiful.
Absolutely amazing. Because we are going to be jumping into this game in just 1 second here. And yeah, I can't wait to see how these pro players and streamers, because I know how I played the new Lancer.
Yeah.
But these streamers are way better at the game than I ever could be. So hopefully, than I could be. You played well. with him. I did not.
I mean, not to brag or anything, but I did actually get to swing on 10s while he was trying to use the new Lancer. I was playing Axon, who has the ability to block flashes.
Yeah.
And, well, you know, guitar shotgun, 10s. I kind of won that one. It was great.
A little bit of braggage. A little bit of braggage.
All right, so I've got a couple questions for you guys. Let's start off with Artie. When you see this new hero coming into the game, do you think that this is a replacement for Circuit? Or do you think that it is going to be an addition? How do you think it fits in the meta? Who is going to be replacing it in these 5-man comps that we're seeing?
That's a really good question. I think that Hurricane is going to be a new staple because the fact that there has been that flex slot that's been available, right? You have to have Axon, you have to have Nitro, you have to have Circuit. I think this is the next have to have. So with Pathogen as well, you have just the default comp now.
What about Dex coming into that?
This could be the swap off. It could be a case where, you know, Pathogen is still required 100%. Dex is not necessarily fully required. This could be the replacement for Dex, but this could be a situation where some rounds you don't need Pathogen, you need Hurricane. Some rounds you don't need Circuit, you need Hurricane. I think he's going to be a staple.
Okay, I see that. So you're thinking Corona as well being replaced entirely?
Corona's usually in the flex spot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's usually if you need someone aggro, it's Corona or Axon. Sometimes you see them both, but I think he's in the flex slot now.
Okay, yeah, that's good. So, jumping in now, Dustin.
Yeah?
How do we see in future games coming into this? Well, you've got predictions for this, obviously. Your team Hollow Point all the way?
No, what you just put words in my mouth? Listen, I hope these teams have a lot of fun, and I hope we get a little bit of banter. You know, I think we want to see a little spice on stage. You know, we got Mr. Peace and Love over here. We got Artie, who is a absolute chaotic.
I'm a force of nature.
He's a force of nature. He's all over the place. So I feel like, I don't know, I'm a bit evil, you know? I got people ragged on me for bringing in these black Air Force Ones. Vico has them, by the way. Bit of a villainous sort of shoe, no? Like,
yeah, that black Air Force energy is pretty scary.
Yeah, it's exactly so.
Do you think one of these teams has got black Air Force energy right now?
I think, yeah, Mr. John Tens. That's not his name, by the way. Just what I like to call him.
What we call him back at the studio.
I know him like that. No, he's, I think he kind of exudes that energy because, like, I mean, realistically, right, former professional player, well, definitely top tier player. A lot of these other captains as well in a very similar boat.
Yeah, but TCK is still pro.
He is still pro, too. So
TCK has the upper edge here, I gotta say.
You gotta say he's the upper edge? You don't think that Mr. Aim God himself takes the W?
Look, I love Tens. I think he's a great guy, super chill. I just think that right now, TCK has a little bit of a...
So,
TCK was top fragging against us.
Right. He is him. He is Timothy John Jr. III. And what do you guys think about his goatee look, though? I don't know if anybody can pull it off usually, but he kind of does it well.
I think more people are focused on his muscles to care what his face looks like.
I didn't notice.
That's crazy. That's actually, you guys.
I didn't even notice.
His eyes are up here. Hello?
No. If I was looking at his head, I was looking at the vein popping out. But we're gonna jump in now. Shard Clash.
Here we go, jumping into this. This is going to be one of the first games coming out. This is only a best of one, so we're only going to be seeing the one game. Demonized, Headshot Master, Bullet Upgrade, Infighting, Extra Converter, Dragon's Breath coming out. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Sir Sam.
Thank you, Sam.
Amazing work as always. And what are you noticing already off here?
I'm noticing that we had a lot of the new cards and none of them got picked. We got Dragon's Breath, Bullet Upgrade, but we're going to see Tens and Trilux locking in the new Lancer. And guys, we have the Lancers unlocked. So you can play whatever Lancers. We can have up to 5 Hurricanes on a single team. And actually, on the side of Team Hollow Point, we're seeing TCK, Trilux, and Recrant all locked in the new Lancer. Whereas on Team Nitro, Tens kind of realizing that, hey, maybe only one is enough.
Only one is enough, indeed, like you mentioned, and now...
Oh no, both teams believe only one.
Oh, there you go. Oh my goodness, already off the rip. Damn, ran a little bit of a goat shot there. Tens now on point. They kind of fight straight up. I feel like in the professional scene, right? We see a lot more slower takes, but it seems like we're about to see a brute force take here towards the B site.
It could be. This B site is full of surprises, including a little bit of twists and turns, harsh angles, a lot of corners like this hallway being a very violent choke to go through. But we already see Hurricane's ability. The flash gonna land. Tens dodges it. He knows with the other team, but he gets flashed himself. And look at how long that blind is gonna last. YQL still in it. As Corona has the opportunity to dodge and dash all the way up to the top there, but no frags have come yet.
No scope shot, headshot into the Cure-All, and the follow through is from Feiju there. I mean, amazing work from them. Recrent, who has been playing, by the way, the whole tournament very well, down now into 2v3.
Yeah, Tens looking ready on this as he's going to be able to hit a shot from the top. Definitely feeling passion from that last one. Team Hollow Point, though, Recrent not down out yet.
He could do this.
Gets one.
He could do this.
Takes that one.
Oh!
He takes out Tens for the triple.
No, Tens won it, man.
Oh, what?
Somehow, some way.
What?
Yeah. It looked like he hit the shot. He did shoot. He just missed.
Hit the shot, but Tens hit first.
We had Recrent's POV.
Oh, we had Recrent's POV.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Man, that was an insane work from Tens to obviously close out because like, it'd be scary, right? As somebody builds momentum already, right? I mean, you hit shot after shot after shot. You have to feel a little bit of nerves there, no?
Oh, I can't believe he did it. Oh, my God.
Hey, Tens might be also in it. This is a wild card, right? Between Recrent, you guys mentioned earlier how you're talking about Mr. TCK.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, low-key, Recrent has been actually competing this whole tournament. We forgot to mention the Russian prodigy.
Oh, yeah. Dude, Recrent has been going at it. Oh, here we are. I believe that we have the first new card here. The first card of Season 2 showing up. It's going to be Converter Thievery. This is going to allow the defenders to steal the converter and plant it.
I think you were the one, we talked about this, no? You said this is a little bit crazy.
It's crazy. It's a 3-cost card, but it's so situational because you have to take control of the converter and then you can steal it. Why are you planting it if you're the defender? But I love this. We're going to be going to the A side here. We got a little bit of the new zip line mechanic coming in. They fired up to the top. You can choose the top or the bottom.
Ooh. That new zipline spot's going to be insane moving forward. I mean, this map in general is crazy. Like, once you guys get your hands on it, you're going to see how insane this map is. Pete coming through. Recrent, though, hits those shots on the Resolver. I mean, he's not missed so far. Flash comes through, though. TCK going to go down. 1v1 towards the stairs. Recrent wins it again with the Cure-All. I mean, he's just been absolutely on fire. Recrent farming up the stats, losing his team, though. Another member falls to 10. So, shot after shot. 10's on the backside, hits the no-scope, and then the follow-through with the Cure-All.
That wasn't even the Cure-All, that was a U2 pistol, but 10's taking out Skrillex. Absolutely, but I love this A side here for the verticality. Converter planted here. Planted for the attackers, I might say. But 10's! He just does that, just the VQL now in a 1v3 situation. Discipline in hand, he turns a corner. 10's! Shot in the back! The shots are not on point for VQL.
Yo, YKL might have too high of a sense.
10's with the Quadra.
Dude, he's just good, man. He's him at the eye. We were talking to Tens before, mentioned how Tens, you know, his main goal here is to get that MVP for his team. He does not want a potential LVP situation. It's really a battle between these two guys, both Recrent and Tens right now. Did you expect that? Where's TCK been?
Where has TCK been? The muscle's getting in the way of the mouse aim, but I was gonna say, Tens is just on side quests right now. He's just doing side quests.
That's kind of what you do, right? If you're a pro as I'm not gonna say I was a badass as Tens, right? He's kind of a cool dude. He's kind of do side quests. We talked to him. I mean, he just came back from vacation. Bro's tan.
He's tan. He's looking good. Kindred Spirits. This one. Okay. Another new card from Season 2, Kindred Spirits. You see the outlines, the colors. We have one. We got a couple orange people, blue green, guy, green. The other team also has those colors. The green guys can only damage the other green guys. The orange guys can only damage the other orange guys. You see that shot from Tens, it landed, it didn't damage because that guy wasn't green.
So how does this work when there's only orange and green 1v1?
I believe they do change colors.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because that'd be pretty insane if you just can't kill each other. Free bomb plant, other player, diffuses.
Oh, it even works on the util as well. The Nitro drone wasn't the right color. What?
This is definitely crazy to watch for the first time as viewers, right? It's going to be also confusing for these players, no? Because you're shooting somebody you can't even kill.
They're all shooting each other and like wondering why they're whiffing. But the damage is definitely favoring the defenders right now.
I just can't wait to see like that awkward situation with two different killers trying to fight each other and they just can't.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He needs, hey, teammate, come over here. I need you to shoot him. It's orange. Somebody come please.
Yeah, me personally, I just shoot the right colors all the time. Oh, just like that is YQL. Oh, nice! Tens is showing off right now. He sees the orange guy. Oh, can't even shoot that. Doesn't matter. Going to be going to the sidelines. He'll look for another green-on-green action. The knife.
He missed.
Oh, he missed. I don't know what's going on. This is crazy.
Tens with another knife.
Oh my
God!
Hello? We didn't even have any knife cards downrange. That's insane.
4 knife kills in the round.
Okay. Guys, we're learning about this card pretty much at the same time as you. Can they knife? the colors? It
No,
doesn't
he
matter
was
what color?
only knifing every time somebody will die.
But I
they
think
changed the colors.
He was green. He was knifing an orange guy. No.
No. He
I don't
tries
think so.
to knife the orange
I think it
guy,
was his
then he
teammate.
pulls up, gets the kill there.
Green on
First
green.
one.
Oh,
Green
you're
on
right.
orange.
Oh.
See?
So why did that happen?
Trust in Artie. I don't know.
Knives go through the color change?
Knives go through the colors, I think.
What? Oh, because you can only shoot.
You can only shoot.
Yeah, listen, I got people in chat probably like, man, these casters are so dumb. They need to understand this card that just came out today. So I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
How dare you, as a caster, not fully understand brand new information the moment it comes out?
Oh, we get Blade Master.
Oh, and Rig
Duels. That's the new one.
Another new card.
This is the one I'm really excited to see, actually.
Yeah, it basically domain expansion 1v1 me, bro.
Yeah.
Random player from each team. Oh wait, there's the portal.
You get to pick it though, I thought. The Rig Duel.
Oh, the team that chooses the card gets to pick it.
Yep. So we're going to potentially see a duel. So you're going to see literally, the round's going to start, but we have a 1v1 that's happening in Narnia. Maybe
Nobody's there.
Well, no, Tens is waiting. Look, you see Hurricane off the map. He's not on the map. That 1v1. No, you can go into this portal, take that 1v1.
So they're in the 1v1 right now. Tens is waiting for somebody on the other side.
Yeah, they never came.
Wait, and so what he does is he goes through the portal, and now he's in their spawn, the flank.
Because nobody went.
Nobody took the portal.
Oh my God.
That is crazy.
Okay, just to recollect what happened there, right? So 2 portals spawn in defender attacker. Spawn! Oh, Tens! Erase that.
A double.
Blade
Master!
Master!
Blade Master!
Disgusting by Jew. We'll talk about it after, obviously, but.
Oh, YQ on the redemption arc picks up a double. 2-on-3 now.
2-on-3 situation right now. White Quail playing around this Blade Master. As you do, you body block. Meanwhile, dashing on in. Here comes the damage, but it's into a Katana. Deflecting, trading it eventually as he can't hold that right click up after going for that charge attack. 1 versus 2. I wouldn't say these are both teams' best players, top-tier players in terms of actual damage output. A lot of these guys are content creators. Looking backwards. Oh, no. Caught out. White Quail came from that angle. I don't know why you're not looking for it.
But Fugu just got a res. Lifesaver on the side of the attack. The reses came to fruition. And Fugu made sure to res the teammate who can come in clutch.
Yeah, that's exactly why that he had his back turn. So recollecting that right, we had so many cards involved.
Yeah, so I actually thought it just instantly teleported around a player from each side, but it opens up portals.
Yes,
and
and
if
the portal
other
goes
team
away.
doesn't take the portal, then you're just leaving a back door open. That's so wild.
Okay, that's a lot better than I thought it was going to be, because I thought it was also, like you just have 2 random people dueled out. But it makes it so much more interesting strategy-wise. Because what if you leave it open on purpose and camp the portal on the other side?
Yeah.
When they come out, there's no cover out the other side of the portal, right?
But then you're still leaving so much of the map up, and then the other team could just scale up.
So could you just ignore using the card and just let it sit there and not actually do anything with it?
But then you get what happens there, where Tens just comes out the other side.
The problem is at the pro level, right? I feel like people want to take duels together.
Yeah.
You're alone in there.
You're alone.
You're alone.
Oh, we got the hogs.
Oh, feral hogs.
And barrier destruction as well, too, on the other side. Turtleneck, anti-healing. A lot of points on the side.
Oh, the
Red Squad.
Okay, I was wondering what happens if the hogs fall off the map. They
teleport to you, I think, right?
They come back.
Yeah, here it is. They just come out.
They're so cute.
Oh. Tens. White Quail actually towards the point, waiting here. Looking towards that member walking in, pre-firing a little bit of an angle. Trying to shoot the hog to knock him down! Are you kidding me? The hog knocked him down, and he goes with a knife on Fugu. Are you kidding?
Wild stuff here, and I mean, Trilix is about to lock in, blinded now by the new Lancer. There's Tens, gonna get taken out here by Trilix. Coming in clutch. This is finally looking up for Team Hollow Point right now. See if they can do this. I'm looking to see TCK10 make use of Hurricane right now. Geo takes out Feiju. A little knife, but it's blocked out by Turtleback.
I can't believe it. Hog gonna knock down Jeoyu as well. A round over. All right, good round there from finally Hollow Point gets one on the board. They were down 0-4. They're gonna be up now at least 1 round here.
My favorite part about this is just like watching the content creator. Like, because we've been watching like such stressful pro matches, and now it's like they're just playing and having fun.
We're just having a vibe.
You said Tens was doing side quests, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just trying to knife people now. I mean, he's up 12-1 and he's just trying to knife people.
Exactly. I mean, what else are you gonna do, right? I think it's the play here. Fugu trying to go for the style kills as well. You want more content clips than nice plays. They're already up 4-1 in the game, so why not?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I noticed they did change the.
So where is this map in the lore? You're Mr. Lore expert over here, Artie.
So this.
Where are we?
Well.
I know it's a hard question. I know there's so many things going on.
Let me just answer the lore, having just seen the map and with absolutely no other information. This map is it's Zamna.
Zamna.
It's Zamna.
Zamana.
It's the Zamna. Man, this new character as well. It's so odd seeing a polar bear amongst humans. We already have lizard guys.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say with the lizard and the stone robot.
But yeah, but
that's
specifically
fine.
a polar bear just feels like it's like cutesy, you know? Like Chum is. Oh my God,
Tens fell off the map.
Oh no! Oh, what's happened? Tens gets eliminated with his knife out. Now he falls off the map.
Oh wow! TCK and JU.
The sad part about Tens there is he didn't really utilize the big head card. Unfortunately, it didn't give him a bigger brain as well.
Bro is a hater.
Tens knows it's coming from a good place. We love that guy, but nice nade there. Meanwhile, on the Kismet, also follow through from Jamron. 2v3. Oh, Jamron!
1-2. Oh, but this is crazy Jamron. Gonna be able to take away Rekrint's form there, but this is Rekrint, pro player himself. There's the difference right there.
If NOA clutched this, I would actually drop 1,000 gifted. Not kidding. Like 1v2 versus pro players, man.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, 1,000 gifted.
No. Wait. But in like Mexican currency, maybe.
Oh
my God! She almost did it.
USD.
No, not USD, please. No, please.
That was
maybe
close.
like pesos, bro. Maybe pesos.
1,000 gifted in pesos is still the same amount as 1,000 gifted in USD.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I think it's regional, but it's still a lot. You're right.
Yeah, it converts.
That's even
100%.
1,000 gifted. How much is that? Like $5 grand?
A lot of money.
Okay, yeah, that's probably not in my budget. I'll be honest. Oh no, wait, she's popped off though, able to get the elimination, at least one of them.
That was good. That was close. I mean, it came down to the wire there, and Rekrint, I mean, definitely not a not somebody that you want to mess with, right? And showing up for Team Hollow Point right now.
I mean, that guy, he's been competing, so he literally has experience versus the best players in the game.
Absolutely.
Rekrint's also a demon. Like, he's, long dash with a 5.0.
Wait a second. We've got Dead Zone coming in now. If you guys thought that FragPunk was fun now it is also a Battle Royale with the safe zone coming in, but we've also got freestyle placement coming in from the attack.
You can put your point wherever you want, the point wherever you want.
It is being planted wherever.
Oh my God.
We're going to be seeing it go down in...
Here it comes. You see top left as well. The save area is shrinking towards the B site. So that B site will be our final zone. This is turning into a battle royale, basically.
Absolutely. Rekrint, though, not going for the plant just yet. TCK and Trellix are taken out here. JU gets one refrag. Tens still up and on the board. Rekrint goes down. Tens over the side, gets the scan. Oh, look at the U-tail. It's perfect. The double peek. They just are locked in. JU, last player standing, is Veju, has the knife out, knife to a gunfight, not what you want to see. JU, wait, never mind, the knife to the gunfight works.
That might have been the sickest knife kill I've seen. Literally ducked below the bullet with a charged long dash. That's crazy, that is insane.
Aura.
Very aura.
Yeah. You know what, I'm actually surprised as well from how well NOA's been playing, swinging, good fundamentals, and oh my goodness.
Down to the wire now, 5-2. This could be it. We're on match point.
Match point. Here we go. Guys, coming into this, you had certain expectations. How have the shard cards been? Have they been exceeding your expectations, or?
I could take this one. I'm surprised. They're playing so fast that sometimes the cards aren't even getting to see play. Like the Battle Royale card, we didn't even get to see it happen. Because they're just killing each other immediately.
Somebody
take the duel?
But
somebody didn't take the duel.
I'm looking to see right now where we've got Explosive Shot and Expert Juggler coming out. This does make it a little bit better for Team Hollow Point. Very curious right now if they're going to be able to lock in. Team Nitro, Team Tens takes.
So how loud is this zipline, by the way? Oh my God, that took so much damage already from Tens.
You can. Tens! Oh my goodness! The blaster, he's waiting for it. Tens does go down as Rekrint gets one. Jamron falls off the map. But it's a 3-on-3 situation thanks to a little fall damage.
By the way, Jamron fell off the map during that.
By the way,
Jamron might have trolled a little bit. Happens to the best of us. This is a new map. Hard to learn.
TCK is on the sidelines right now. Oh, but NOA finds one more. This is what they needed, but the refrag on Fugu.
The cold shoulder now peeks down with a cure-all. Jump shot from Rekrent. Can he do it? 1 versus 1 situation against Feiju. Dashing back around the side of the map. Oh, 2v1, sorry. Missing out the fact that TCK is still alive, the GOAT himself. And, you know, he's not having that good of a time. 3 and 6 shows the inconsistency of the game at times. If you were a good player, doesn't matter how good you are, the cards bring yourself back into that. How the aiming works in FragPunk as well. There's so many ways that you can kind of impact the game, even if you weren't the best aimer. So now 1 versus 2 situation. Feiju walks up. Side on the flank, able to find the first one, turn it into 1v1 now against Rekrent. The best player probably in the show match just due to experience alone. Can he get it done? Knife out, 120 damage with the high life, jumps back away. Rekrent dashes back, knows that they're 1 HP. Long dash trying to go, or rather, with the knife trying to hold that right click charge dash. Can he find the elimination? Misses shots, the cure all 10 HP. Body shots, and he can't do it. 5-3 now. Team Nitro put themselves on that point.
I love that on that site, you have so many tight angles, the tight corridors, the verticality, the knife can work on this map. And Faldim, this map is exactly what we were looking forward to with FragPunk Season 2. Something that changes it all up.
Well, that's the whole point of the shard cards, right? We change it all up and change these rules. Break the rules, change the rules, make your own rules, setting new expectations for this game. Death's Embrace coming through. Oh, we got rigged duels again. Take it away, boys.
Rigged duels, man. I mean, I want to see people take the portal this time. I mean, last time they didn't, obviously.
Yeah. Take the portal.
Take the portal.
Take the portal.
Take the portal. Coach Artie.
I know Tens is going to take the portal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
it's Rekrent versus Tens?
Rekrent versus Tens,
No way. Please give us that. Everybody wants it. Takes with the knife first.
Oh, wait. Tens is waiting with a shotgun.
No, he's doing... they sent one in.
And away. And away.
And away.
Ready to go. Oh, and away gets the diff.
Are you kidding? Versus a pro player. Wait, she's gonna
wait. And the converter's down. Oh, wait, they have extra
it's not in the,
They have extra
that'd be
converters.
sick if it got stuck in there.
I didn't know you could do that.
No.
The converter gets stuck in the Shadow Realm. That's crazy.
Yeah, comes out on the other side. By the way, NOA. Streamer, by the way.
Streamer, by the way.
Now, in the main side. Could be the last one, but NOA's going insane.
NOA going Insano style right now. Up to TCK 10 now, and that's it. If TCK, he can't hold this. We're going to see him on the plant here. Luckily, the full control works out well. TCK theory crafting with this new Lancer. I got the pleasure of sitting next to him when we were going up against one another, and he is a demon. If there's anyone that can clutch this up, it's going to be him, but it's a 1-on-3 situation. And look at this, the knives are coming out. We've got that local play style coming in from the home ground in China, and I got to say, this is terrifying. 3 knives coming in. TCK, though, he has the opportunity to use the really powerful flash. It's going to hit. Oh, but right behind him. Kismet gonna be coming out of the form, and Ten also with the knife out there. He gets one. TCK still alive. He's blinded. Throws the next flash. Gets away. Has to go into the new fast form as well. The blast ability. Oh, but there's no time left to defuse that converter. He's actually gonna be able to lock it in here. TCK 10. He did it. The power for the Brazilian team winning before carrying him through this. Vamos Brazil. TCK 10 locks it in.
Yo, who wrote this script? We might go to duels.
We
might go to duels. That's crazy. I mean, it started off so well in that rigged duels form, but TCK, I mean, you talked about how good this guy is earlier, and he made it work, bought so much time for his team.
Oh, yeah, but NOA just going crazy.
Nobody knew about, because she just flanked the spawn. Nobody's even used to rigged duels yet. There's so many cards, too. I mean, how do you even pay attention to what cards going on? Because you have 6 cards total, right?
Yeah, that was a lot.
SL's team did say that NOA was better than their whole entire squad. That she could beat every single one of them.
They might be simps, though. You know what? I'd be a simp, too. Valid. Nothing wrong with being a simp, though.
Converter thievery, I hope we see it. I hope we see it. What are the defenders doing planting the converter? I gotta say, like, why? But I love it. That's the whole point.
Man, freeze bullets coming out with a snow bear as well. Think about the tandem there. We have 2 polar bears, by the way.
4.
Now, so.
2 on each side. A lot of hurricanes. Hurricane season, one might say. TCK 10 going to be starting this out already damaged. Rekrent back out of the clone form there. Blinded. Fugu has to dive back. He's going to be able to stay alive now. Using a lot of util just to stay alive. But I believe the defenders, they want... This is a weird sentence to say. I believe the defenders, they want to get this planted.
Good call.
That's crazy.
The defenders need to plant.
The defenders need to plant.
That's insane that you could do that.
The first time that sentence has ever been uttered.
Man, this flash also lasts so long, right, on Hurricane. By the way, now 1v1, TCK wins versus his Polar Bear counterpart, opening it up for his team. Shots fired, following him up, backing him up is YQL onto Fugo, who just came back as a Bio Warrior zombie. Now NOA gets TCK. Death's Embrace as well is available, but Bio Warrior brought back Fugu just to go down again, now back into a 4v4.
Oh yeah. 4v4 situation. Attackers still in control of the converter. Still crazy to say. Bio Warrior on the sidelines there, possibly going to make things difficult. YQL
oh no!
Trilix goes down. Jam takes out. The defenders have the converter.
30 seconds left.
Are they going to plant it though?
Are they going to plant?
Recrent also in a 1v4. I mean, they have it. Corona, they have no time on the clock too, so you might as well wait out the clock though too, right?
Yeah, I mean,
could he do this? Could Recrent do this, man, with a sniper and a dream? Cure all out. Blinded, no, the knives, no! Nitro's team gonna get it done, Tens and crew. 6-4 victory.
Wild.
Yeah, and my team wins. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was our match. We're going to be taking a look in a second. Congratulations to Team Nitro, Team Tens, and Fugu for winning our match.
So we finished the show match, and I think maybe all of our audience will really looking forward to our new season. And now, please, we will welcome Yu Qilin and Rapkin. Welcome to the center of stage, and we can interview them about the show match. 有请，再次欢迎两位 ，Welcome Welcome。哇，欢迎来到舞台的前面，非常。我先问一下吧。玉麒麟薛总，玩爽了没有？
还没有，
还没玩爽，再来几把好不好？我先，其实刚刚赛前就很想问薛总一个问题啊，因为今天其实看到您是特意带了我们这个全粉色的这个外设，是为了应和一下这个队伍的颜色吗？还是什么原因？
粉色的都是叫猛男粉，说明我们都是猛男。
用的设备越粉，打人越狠，是不是 ？So first of all, I would like to know because his equipment is always in pink, and I would like to know why. Is it fit to the team? And we will just know because all the equipment is pink, so we can fight really strong in the game. Also here we want to know, 我们这边也要先问一下玉麒麟，那刚才体验完了我们这个新地图，觉得新地图怎么评价？
我觉得是。就是整个这个地图呢，比以前呢可能更加复杂了，但是呢，就是可玩性呢也更高了。本来我以为还有一个决斗呢，现在看来没有了。但就说实话，没玩过瘾，就是觉得特别好玩。
还是很期待在我们的新地图当中也体验一下加时决斗，是不是 ？Okay, so I just asked him about the new map, how's he's feeling, and Xue just told me that he think the new map really excellent and it's more complex than before and really interesting and we were looking forward together. Also, Rapkin, I would like to know, so what about new hero? How's your feeling?
On the new map or
the new Lancers?
Oh, it's kind of OP. I played it already like 2 or 3 days ago. Yeah, his kit is insane. 3 flashes? No, 2 flashes, 3 hurricanes, also 2 speed boosts. I mean, every ability is good, and he seems like a strong entry fragger.
Yes. 那我这边也问了一下，那对于我们这个新的界外之子。觉得怎么评价呢？他也是觉得，其实几天前在试玩会上面小小的体验了一下，和几天前一样，觉得它的可玩性非常的高，也是比之前的要稍微复杂一些，有更多的技巧需要等待着大家挖掘。那我们就一起期待新的版本。Okay, so also I would like to know, so you guys, I know that you contact 4 days ago, and what anything interesting happened? 那我知道，其实两位也是之前好像几天前也是见过一面，特别想知道有没有什么有趣的事情跟我们分享一下。
Yeah, we had a small gift exchange.
Oh. Can you share what gift can you share with us?
Oh, it was Chinese vodka for me and Russian vodka for my friend.
问了一下，前几天有趣的故事是，前几天呢，两位也是去见了一下面，然后当时也是进行了一波礼物的互换，分别是我们中国的茅台和我们来自俄罗斯的伏特加啊，大家也是进行了一波友谊的互换，非常的有趣啊。那当时薛总拿到了伏特加之后，回去尝了没有？
我当场就跟他尝了，我是在圈里面有名的千杯不醉，所以但是他们俄罗斯人也特别能喝，但是我感觉伏特加不如茅台。
说出了一句我觉得应该是大家都非常认可的话 ，He think like Malta is better 。The vodka from China is better 啊 ，just a joke, just kidding。那我们要再次回到比赛当中，因为知道在我们这场表演赛之后，马上也要迎来我们的总决赛。那么薛总，你的队伍即将要出征这个总决了。作为刚才既然打过了这场表演赛之后，我觉得现在应该对赛场更有经验了，对不对？在即将开始的总决赛之前，有没有什么建议或者话要送给自己的队员，为他们即将到来的这个 BO5呢？
我觉得我们的队伍走到这一步已经非常不容易了。我觉得只要放松心态去打，不管最终的结果如何，他们都是我们的最好的英雄。
非常非常棒。So I asked him because we are going to have the upcoming grand final and anything you want to say to our teammate, and he just told me that you guys just relax and adjust your psychology. You are already done great job and you are the best players, I think. Just relax and I think the championship will be us. 再次感谢两位 ，Thank you, Thank you。再次感谢来到我们的赛后采访，再次感谢你们带来精彩的表演 ，Thank you。那我们接下来我们就要进行稍事的休息，我们也马上就要迎来我们的总决赛，让我们一起见证首位我们的冠军诞生。Okay, we are going to rest for a while, and after we are going to have the grand final. And thank you everyone, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Rules. Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
Keep advancing, broker.
And I'm in.
Doors and corners, broker.
Lights on, nobody home.
I'm getting Glue Knight readings off the chart.
Nice.
Knock, knock. Broker, snap out of it.
Okay.
Damn! Stay frosty.
Seriously?
No! Broker, slow down. Get back in the fight. Use this. Make your own rules. Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
Hell yeah! But you still should fear us. My squad ready for war. It's time. Perseverance, get the squad ready. Get lucky, get wrong. Together, stand strong. Fight for the night. Play your cards right. We're on the rise. It's bound to stars.
Knock, knock. Guess who's coming to dinner? Say hello to my little friend. Say goodnight, Gracie. You love this! Wait, no, wait! No, not there! See? Please! Hey! Maybe we can...
的无数激战，2025界外狂潮国际友谊赛全球总决赛即将迎来最后的决赛。After several battles, the FragPunk Global Invitational Grand Final now begin. 即将登上决赛舞台的是从胜者组横扫而出的 Imaginator， 以及从败者组逆袭的 Work in Silence。Okay, now we are going to welcome our grand final. 1MR from the upper bracket and WS rising from the lower bracket. And now, welcome. 有请我们的选手登场。好的，让我们有请接下来的选手 ，Welcome EMR 子秋。WS Middle。EMR 陈嬷嬷。WS Go。EMR Asaki。WS Belky。EMR 小乐。WS Random。EMR Win。WS PVS。接下来，让我们有请两位主理人。首先有请 Welcome EMR 玉麒麟。加油！加油 ！WS TCK。好的，我们两边的选手已经准备就绪，接下来请所有的选手可以进入对战席准备。Okay, now all the players, now you can enter to the arena and prepare for the last battle. 再次欢迎大家来到我们的最终之战 ，Welcome to Grand Final. This is Jaeger， 我是今晚的主持人亚哥，大家好，欢迎大家。好的，再次欢迎我们的两位主理人。Okay, now it's time to share the card again. 那有请玉玲珑先生先来给我们介绍一下今天写的卡片内容是什么呢？
从巴西远道而来拿亚军，辛苦了。
非常有火药味的一句话。He would like to say from Brazil to here, really long away, and just for the running up So sad for you 啊！哇，我已经感觉火药味非常浓，燃起了我们的这个总决赛。正如我们这两天总说的一句话是什么？燃尽了。Okay, now it's time for you to share the car. Okay.
Yeah, so I made the China number 2 because we came far, far away, and today we're winning it. Yeah.
哎，这边我觉得写的内容应该不用翻译了。China number 2。那今天我们过来也是要拿冠军的，到底冠军花落谁家 ？OK， 他们已经交换了碎片卡，接下来就请进入对战期准备。OK，Thank you to our captain. Thank you so much. Now it's time to prepare the battle. 两边的火药味真的一触即发，接下来大战马上就要开始。此届巅峰由我主宰。OK，so Grand Final start now。那么最终之战即将开始，让我们把画面交还给解说席。Now it's time to get back to our casters.
Welcome back. Thank you, Jaeger, for an incredible introduction for all the teams. They got their own little cards. We talked about that a little bit, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global FragPunk Invitational. $150,000 tournament, $40,000 going to the prize pool. For the first place. My name is Dustin, joined by our lovely casters. Got Moxie and Artie IRL.
I am in real life now.
He is in real life. Casters, guys, how you guys doing today? I mean, Moxie, this is going to be so much fun between both a Brazilian team and a Chinese team. I mean, what a way to end off an incredible international tournament.
Yeah, home team going to be having the home stand advantage, but it's going to be work in silence coming all the way through from Brazil. A heck of a long flight with a heck of a lot of passion behind them. What better and more hype grand finals can you imagine?
Could not imagine anything more than this. Work in silence, living up to their name. They're not out here bragging. They're not out here with, oh, look at my incredible number, my 4.5 KD. No, they are sitting down, working in silence, working their way up the lower bracket, making their way all the way here.
Making their way here. They're kind of doing the opposite of what we're doing, you know? We are working definitely not. We are working loud. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the FragPunk channel. We're on Twitch, TikTok, every social media platform. Artie, walk me through it here when we talk about these teams. Obviously, we just saw the star cards on stage. Anything you saw there between the captains? I know you like to talk about TCK, but anything else that you noticed there?
Love that guy. Notice he's still super handsome. Notice those biceps could probably crush me in half. But what I got to say is that I think they're done being nice. Every time we saw WS come out on stage with the starting cards before, I remember the very beginning, it was, oh my God, like let's not fight, like let's be friends.
Yep, every time.
They're not being nice. They're absolutely like, we are here to win. We came here to win, and that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, being cordial definitely out of the window. Moxie, taking a look at the Imaginator squad real quick, if you don't mind. I mean, they've been amazing, but can you explain exactly why? We're gonna look at the KDs and their damage, but this team, I mean, they have the cohesion unlike anybody else. I mean, there's a reason they cemented themselves in the grand finals first.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail right on the head. The cohesion and coordination between this team is top-notch, absolutely second to none. The amount of times that we see them on the attack, a lot of the time these teams like to favor the defensive side. However, Imaginators are the team that have the most successful attacks coming on through and getting to play into those post-plant situations with just how fast they're able to get themselves past the defenders and onto that side.
Right, yeah, I mean, couldn't put it better myself. I mean, what a wonderful team they have been, in such a strong team. I mean, this guy as well, we look at him, Wind, right? I mean, he was disgusting, right? Artie, Wind has been one of the best players in the entire tournament. Let's take a look, though, at WS. Artie, I mean, we're going to go through top to bottom, KDs and all that stuff, but anything you could say about them?
I gotta say, I was rooting for them in the lower final. I'm rooting for them now. They're looking so good, and honestly, the fact that their work ethic since they've been here has just been, we are gonna practice, we are gonna compete, we're gonna be the best of the best. I was talking to them on the bus on the way over here, and work in silence. It has been a tough road, because in order to scrim with other professional teams, they're used to playing on over 120 ping, 180 ping at times. Playing against the American team, the Avengers, they had to play at like 100 ping every single time. When they were playing up against Conquest or LC, it was 150 ping. Now that they're here on land, we're seeing their true potential.
Coming from Brazil is almost like you're working against the odds, like you said. I mean, we're working those pinks. Now they're going to finally be on land playing against each other. We'll talk about predictions and all that stuff later, obviously, but I mean, it's been an incredible week in Hangzhou. Guys, I just want to get your guys' take so far on the whole thing, the whole event, because this is not just a single day, right? We're now here finally on the culmination of it all. Moxie, what's been the most memorable thing of this whole event? What has been your favorite part of watching these pro players compete in the whole tournament in its entirety, the Global Invitational?
I think honestly just the difference that we've seen in terms of overall performance from day one into where we are now, right? Some of these teams were coming in already highly experienced and understanding exactly what they needed to do to play into FragPunk's unique identity. Imaginative being one of the first teams that we got to see, where Artie likes to say, shard cards first. And you can see it reflected in terms of the victory that they've been able to find, as we look to see whether or not they're going to be able to find the victory in the first duel of the day.
Chen Momo, absolutely fantastic in these every single time. But Mido7, mind of his own. Chen Momo flashing, dashing through the teleporter, the dash, the flash, it all hits, but WS hits harder.
What a play coming on through from Work in Silence. Chen Momo denied the victory in the Corona 1v1 duel, and Imaginators going to be denied the first map pick. The problem is, for Work in Silence, right, if they want to play that Tundra, they're not going to be able to pick it immediately, because if they do so, they'll run into the problem that LC ran into, that Imaginators will immediately grab defense.
100%. And I mean, the biggest thing here is that, well, they're going to have a really big advantage walking into this best of 5, but the most important thing is that this is a best of 5. Throughout the last 13 matches that we watched, it was always just picking 2 maps and then the decider, a lot of bans. Now, they just got to ban 2, pick the rest, and that means that winning this was a lot more important for Work in Silence. And I want to ask, what maps do we think are going to come out? Because usually it's what maps are we picking? Right now, what maps are being removed?
Well, Yggdrasil's definitely being picked, now that Work in Silence was able to win.
Yeah, Black Market 100% being picked.
I mean, if Imaginators had won the deal, potentially we would have seen Yggdrasil taken off of the table, but Black Market's definitely going to see playtime. Yggdrasil is going to be seeing playtime. Tundra is also likely to be a given.
Unless both teams are too scared to pick it.
Now?
And now we could see now.
Quickly, Artie and Moxie, as I let you two get on with it. Early predictions, Moxie, who do you think wins this in what fashion? Because this is a best out of 5, unlike earlier in the tournament.
Okay, I think it's going to go down to the wire. I think it's going to be 3-2 Imaginators.
Really?
Yeah.
3-2 Imaginators. Wow. It has to go to map 5.
Yeah. It has to go to map 5.
Why is that?
I would be disappointed if it didn't. We've seen so much close FragPunk action. Imaginators have shown that they can be taken down to the wire by LC already, so we know that it's possible.
Alrighty. Well, I have to sit on the opposite side of that fence. Ooh. I was rooting for Work in Silence from the beginning. I'm rooting for them now, because when it comes to having the home field advantage, you're always going to be punching down. For Work in Silence, punching up is the name of the game. For the Brazilian fans at home, they know what it's like to be in a place where esports is so supported and win, and take it around the world and win. And that's what I love about Work in Silence, is that they're ready to do that here. They're ready to do that in a way that matters. My prediction, 3-1 Work in Silence.
Oh.
Wow, he's going for Belky and TCK on that side. I mean, it's going to be lovely to see this match. I don't have a dog in this race. I just wanted to make you guys happy to give the hot takes. That's why I'm here, just to kind of support this beautiful scene. It's been wonderful casting with you guys, by the way. This is our last game of the tournament. Moxie, Artie, Shiv. This has been wonderful so far. Our Chinese. I say Sheb? Seb. I said Shiv, but I'm thinking of another man right now. I can't believe it. Seb is great behind the scenes. We really love him. I've been laughed at here on the main stage, but obviously let's take a look at those players who have been amazing in the head-to-head. We'll go through this as we check it out. Any notes between these two guys, Wind and Mido? Moxie?
I mean, Mido7, every single time Work in Silence have won, Mido7 has MVP'd, and a lot of it has been his prowess on the pathogen, just being able to sit there with the high life every single time some teams try to push towards him, especially on Yggdrasil. He is the main anchor point to that A side, and he is absolutely unstoppable.
Gotta say, I love how head-to-head this really is. 1.77 for both of these players. Average damage slightly favoring Windex, but at the same time, also that hollow point will always guarantee a little bit of extra damage there. So, not to mention the fact that you also have Dex.
Yep.
So I think that Mido 7's damage is a little more impressive given the agent selection.
He's also on the Corona, though, as his second Lancer.
True,
And
very true.
Corona, both in attack and defense, proves to be the point of entry a lot of the time where you're going to be getting damage off onto multiple bodies.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, Moxie. You're right on the mark. And before this match, obviously, we have a little bit of analysis, I'm sure, that you guys want to talk about, right? Between these two teams. That you said the first map does matter a ton, but from these two squads, what is the playstyle difference, Moxie, between them, right? What is the biggest difference you notice between China and Brazil, just from a regional standpoint?
I mean, China was definitely the first region that we got to see utilizing the mentality of shard cards before map defaults coming on through. That was true on day one. It's nowhere near as true now on day 3. A lot of these teams, Working Science being one of them, have been able to adapt and evolve very quickly into the FragPunk gameplay style. The one thing that Imaginators has ahead of everybody else is just the fact that all 5 of them can essentially just hive mind into one specific goal, and 5 seconds in, we blink and Converter is already down. They're one of the only teams that I feel have a real comfort point playing the attack rather than the defense, so even when it's not their map pick, they're still comfortable no matter which side they get thrown onto.
That's a great point. And Artie, now to throw to you on the other side, right? What is your thoughts as well of this match as we see WS celebrate?
Look at that. The team camaraderie here is just so beautiful. I mean, look at them all coming together like this. Now, I got to talk to both these teams, and when we were talking to Imaginator together, it was really interesting what they said. They're all just guys that do other stuff, but then they wanted to become pro, so they took it upon themselves to do it for FragPunk. Right. Students, salarymen, just...
That's what they...
That's
their words. That's their words.
There's a father in there.
Yes.
Whereas if you look at Brazil, you look at Working Silence, they genuinely are pros from other games. They have come up in esports, they've come up in a community that celebrates esports, and a community where a lot of them really want to make this work out, because if there's any single game that comes out that they enjoy, they could be the best at it.
Oh, absolutely. And everybody seems to be enjoying it, right? A lot of the pros we've talked to, even the ones being sent home, are like, yeah, when I get home, I'm nonstop streaming FragPunk. I think Rebirth even tweeted something about those lines. Moxie, because obviously you saw the show match, you played it as well in your own, or you played the new Season 2.
Yeah.
Outside of this, I know that you haven't been able to say your thoughts so far of it. I mean, you played a little bit, right? So what is your thoughts of Hurricane, of the new map? I mean, what's the first thing that comes to your head when you think about Season 2 FragPunk?
I mean, Hurricane 1, absolutely adorable. Absolutely love to see him. And I mean, pop flashes. Whenever you introduce a pop flash, there's going to be a little bit of tilt. There's definitely going to be some team pop flashes coming on through. But that pop flash with the longer duration on the second flash, it's going to be so brutal.
So brutal indeed. And taking a look at the maps, I mean, either of you, do you have...
It's in!
We got no!
Oh my goodness.
But that would be the 4th map, right? If it is a 3-0, not to be a Debbie Downer. Okay, you don't have to say
silence.
Don't
I said
I'm just saying.
I said 3-1. That means we're seeing now some
Well, now, just because of you guys, I'm going to have to say 3-0, actually. I'm thinking that it's going to be a 3-0 for Imaginator. Not going to be close. Brazil about to get sent home, packing, just like every other region so far. That is not China. Now, obviously, guys, I'm biased here on the broadcast desk, and we totally love everybody that showed up, right? I asked Moxie about her thoughts of the weekend so far, of the week so far in general. Artie, man, it's been fun, but in Hangzhou, what is your overall opinions, thoughts of everything that's gone on? What's your biggest takeaway from the event?
Biggest takeaway from the event is that FragPunk still has so much left to show us, because not only have we seen what they're cooking with Season 2, but we've also seen all of the pros here put out all on the line, and there's still so much room for growth. Every single time a team is walking off that stage, as, man, I wish I knew this. Oh my God, we could have done this better. There's so much stuff over here. There's so much skill expression that still has not been figured out with this game. You look at any game's life cycle, the very beginning of the game, there's still stuff that has to get figured out. With a game like FragPunk with so much depth, so much potential, there are still pros that make mistakes. So we're just the very beginnings here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's a great point. I think we've seen so many games evolve over their time, and some even sort of make comebacks because of updates and stuff, and Season 2 definitely could be one of those And I think you both are looking forward to it, playing a ton of FragPunk Season 2 when it comes out. Make sure you guys are also tuning in, not only on our social media platforms, but also on fragpunk.com. You can bet on this grand finals. You can make in-game money, not real money, of course.
FragPunk coins.
FragPunk coins, and thank you for saying that currency as well, as we have a few currencies in the game as well to kind of pick and choose from. On this sort of map pool selection that we've seen, does it make sense? I mean, obviously for the teams, they know what they're best on. I feel like we've seen a ton of Black Market. We've seen actually a ton of Tundra and Outpost. Isn't it interesting that those two maps are banned?
I mean, Tundra was one of Working Silence's strongest map performances. Coming on for Imagine just taking that off of the table entirely. They don't want to have to deal with the double nitro wall boosts. That problem, the issue of when Working Silence have the defense, they will be able to consistently get 4 or 5 rounds all strung along together.
Absolutely. I mean, that map is hard to play on, and I think, I don't know, isn't it crazy that the sort of development of the ban system, as it's kind of been going throughout the whole tournament, the fact that we're seeing the 2 most popular maps already gone, isn't that kind of crazy?
Could also be that they were saving strats, saving the best for last. Because, hey, both of these teams, if they've had any time to VOD review and watch stuff, it's been those 2 maps, right? It has been the maps that we've seen time and time again. So I'm actually not surprised by this at all. No. I'm just really happy we're seeing it now.
I think you both are.
Yeah. It's so nice to get to see now too, because like now we get to see things like the sniper duels, right? Yeah. PVS, Working Silence, stationed up over on A site with a high life. That's gonna be a rough one for Imagining just to be able to push through.
Rhythm, Axon, A lane, right? Going up the staircase on B. Oh, this is gonna be crazy.
Oh boy.
Absolutely crazy, the fact that we haven't seen this all tournament until the grand finals. Yeah. I mean, what a better way to end it, considering, I mean, you guys have been talking about like sort of teasing it, right? Oh, we're gonna see now, we're gonna see now. No, not until the grand finals. You couldn't write a better script if you tried. Grand finals, $150,000 on the line, $40,000 for first place. This is the biggest match, it's the most important match, right? Because it is the difference between, I believe, $25,000 for second place, right? So that's a $15,000 prize pool jump for first place. And like you guys mentioned, I don't know, what would you take? Do you think Brazil, in its passion, its excitement, for Imaginator, they've been playing for years together, right? That's the whole point, game after game. They were dominant in other ones, coming to FragPunk, trying to cement themselves a legacy today, right? That's a big deal moving forward. And you talked about your favorites and stuff for this matchup. You talk about that sort of thing. Is there any specific player that you have 100% seen as cementing their legacy in FragPunk so far? I'll ask both of you, obviously, but Moxie, you can start us off here.
PVS.
PVS.
For Working Silence, it's either PVS or Mido 7. Every single time, just a pillar of stability for that team.
Yeah, absolutely. And Artie, what about you?
I mean, for Working Silence, I mean, it's Rhythm. Rhythm is an absolute mainstay of the team, supporting from the bottom of the scoreboard. I feel that in my heart.
For me, it'd be Asaki. I think he is amazing. We talked to him, like Artie, we behind the scenes have just kind of walked around, talked to him and Soy. And man, what a lovely guy he is, and what a lovely team that they are. And that's why it's sort of sad when we see other teams leave and lose already, right? I mean, talked about the Russian team. Talking about
yes, Ixe.
Man, how sad he was behind the scenes. I know that's weird to say, obviously. I'm a sicko. I love to see emotion, just because I know, like listen, I used to play the game professional at FragPunk. This is a hard game, and man, like these pros. I was talking to Tens before. He's like, yeah, most of these pros hate losing more than they like winning, right? Yeah. The feeling, the dread that comes with losing. I mean, you both can talk about that through your own experiences. When you lose in a competition, no matter what it is, I mean, what is that like, right? Just the feeling to go back into the back room and be like, damn, we sucked, right? What does that feel like?
I mean, as a coach, I can tell you that you really just have that hindsight is 2020 feeling immediately.
That's sorry to interrupt you, Artie. I just want to ask you on that. Like, how do you help a player recover from that? Like the feeling of sadness.
I mean, hey, it's only a loss if you didn't learn from it. And so that's the thing, is like recovering from that sadness is like, hey, at the very least, you came this far. You did quite a bit, and now you can learn from it and then go next. And then the next time, you come back stronger, because that guy didn't have to deal with the pain, the suffering. You did.
Actually, yeah, true. I mean, it's about growth, right? Yeah. It's about improvement. And Moxie, you are as well a coach of professional teams. Both of you having a wealth of experience on this broadcast. What's your take with that? How do you help somebody sort of dig themselves out of that hole? I know you are Miss Positive, but how do you sort of transfer your energy over to your players who are trying to recover mentally?
Yeah, I mean, just like Adi says, right? It's only a loss if you take nothing from it. It's always going to be able to shape your next performance and hopefully shape it for the better, or potentially you can even use your own performance to see when you're up against another opponent if they're making the same mistakes that you did in the past. You'll immediately be able to identify them and understand how you can take advantage.
Great points by both of you, I think. Involving both teams, they are both winners, right? WS able to recover. I mean, what can you guys say about that ability to kind of come back?
Belky.
They're warm. They're warm. Belky as well, active all day, all morning. They've been showing up, showing off, and sure, of course, Imaginator. They are, they've been preparing on this, but WS, they're flowing today.
And you guys both watched the match earlier, obviously, Artie, me and you from the crowd, and Seb and Mox casting that one. When we talk about that matchup as well, do you think there's an advantage, either of you can answer this, when it comes to being warm, playing in an actual match? I know Ten said, yeah, maybe LC was a little bit cold coming in.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a cold issue there coming on through at the beginning of that match for sure.
Absolutely, guys. We are fixing some things on stage, getting the players ready to go. When we come back from this break that is upcoming, we'll see you guys for Match.
Rules. Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
Keep advancing, Broker.
And I'm in.
Doors and corners, Broker.
Lights on, nobody home.
I'm getting Glue Knight readings off the chart.
Nice. Nah.
Broker, snap out of it.
Okay. Damn!
Stay frosty.
Seriously?
Broker, slow down. Get back in the fight. Use this. Make your own rules. Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
Go out your best and us to go home alone. I've been known to change the ozone. No continuing with it. Break it down every minute. You run up, I change the floor to the ceiling. Step by step, we don't get it. You keep a line sharper than a dragon's breath. We're under fire, but you still should fear us. My squad ready for war. It's time. Perseverance, get the squad ready and lock me get wrong. Together, stand strong. Fight for good night. Play your cards right. We're on the rise. It's bound to stars.
Knock, knock. Guess who's coming to dinner? Say hello to my little friend. Say goodnight, Gracie. You love this! Wait, no, wait! Let's go! Not there! It's cheating! Hey! Maybe we can...
Rules. Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
Keep advancing, Broker.
And I'm in.
Doors and corners, Broker.
Lights on, nobody home.
I'm getting Glue Knight readings off the chart.
Nice.
Knock, knock. Broker, snap out of it.
Okay.
Damn! Stay frosty.
Seriously?
No! Broker, slow down. Get back in the fight. Use this. Make your own rules. Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
Knock, knock.
Guess who's coming to dinner? Say hello to my little friend. Say goodnight, Gracie. You love this.
Wait, no, wait. Oh, not there. Cheating. Hey, maybe we can.
never again. I'm doubled up, ready to sand it. It's time to get down and I'm fixing to end it. I'm taking my name out your mouth. My title, my throne, and my crown. The silence goes on and nobody's around. It's about to go down. Are you ready? Every time, yeah, I come out ahead. I'm taking over here. I want the crown. I set the clock tick, tick. It's about to go down. You're fighting a voice in your head. You quit, but you needed a friend. It's back to the banging again and again. You don't know who's making the sound. It's me or the one in the ground. Whoever it is, we're taking you out. It's about to go down. It's about to go down. Are you ready? Every time, yeah, I come out ahead. I'm taking over here. I want the crown. I set the clock, tick, tick. It's about to go down.
Rules. Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. My name is Dustin, joined by Moxie and Artie here for the grand finals. About to get underway. Guys, obviously a little bit of break, but we had to kind of get the, what's a fantastic grand final with a little bit of tension, right? A little bit of build-up, no?
Yeah, a little bit of tension, a little bit of atmospheric building, as we're going to be having a potentially very long grand finals indeed. Instead of it being a BO3, we've moved on to the BO5s, which means, Artie, you and I know, we're both hoping that we get to go all the way up to Naus.
Absolutely, at least up to Naus, right?
It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening.
Silence, non-believer.
3-0.
This was the whole last 20 minutes. Was this argument?
Yeah.
I do tend to cut you out a lot. Cut you off a lot. What did I say? Anyway, this broadcast is not unhinged. We are totally on the rails. Already on the rails. And you know what? We can just talk about these teams a little bit. I mean, they have such star-studded players, right? A lot of them, I'm sure, are getting so much more traction on social media and stuff. Artie, I know you. Did I ask you who your favorite player was earlier? You said earlier it was Rhythm.
Rhythm.
Why exactly is that? I don't know if you went into that in detail. Oh, we're going into the map in a second. Dang it, I'll show my shark card later. Good luck to you guys in this cast. Have a good time. I'll catch you guys on the other side.
I mean, we're going to be having a great time because Clone Tech is one of the shortcuts that immediately comes for...
Not coming up, though.
And it's not going to come up because no one can afford it this early in the round, which is why it's not going to get banned out. No 10 dex shenanigans this time around of Yggdrasil.
Oh, I mean, hey, you know what? Yggdrasil without 10 dexes, very easy to deal with, especially if your enemies can't throw or launch those grenades nearly as far. So I think that muscle weakness for the side of Work in Silence is going to be a little bit better here, although community healthcare, of course, as long as Imaginators can stay alive, they'll be able to stay healed up.
Yeah, Work in Silence, like you said, with that muscle weakness on the attack, going to make it a lot harder for the defenders to hit those lineups and try and control mid, which means that this initial brawl should go in Work in Silence's favor.
Oh, it's fast. Rhythm already clearing all the way out. Both A and B being aggressed onto, but is a fake set of damage over to the B site, although not fake. Sasaki lying on the ground as Work in Silence makes their way over to the A site, although Converter.
Yeah.
Still over towards B. Intentionally? Question mark.
Maybe. I mean, muscle weakness does mean that the defenders have to sort of brute force push aggressively into Work in Silence's faces, and that's something that they were able to take advantage of. That Corona already removed. The Axe Nades are going to be able to stick to the wind, forcing the Pathogen to reposition, and now it's going to be Work in Silence. Having the information, moving on over. Converter has picked up. It is a B site push.
Wow. Yeah, they forced the rotation in, and hey, even though Imaginators, they're pulling out that Chum and Chomper combo, still wasn't enough, as Work in Silence are going to be able to plant the Converter over on that B side, able to actually hold it out, controlling both Yard and the space outside and rest area.
Yeah, at the moment, it's going to have to be Wind going upstairs to try and clear out Yard so that Balcony remains in the hands of Imaginators, but the longer they take to clear those angles, the harder it's going to be to have time to stick to defuse.
Oh, it's tough. I mean, it is going to be a 5-on-3, but this retake seems impossible as Work in Silence already taken out one, although Shala is good for one, he's good for two. The quick scope. 2 in Yard still, he can't drop the next one. It's just Windex here, landing a shot as the Curel ready to go. The stage is set for Work in Silence, starting off strong on Yggdrasil.
Well, Chum and Chomper was in the round, but the only Chum was in the water. It's going to be the Great White Sharks circling, finding the weaknesses. Muscle weakness, one could say, as Work in Silence are able to bait the rotation, hit the B site, get Converted down, and go reposition into mid to punish the lack of utility, clearing them out of the space.
Make it up for it from the other game. Make it up for it. Make it up for it. Work in Silence, swift support and portable detector. They are taking every advantage that they can going into this. Honestly, projectile scan, though, still a very powerful card for only 2 points. 3 cards actually being picked up here as well. All of them going to be huge, but for Work in Silence, that swift support means they're going to be able to rotate very quickly, and we've seen already in the first round what kind of quick rotates and double fakes they could do.
Yeah, but no more muscle weakness, so the lineups are going to be strong coming through from Imaginator's side as Work in Silence already getting ready to put some work through into mid off of the gold dust. Coming on through from that circuit, clearing out into yard early.
Flowing through, Rhythm, ready to dive in, but there's the projectile scan that makes it so much harder to creep up. But Swift support could mean they could all dive out after giving off that fake information, but they're not going for it just yet. Nitro still in the back, giving a free out in case any of the team does get caught through the rock in a hard place. Look to see Imaginator right now, though. They are continuing to hold steadfast, not a single inch given.
Yeah, Asaki just going in super aggressively with those Corona dashes. This time around, manages to make it out. All of that noise, though, over towards mid has been a big old fake and bait. As Work in Silence are going to be starting to move over to A. Still no presence detected on B, so Imaginators are going to be there to meet them.
Oh, but remember, Swift support's still in play. They could just teleport over to Belky as soon as they give out all the info. They want to make sure. No, but Belky comes over instead to this side. There's going to be a commit over to the A side here. And honestly, something that they should not have done as they already lose 2. But the trade is possible, but GOT7. Z gets taken away here. It's just up to Mido and PVS. They should have rotated as Mido 7, last player standing, not able to clean it up. Work in Silence, a misstep, a missed Swift support opportunity.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Imaginators just seeing that even off of that early pressure from mid, there was actually no noise sent over towards B, read it out as a fake, and then just get the punish coming on through with Asaki being able to anchor that site and let his teammates swap into that rotation. So we can have a look and see the cards that are going to be coming out into the mix.
No compassion for Work in Silence. Definitely going to work out for a few of those players who haven't gotten a kill just yet. But Origin Detection exposing the players that throw the gadgets. It is going to be a tough card to deal with.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of information given for very little position from you yourself revealed. So we're going to be seeing, there it is, Oh Compassion. This is one of those cards which teams having a little bit of a rougher round, a rougher beginning to their game can use to try and turn the tides. Everyone who is behind on that KD will be able to increase their damage and damage reduction.
Nitro going to be starting off towards the A site right now, but over on B is where the action is already exploding. Shala pushes all the way up towards Terrace. We check back in towards mid and look at this Work in Silence. They've worked their way already down, but Chen Momo waiting in the corner, opens the door, pops out of the Axon. This is beautiful to see. Imaginators, though, not out of it just yet. Rhythm looking to try to get the counter. A little bit of damage, but nothing to trade out anything just yet. We see Imaginators still pushing up, prodding into the lanes. Nitro slowly working towards the A site. For Imaginators, though, they're ready for anything.
Yeah, Work in Silence not able to find that mid control, even off of the damage aided to them with the Oh Compassion, as Imaginators read out the aggressive brawl that they try to use to take advantage of that card. Now that we're going on to the longer angles, it's still Imaginators with 5 lances remaining, and Work in Silence are slowly but surely losing these players as they try and hold on to those spaces.
A tough fight there, the 1v1 with the Axons, but Chen Momo hits the shots. Belky, seemingly an impossible situation to be in. Needs to try to make this perfect. Has a good opportunity to come up to the top using that balcony, but is immediately scouted out by the Circuit. And no kills just yet. But Imaginators, they're locked in, they're feeling confident.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about when we talked about Imaginators earlier, right? Shard cards first, default second. It doesn't just apply to the shard cards on their end of things. They look at the shard cards and play for their opponents. Look at how much more aggressive Chen Momo was on that action, holding that space over in yard, anticipating everyone on the side of Work in Silence to just try and full send it, to brute force with Oh Compassion's damage advantage to take that really important space, and action just full shut it down.
Oh, this is going to be tough. So Dr. Converter for Work in Silence is going to be huge, keeping them healed up should they play together. But Imaginators, they put in a lot of points there to take your time. We'll see how many points they pulled in once we get into the game, but that's going to be making it a lot harder for the post-plant situation.
Yeah, preparation phase comes on for, like you said, Dr. Converter, so everyone on the side of Work in Silence is going to be receiving continuous heal ticks as long as they're around the person who's carrying Converter. But that, again, is going to be a grand total of no one currently because Converter is still in spawn.
It's okay, no one needs heals. Yeah, Rhythm a little bit, but no one needs heals just yet. Imaginators, though, they're pushing their luck on sideline, and Rhythm absolutely getting his next up, but Shen Momo once again the difference maker. But look at Work in Silence as they make their way all the way up to the top. It's just Shen Momo. Oh, and the damage reduction thanks to the Ashes to Ashes. A great setup here for Work in Silence. Wonderful play. There's TCK just giving us support. Vamos, Brazil.
That's the Work in Silence we used to have been seeing in terms of the previous matchups, just getting aggressive, even leaving Dr. Converter behind so they can take the plays in short as Meter7 just pulls out the knife and stabs it straight into the chest.
Oh yeah, but Vampire Bullets gonna get invested into. Powerful strike from Imaginators, a weak jump. Fragile Converter, one of my favorite cards. This is gonna be crazy given the fact that Imaginators, if they are able to push up early, they know at this point where Work in Silence likes to leave it.
Yeah.
Everybody leaves it.
Just shoot it.
Yeah, just shoot it. But I think this time around we're going to see Work in Silence change it up a bit.
Yeah, they've got to know, right? With Converter being shootable, someone's got to carry it so it doesn't just lose all the 1,500 HP bar that it's going to be able to have. Powerful Strike is also going to be coming into the mix on the side of Imaginators. So those first bullets are going to be knocking Work in Silence off of that puff and potentially slowing down this push for A main.
Yeah, Vampire Bullets as well going to be huge for Work in Silence. 5 points invested as well in a vulnerability site A. This is an expensive round for both teams, but 12 shard points for Work in Silence. They need to win this to make that investment worth it.
Wait, Converter's still on the ground.
ground.
Hold on a minute.
It's all right. Imaginators doesn't seem like they're necessarily interested in trying to take it out.
Yeah, thankfully the Dex wasn't pushing into spawn. He was pushing all the way for main with a Resolver. I don't know if you take that rather than him pushing up towards Converter because A side and B side still fully locked down. Work in Silence have not found any space.
Chella still waiting on the side. It's Rhythm that gets the first, finally finding the difference on Chen Momo thanks to a little bit of explosive damage. Seeing now as, well, Shala continues to scale up towards the top. Thankfully, Gone7 is going to be able to grab the Converter. But this post plan is going to be difficult. It's why they need to go on A with the vulnerability. But Shala is good for 2. Oh, very terrifying. His Rhythm is going to be able to take one out. Belky finds another. It's going to be a 3-on-2 situation. But once again, Work in Silence, they need to make sure they have full control over the Converter in the post plant. Otherwise, it could just get destroyed instead of diffused.
Yeah, they can't stick A because of it. They know that the Dex from Imaginators is still going to be around. And so over to B, we head and rotate. Converter will go down, taking it now into a 3 versus 1 situation.
Oh, but he's not ready for it. Windex gonna be able to heal up there. Rhythm finding a great opportunity to use those sticky bombs there as Axon bouncing off the wall, still dealing damage. Windex, he's committed to that heal. Diving off to the left side. If he comes in, starts to deal damage to this Converter, this could be the end. Gone7. Not the right spot. He's shooting the Converter. It's happening. Oh, but no, they're on the sideline. Rhythm with the shotgun to end it all.
Yeah, he started shooting that Converter, and there were 2 players on 2 opposing angles to be able to set up the crossfire and punish the second that he revealed himself. It would have been a fun way to end the round, and you do have to ask yourself what could have been if Imaginators played just a little bit more aggressively towards Work in Silence's spawn, as time and time again, that Converter has literally just been left there.
Yeah, every team puts it there, even Imaginators. They know where it's left, so definitely an opportunity they'll think about later. Vitality staff coming in. If there's any team that knows how to use it, we know it's Imaginators. But Minimags taking away util pistols.
Phantom Sight 2 also going to be in the mix now for Work in Silence as they head over with that side swap coming on through. They're going to be on that defense, and those Phantoms are definitely going to be making it a little bit more problematic for those snipers to find their spaces.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I think Minimags is even more powerful, has a lot more potential than Muscle Weakness. So for Work in Silence on their first defensive round, I think that they've got a good thing going for them. But again, Imaginators, they use that staff correctly. It could be insanely difficult to push through.
Yeah, a little bit of utility comes out, just trying to find the pressure points into Yard early on, wanting to see if they can find anything, as that's a very aggressive play that's immediately going to get caught out.
Windex looking to make a little bit of a move over to the sidelines there on a B Yard. Work in Silence, they're actually stacked up here towards B and mid. Just Chum and Chomp are holding it out on A main. We do get a little bit of a skill fight here as all of the util continues to get dumped down mid, but the aggression is coming out now as Imaginators, they make their way forward. Looking to see now if there's going to be an attack through, but Imaginators, they're going to be able to withstand, overcome. They push into it.
Yeah.
7 finds 1.
I mean, the Axon's just doing so much damage. Rhythm, the player that you yourself pointed out with those nades, spamming in, punishing the fact that everyone was stacked up in close, small spaces. That's not where you want to fight an Axon. And that's going to be a 3-3 scoreline. This series is really close indeed.
So difficult to be able to deal with that Vitality Staff. Everybody's just getting healed up all the time.
Yeah, we finally got to see it properly played.
Yeah.
I know you've been waiting to see that one. That cut's been picked up more than a couple of times, and we're going to get to hear from the replay. So just MMO, doing Axon things, and then just, you know, doing pathogen things, making sure to just track Axon as he guitar slides his way.
Absolutely. Full firepower coming to play for Work in Silence, as well as squad defense. It's going to be a great round. Turtle back there on Imaginator will prevent a little bit of that damage onto the back. Relativistic bullets stealing the movement speed. Again, a powerful card and something that will be difficult to deal with on the defense.
See, I wonder if this is the first time we're going to get to see a team actually walk backwards with Turtle back.
Riot shields.
So that you literally just form a line and then everyone just moves backwards so that the turtle faces your opponent rather than away from them.
Phalanx positioning. Imaginators about to actually make that march forward. All the arrows pointing forward, unfortunately, but it's all right. We'll hopefully see it block a couple damages. And hey, nice scouting. Station to station, gonna find a few tornadoes there, starting to shoot off the smokes as Rhythm continues to lock down Yard. One of my favorite plays is Axon there, taking out the scouting util. They know it's heavy towards B. He's ready and waiting. Squad defense gonna help out. The relativistic bullets, though, is gonna make Rhythm so slow as he tries to escape out of the side, but he does make it out with his life here. Work in Silence are looking good.
Yeah, Belky as well is going to be able to occupy the absence of space that low health Axon has left. Now it's going to be a full push towards A potentially with the cutoff attempted to come on through.
No, but Imaginators are still on B.
Yeah, they're still on B. The fake out comes through and everyone on the side of Work in Silence is going to have to push back through from that spawn.
Still on B, jumping down. Converter about to get planted inside. Gone 7 just waiting. Momo though, he knows that angle. Mito 7 gonna be walking into the sticky nades, taking extra damage. Just down to 38 HP. Chen Momo checking everything to the backside. The map control is flipped. Right now, Imaginators playing on a perfect post plant. The Rhythm looking to stop it out, but Chen Momo continues to deal damage. He gets another! It's just down to PVS now to try and make this work, but to be honest, the odds are stacked so highly against him, and once that movement speed goes away, he's good for 1, but Imaginators bring us 3-4.
Oh my goodness, Chamamo. What a play coming on for, yeah, that Axon, take a bow, take an encore. So many picks coming on for that Axon's nades. Just getting so much information and then also being able to keep an eye out to see whether or not they're coming up zipline. We're going to see it here in the highlight replay. Just getting to immediately peek, see the headshot, get the critical multiplier, and then around the corner, sees the foot, immediately adjusts the aim.
So tight. The aim is so good. Both these teams playing their absolute best, as they should here in the grand finals. Vampire Knight coming out for Imaginator, as well as D debuffs. We got blast suits and holistic Dedison, getting that little bit of a resuscitation once you get a kill. One of Tenza's favorite cards, that one.
Yeah, I mean, Working Silence probably wishing the blast suits came up the previous round as opposed to now, given the fact that it would have mitigated the Accent's damage significantly, as Chen Momo's nades now are going to be doing far less in comparison to prior. Still, you have to worry about the shotgun though.
Yep, and speaking of worrying about that shotgun, we got an Axon v Axon fight stacking up in B yard. Looking like Chen Momo, ready to do the same thing, holding those tight angles, but for Working Silence, they're just ready and waiting. They're trying to hold on to as much util as possible right now.
A site, his left a little bit short-handed. Do you Imaginators manage to scout it out? There's only one really anchoring on the side of Working Silence. Everyone else is positioned to jump on the attack as if they sniff towards B.
Windex got a bit of information on the sideline there, but actually not even dead yet. Still alive in this clone form, and it might be the end, but no. Look at that, the amount of information he's able to call out for his team right now. Scouting, marking, finally sent back.
Yeah, Mino 7 too is going to mean that everyone who was taking that poke damage is going to pick this up. But
A three-piece! All the way locked down in mid. Rhythm finds the final one, but what a beautiful setup. Just walk into their bullets, why don't you?
Absolutely lovely stuff coming through from Belky. So much of the fire was focused on the B side itself. When they saw that they would not be able to break the fortification, that Pathogen is keeping everyone stabilized, they had to try and rotate, and that was the moment that Belky was waiting for.
This is the power of holistic Dedison. With every kill, you're just getting all of that HP back. 4 points invested into it meant that 40% of the HP was healed up all the time. How do you deal with that? Absolutely beautiful. Working Silence going to be rolling off of that with another heavy investment. 6 points into this round, 3 into Haunting, exposing the enemies, and 3 into the free refills.
Really important round coming on through. Working Silence clawing it back. So far, what's interesting, Adi, is that we haven't seen a single one of these teams call a timeout.
No, they're feeling confident. I mean, it's neck and neck, 4-4. Working Silence is definitely working through this defensive half.
Yeah, they look so much stronger on the defense, where they just have such a good read of the space. Rhythm already going to be activating that shotgun, sending out the nades to mirror as everyone sends out the smoke and tries to get the read of whether or not it's a full push or if it's smoke and mirrors to get an A hit.
I mean, it is smoke and mirrors, but that smoke and mirrors is allowing a lot of pressure on mid to bring pressure away from the B site. With Rhythm still in play right now, it's going to be a very difficult time to push through that. Go over to the A side, see PVS, just trying to figure out if he's needed elsewhere.
The difference between Imaginators and Working Silence in terms of their attacking range is that Imaginators always carry Converter with them in case Working Silence try and push aggressively forward, because Imaginators are a very aggressive defensive team. As Rhythm, oh my goodness, he didn't clear his corner!
No way. Rhythm getting taken out there means a lot of extra pressure on the rest of Working Silence to try to fill that void. For Imaginators, that's a very good pick. They're going to take that and rotate all the way over to the A site because they know that Working Silence needs to move a lot more bodies over to that B site.
No Axon too, no nades to punish the fact that they're going to be sticking close together. If they can get Converted down, big if though, they've got to brute force past PVS.
PVS has Pew Pew down, and look at the shots coming through. A clean headshot on the Shaola. No more healing util. Flash and dash, but Belky and God7 gonna make sure that that is going to be a flash in the pan as Zeke and Windex get ready to try and figure out if they can clean this up. Working Silence, though, they look so stable. They're not losing any more players right now. Mido7 in the corner, pushing out with Belky. They cleaned it up so nicely.
Yeah, they just get pinned down. You're worried about the high life. And then Belky has all of the confidence to be able to full push up main and swing you when you're around that cover, hiding from the sniper. Working Silence, the second that we saw that defensive side swap come through, they find that footing on Yggdrasil yet again. This here was absolutely lovely coming on out. They try to utilize that Corona fast lane to just dash on top of the anchoring Nitro, and they weren't able to get the kill because of the peel from the pathogen.
Oh yeah, and we're looking to see medical error get picked up here by Imaginator. That is going to really hurt Work in Silence, but match timer reduced by 30 seconds means it's going to be a very quick push coming in from Imaginators of big heads as well, making it through. These, all three of these cards are cards that you never see in play. We get them all here. I love FragPunk.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of aggression. Imaginators have so much kill potential, but Work in Silence have been able to start burning that time bank down. So Imaginators are going to have to get aggressive. And Work in Silence, they're very good at anticipating that outwards aggression as Wind GX on the decks with the high life rounds the corner.
Mito7 also on that broker, going to make use of the explosive specialist, bringing out Goddard's Vengeance to deal a lot of one-shot. Windex really wants to try to bait out some of those grenades there. Only dying in the Dex clone doesn't mean much, but he's taken out immediately. We still have a lot of explosive util on the side of Work in Silence.
Little bit of damage coming on through. Some points of pressure on Yggdrasil. You can never let mid go for free. Chemamo just manages barely to dodge out of the way of the Kismet nade coming on out, but that's still keeping all of the attention on mid. None of it on A.
Oh, Windex about to heal through. Shield skills come up, and Belky and Rhythm are both removed in a very quick fell swoop. Mito's good with one with the Goddard's Vengeance, but it's just down to PVS. PVS needs to do this very carefully. No heals available, unable to. And we're going to the duels!
We wanted it to go the distance! It's going the distance on the Yggdrasil. 1v1s. Work in Silence, we've talked about in the past, have suffered from the duels. Now it's going to be a matter of showing whether or not they've been working on that point.
See what's going to happen now. Finding out who goes in which order. We see Belky in the penultimate and Chen Momo as well. The fourth position being the most important for these pros.
Jaguar.
Don7 and Zeke going to start it off. And we're starting with Jaguar. Oh, and I love seeing Sonar come through too.
Yeah, Jaguar, not typically one of the lances you tend to see early on, but I mean, Livewire being able to shut down some of those plays coming out, as well as being able to read your opponent's position other than just relying on those sound cues could be massive. Meat Maker going to be in the hands too. Yggdrasil's dueling maps definitely outfitted for the shotguns. Lots of tight corners that you're going to have to round into the play. Unfortunately, though, the Jaguar is going to have to push sooner rather than later into this pathogen. Otherwise, you're going to lose to the heal-off. And it's going to be that heal-off situation. There goes the Jaguar scouting coming on out. Zeke has no choice but to push as slowly his health bar lowers. The emotional rescue, the first of its kind, comes on out from Gon7. The wall makes it even harder to kill a queen into the shotgun damage from on high. And there's nothing you can do to win that fight.
Absolutely. We're now on a path v path fight as we get Shaola ready to dive in. Extra HP. Look at all the util already escaped from Gon7's inventory. See Gon7 looking at where the moment of opportunity is going to come from. Shaola also burning both walls on this fight here. Still have everything at his disposal, knowing if he can lock down this hallway, can win the heal off. Let's see what's going to happen now. Overtime penalty will hit. Heals available to both, but for now, Gon7 wants to dive in, and the damage! Shaola survives! Gonna be able to heal the next one as well.
Shaola manages to survive and now goes, well, so little HP against the Corona, and he's not even able to bleed out a single bit of utility from Mito7.
Now it's a Corona v Corona. Look at how quick this is going, and they both dash in, but the damage is better from Mito7.
Mito7 yet again wins the duel against it, and now he has to deal with the Axon coming on through Chemomo. Full head of HP. Mito doesn't stand a chance.
Chen Momo not taking a single bit of damage is so crucial for Imaginators right now. They have to deal through 3 players. There are 2 remaining. Axon v Axon now. Rhythm Running a lot of util quickly here. The flashes, but look at that Chen Momo. We've seen this matchup before in the game, and Chen Momo has always taken them more often than not.
The slide! The sticky nades deny the space, force the other Axon into the retreat, and now Chen Momo can potentially clutch this out. 2 Lancers left for both of these teams. Goes up the zip line, gets one shotgun shot onto the Sona. He doesn't find the win, but he does chunk the HP down.
This is huge. Belky has a great opportunity right now. Windex not going to be burning the clone form just yet, knowing he could just use the cure-all.
What a play! And now Windex is able to utilize the Dex's second life to try to take on the Nitro. First Pew Pew comes on out. Chug Chug going to be activated. This is a risk, but Pew Pew will give away whether or not the Dex is trying to push. And all the while, we could potentially go to the heal-off situation, which Imaginators will be able to win because of the Dex utility. The Nitro is the one that's going to have to push into the space. Timeout is about to start ticking away, and the Dex's life is about to get shortened back to that 130 HP actual form. The push comes on through. There's the health replenish. It's all or nothing. Can you find the shot right the corner? No, you can't.
Imaginators in the duels bring it all the way down to the wire. It doesn't get closer than this. Absolute cinema to start the grand finals.
What a play. I mean, what a heads-up decision coming through from Imaginators to hold on to the clone totem and literally finish off your previous opponent who's on so little HP with the cure-all so that you can have that utility in the 1 versus 1 on the loss, so it's a 2 versus 1!
Oh my god. I mean, it's the hype, everything is just insane right now. I mean, what a better way to start off the entire series. Do you guys even have thoughts after that one, or was that,
Yes.
I mean, that was just back and forth. Brutal game.
It's literally just a battle of the brains. There was so much strategy coming out at any given moment, and there was one time where Work in Silence realized we forgot about the cards, we did not play this right, and they really did their best to claw it all the way back up. And to be honest, when it comes down to just 2 players, 1-on-1, the very last duel on both sides, that is as close as it gets.
I think we're all in agreement. It just felt best map for duels, right? 100%. Just so exciting, the amount of plays we've seen. Moxie, I mean, there were so many moments, so many rounds, even throughout the game. We're going to watch the highlights in just a little bit, obviously, earlier, but I mean, how did this sort of shape out? How do we even get to the duels in the first place?
It was the side swap coming on for, honestly. Work in Silence just looking so much more comfortable on the defense in comparison to their attack. And that's sort of what we expected, because Imaginators are just very good at reading the space that your opponent has, or the lack thereof it.
I gotta say, a huge difference in this was Chen Momo versus Rhythm. When it comes down to it, your Axon player is one of the most important when it comes to taking space.
Yep.
And even though Rhythm did win a couple of those battles against Chen Momo, the 1v1s, that's where it mattered a lot, but Chen Momo consistently taking space as Axon.
I mean, you could see that Rhythm was a little bit out of his comfort zone, right? He was a little bit out of tune in some of those rounds, given the fact that there's one where he walks into yard and doesn't even clear his corner.
Yeah, we're looking at the highlights now to go all the way back, and Rhythm is the difference maker for Work in Silence. But when Rhythm was removed, that's when Imaginator knew that they were going to be able to come through and just clean up shop. Going to be seeing the round where, Compassion was in play for Work in Silence, and they almost brought this back from the brink. I mean, there's so many awesome times when Belky did get the clutch. That round wasn't one of them.
You talked about it earlier already, sorry Moxie, but I mean, beautiful game out of Chen Momo, 100% you guys are right. Like, that guy was dominant. I mean, there was moments for Belky, like you said, in Rhythm, but man, he was so consistent on Axon, right Moxie?
Yeah, he was so consistent on Axon, coming on through, keeping hold of all of the space. Look at this, just dropping from balcony, being able to pick up 2 immediately. The fact that he's able to adjust his crosshair placement as well with the slightest little bit of information. He sees the sliver of a hitbox and then immediately manages to line up the shot. His reaction time and flick speed is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, just the Axon reset time. Oh, I love that one from Belky, though. I love that. I love that this highlight
That was
reel.
it, man.
Yeah.
That was his one chance. I mean, that's when Brazil, you could feel the momentum, right? Shifting.
That's when it shifted. That's when it changed.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Moxie, Artie, you guys have been phenomenal so far. The 2 teams on stage, could not be a better matchup. We are getting into it. Map number 2 going to be in just a little bit, guys. After this, a little bit of end of a highlight. We're going to a break in just a little bit. See you guys. Welcome back, everybody, to the FragPunk Global Invitational. My name is Dustin, joined by my two lovely casters, Moxie and Artie. That game was phenomenal. Game number 1 on Idgisil. What a series we have on our hands. And just to kind of ease the tensions a little bit, because this is a $150,000 tournament, $40,000 for first place, and that's a big, large chunk of cash going to go to the players that win the tournament. And what a better way to start game number 1. Now, like I said, to ease the tension a little bit, right? I made a little bit of short cards while you guys were casting.
Okay.
Well, this one was not necessary because you know the technical pause that was going on. This one's the
5 shard points.
5 shard points to start the game card. I mean, because obviously everybody wants to see the game. Casters, start the game.
Yeah, no, Chad, it's us. Like they're waiting for us.
Yeah.
Because we're talking, and that's the players. They're listening to us and everything. That's the whole point. Yeah,
we control.
That's how that works.
We're like the Blade Runner guy, just like watching over everybody. These imaginary humans. Now, I also made another one. I don't know if the stream could see it. It's going to be very complicated, but that's okay. I'll read it out for you guys. You guys can see it as well. I made us each shard cards for all of us, right? For you guys.
You misspelled my name.
2 X's.
You misspelled my name.
And 2 Y's. Okay, what Moxie? I call you.
It's
Listen,
M-O-X-I-E.
They don't see that.
I know
Anyways,
that.
not the point.
You misspelled my name too.
Not the point, you freaking egomaniacs. I cannot believe this. Listen, let me explain the shard cards for you guys. I even gave them points. Obviously, don't mean much, just like in terms of how much I favor them, right? Artie's card. I called it the Artie Explosive Purchase card. You can choose which weapon on the other side will damage them. This is a 5 shard card point, and you get the reference behind the scenes because of what we talked about. You guys don't get to hear about that, but listen, it's behind the scenes inside jokes. We have some of those here. So Artie's saying you could choose a gun. It'll do 50 damage
If
to them.
the enemies purchase that weapon.
They have no idea.
Wow.
50 damage right off the rip, no counterplay. You know it's coming. And you know, like, this, it's a good card. Genuinely might be a good idea. Now, for Moxie's, hear me out because we're going to start soon. Moxie, you have the random skin card. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't know how to kind of come in to warranting how much this card's worth. You get a random skin at the beginning of the game. Any skin you want, because of how amazing you've looked on broadcast so far, we've had to make that a 3 cost. I think it's maybe a 1 cost. It's not that big of a
I have
deal.
an idea. It could be the end. So like however many you put in, and so whatever amount of points you put in is the level of rarity the skin is. Put in 5 points, and you get the big one. You get the nice one. You get the gold.
Skin. Not permanently, but just for the round.
Maybe for the rest of the game.
Ooh, that's kind of nice. Anyways, third one, I gave Seb the Golden Retriever card because he's such a lovable guy. We all love Seb on the official broadcast. I'm sure you guys do it at home in Tenz's stream because we saw him in the co-streamer box. I gave him the Golden Retriever card. What that does, it turns your entire screen gray, makes you colorblind, but it means that it's easier to see the enemy because they're bright and red. My card is the Fungal Growth card.
Oh, too much information, Dustin!
Anyways, let's get into the game. Enjoy this upcoming cast on Black Market. Take it away, Moxie. Got Moxie with 2 Y's. Mox, I call you Mox, okay? Listen, hear me out. You and Artie can have fun. I'll catch you guys on the other side.
He's dead to me. He's dead to me. We've been working together for 3 years, and he doesn't know how to spell my name.
You can take it home, Mox. Your misspelled name. All right. I'm out.
Let's talk about the fact that my shard card is 5 points and his is 5 points.
We don't have to talk about the how much they're worth. It's just because of what they were.
Moxie, your card's the cheapest.
Yeah,
That's literally not. I knew you guys would talk about this. It was just because of how much it's warranted. Jesus.
Okay, well, let's talk about the shard cards that are actually in the game. Sustained Crab Walk is going to be one of them, which means that if you take damage, you're going to be forced to crouch.
Yeah, but Work in Silence kind of have a perfect counter that with Expert Juggler, where as soon as they take a shot and they switch weapons, they're so much faster. But here we are with Work in Silence already being worked through at the moment as Imaginators take a lot of space.
Yeah, Imaginators on the attack for Black Market. A lot of the time we see them being very aggressive and quickly getting onto one of these side entries, but again, slowing things down, feeling out their opponents, getting a little bit of poke pressure and getting a lot of information with these nade placements from the Axon for Chen Momo.
Emotional Rescue, a nice fungal growth, different from Dustin's, as we can see Imaginators trying to recombine through a lot of that damage. And as the Converter starts to move over towards the B site, Work in Silence, I think they've read through it, Moxie.
Yeah, Converter still hasn't really drifted anywhere near A. It's very slowly approaching up into B as Balky is going to be firing through that gold dust. Still though, Chalet just holds the angle with that Resolver, almost finds the kill through it.
To be able to just hold on tight. Oh, that usually comes through for the damage as well. Balky's good for 2. Ashes to Ashes going to be a little bit of a damage dealer. Oh, Xiaolai's ready at the Resolver. It hits so hard. 3 on 3 as he gets the double.
Okay, maybe we don't try and jump shot the one weapon that can one-shot us with a headshot, especially given the fact that if you jump over that box, the only thing that they're going to see is that headshot. As yeah, 2 versus 3. This is still winnable for Work in Silence.
That was so fast. I didn't even see it. Rhythm just jump peeked, air strafed, and deleted a player from Imaginators from the round.
Absolutely insane. I mean, Belky as well. Deleted. Well, not quite deleted. Rhythm definitely pressed empty recycle bin, but Belky was the one that put them in there. With this play right here, Ashes to Ashes, Dust to Dust. Zercat manages to get those.
I just love how every single round it comes down to these amazing players, their mechanics, skills, We're going to see Rapid Marksman Rifle here for Imaginators. Psychic Link, allowing Work in Silence to figure out the attacker POV.
Oh, no
well as
piercing.
banning teammate.
No piercing bullets. That's taken off the table immediately. No Birdman either. I'm a little bit sad to see we've hit a little bit of turbulence here on the black market as everyone is going to be grounded.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially with B main being banned, we're going to see a lot of presence over towards A. I feel like Imaginators really could have used that Birdman card, but Rapid Marksman Rifle is going to help them on the A site. A lot of headshot angles to abuse.
Yeah, but do they try and push to the A side, or do they think Work and Sense are going to read it as an A push because of the cards, and instead stack towards that B where it might be a little bit less contested?
Oh, Belky going to be calling out exactly where everybody is coming from. Windex being the player that got psyched out. His POV revealed.
Windex now also going to be losing the clone copy, having to go right back into his spawn. Converter still on the ground, has not started deviating towards one of these sites, much slower, as we've talked about, than what we're used to seeing coming on through from Imaginators team. Chemomo just having a little bit of presence over towards mid. Gonna be able to heal right back on up with that trophy pickup, as still Work in Silence hold their grounds and do not overextend.
Yeah, with these marksman rifles buffed out, they really want to use them to their advantage. Killer Queen gonna be moving Chen Momo back away. They approach up the bridge. They only have one entry into B, which means that Work in Silence, well, they're going to be able to stack into B main, and they're going to be able to retake from the sideline. This is going to change the entire map right now.
Yeah.
There is a big amount of pinch positioning that's going to come into play for this. So, Imaginators are going to have to commit quite a bit of utility, but they're scared.
Yeah, they don't want to push in until they know whether or not B main is going to be emptied, and it is going to be a push in to see that information. Chemomo manages to push on through.
B main opened up, they shot through the wall. Shaola finds the first, Sasaki goes down as Rhythm gets the second of the round here, and we see as there's a 3-on-4 situation, a lot of pressure right now mounting as Work in Silence are trying to prevent that converter from being planted, but it will go down as Imaginators retain control. They get those large angles, but from green and purple, Chen Momo takes out Gon7, who's unable to find the flank. Rhythm slides out, but goes away as Mido7 gets a double. It's a 1-on-2, but those Rapid Marksman Rifles are just so much better.
Yeah, the first time that we really get to see the Rapid Marksman come into play, and the marksmanship weapons coming into play off of the back of it too. Lovely, nice little bait and switch as Imaginators thought about pushing B, manages to break out of that main destruction barrier, and then immediately hoof it on over to A, where they'll have so much more value with the long-range weaponry.
Swift support coming out from Imaginators this time around. You know that they're not going to make the same mistake Work in Silence did, but for Work in Silence on the defense, invest in the future, and Thorn Traps will definitely be changing the pace.
Yeah, invest in the future. One of those cards that we talked about earlier on the broadcast is going to be able to put you at a significant lead in comparison to your opponent when it comes to those currencies. And that means that, you know, cards that would otherwise not make it out of the bans because you would think, well, the other team's not going to be able to afford to buy them, now become must bans regardless.
Yeah, Imaginators right now looking to make the most of Soul Cairn and Swift support. Windex could move all the way up completely for free on the sidelines. Everybody teleports over. See Mido7 trying to hold the side. PBS as well.
Mido7 still going to be holding that angle with the highlight very patiently. Unfortunately, Gon7 is removed from play entirely.
Wow, it explodes out already towards B. Imaginators, they have the entire site to themselves right now. Soul Cairn also in play, going to be allowing the switch of Lancers as well as a full reset of that HP bar. This is huge, given the fact that Zeke is able to take this pretty much for free. Mido7 trying to come up from the sidelines right now. It's just PBS and Mido7 for this retake, and its odds are very much stacked against them.
This is the sort of defuse situation that we've seen so far. Imaginators not actually stacking all of their players in container. They've still got presence in main. The adaptation has come on out, and Imaginators find the win that was an evolution we wanted to see come through from these CN teams, because that's something that two teams, both solo leveling and LC, were taking advantage in Black Market of the CN teams, full stacking into container in the post-plant situation. So you can see that the counter-stratting has come through. Imaginators realized it was a weakness, and they're making sure to split their forces now.
Yeah, the incredible clutch factor, Chen Momo himself. I mean, like, so many of these plays that are coming down to the wire. Just one player making a difference, but the overall team strategy is adapting, like you said. Ricochet coming into play right now, as well as Parting Flash. Imaginator having a huge advantage into this round.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun fighting B main, or container, or A main, or any of the spaces
or anywhere
where those
wall.
bullets are going to be able to bounce through from that wall. If you're working silence now, it becomes all the more important that you don't allow a post-plant situation to come on out.
Work in silence, stacking up, forming a wall right here. Imaginators, they're so quick already. Gone 7, finds the first onto Wasaki, making so much use out of this clone form.
Work in silence. They knew that Ricochet was in play. We said that they needed to stop a post-plant situation. They're already starting to chip away at Imaginator's presence through the entirety of this map. Mid not firmly in the control of the attackers. In fact, no site is. So this Ricochet is not getting the value that Imaginators were hoping.
Not at all. Work in silence. Just holding the line right now as Imaginators. They're going to be blowing open all the doors, trying to bust their way into the containers.
Rhythm gets to hold his position in container to keep it still out of the hands of Imaginator. Really good peel coming through from his Pathogen too, providing the emotional rescue so he can hold that aggressive angle. And Shaula has no choice but to just shoot frustratingly into Link.
Oh, but it opens up here, the trade. Windex, Mito 7, they both find one, but Imaginators still down a player. It's going to be a 3-on-4 situation right now, as we can see Zeke, Shaula moving up towards B, but Work in silence are waiting already.
Valky,
the clutch factor himself. Shaula finds one, Zeke as well. Wait a moment, it's now just down to this as PVS. Tides have been turned. The defense now a 1-on-2 stacked against Work in silence as the converter is planted. We know how Imaginator likes to hold this. Chen Momo as well, close up and ready.
Oh!
Damage comes through. Imaginators!
There's the evolution yet again. Post-plant situation, 1 on main, 1 on container. Manage to keep the pressure as they go for the cross, get the information, force the Nitro to have to overcommit in, extend into container so you don't get shot out by the Axon on main, and it's a lose-lose situation. As looking at the player cams, I'm sure this is going to potentially be Work in silence, calling in a timeout as they have to try and figure out how to play around this.
A big, big upset in that round. I gotta say, I'm very impressed with what Imaginators is bringing to the table right now. Cards definitely falling in their favor this half, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, Ricochet.
A Ricochet.
Ricochet. Work in silence, they tried to do everything that they could to stop Ricochet from having that same level of value. But it was not to be as the post-plant came on through.
Yeah. Looking to see right now with Work in silence, just waiting, ready. Back now, ready for the next one. As we see Medical Era get picked up on the side of Imaginator for Work in silence, Vampire Bullets and Freeze Bullets. That's gonna be quite a bit of extra utility out of those bullets, but extra converter also getting invested in by Imaginators. So honestly, even though those bullets are going to be doing some damage, being pretty powerful, I have to say Imaginators has better cards.
Yeah, it's always really interesting when Dillahans comes into play because you see whether or not the teams prioritize banning out Dillahans and letting more important cards come on through. So Medical Error and Freeze Bullets are going to be in the mix on either side of these teams. And Imaginators now can try to chip away at Work in silence slowly but surely to win that sustained fight.
Oh, Isaki already, but Chen Momo already starts off strong. Finds one. Work in silence, not making much of those freeze bolts or vampire bolts just yet. You have to land the bolts to do that. Saki pushes aside and Belky's out. Both Belky and Rhythm removed, 2 key players gone, 7 now gone himself. Zeke and Windex, oh my goodness. This is power and presence as Imaginator establish themselves over to the B site with one of those extra converters. It's planted. PVS tries to make their way in, but Work in Silence falls. That was the quickest round we've seen yet.
That was a huge statement play coming through from them. They knew that they would win that sustained fight. They wanted to take those fights immediately to put the pressure. They would either find the kills and get the space, or they would get the damage done, force that retake and reposition coming on through from Work in Silence, and they would get the space that way instead. Really good stuff coming on through from Imaginators, as yet again they read into the shard cards perfectly, and with that scoreline start to pull further ahead in the series.
Further ahead in the series and further ahead in the economy, those extra shard points giving them a lot of options. But for now, Headache Vision on side of Work in Silence is going to be coming through. Hyperkinetic bullets as well being invested into by Imaginators. So again, faster movement speed, more damage. Can't really use Headache Vision if those extra damaged bullets remove you entirely.
I mean, yeah, it will definitely give you something to have a headache over, though. As it is going to be the side swap coming on for Work in Silence now going to be on the attack, Imaginators the defense. In the past, we've seen Imaginators flex between being incredibly aggressive and incredibly defensive when it comes to the side halves. And you can see that Work in Silence aren't quite sure which version of Imaginators they're going to be dealing with, taking it much, much slower, a very measured approach as they start to feel out where they think their opponents could be positioned.
A slower attack round, to say the least. Work in Silence definitely testing the waters on this half. They don't have many rounds they can give away, but look at how close the tension is. But Chaola returned out to the main form, but the damage has been dealt. Belky, 86 HP. Going to be seeing now the mid push coming through from Work in Silence. They are aware that A site has some heavy reinforcements, but they're able to cut through the noise. A little bit of input to the sidelines for Work in Silence. They're ready. Kismet, a big nade, but it bounces and it misses.
Oh, the bounce, and now you have to overcommit the utility. The second nade on the Kismet kit is going to be burned. We've got to reposition with Walk on the wild side so we don't get shot out as we move over to main. And in the meantime, Imaginators are ready to take this retake.
Oh, but here it is. Gone 7 peeks inside. Asaki finds the first. Final 7 through the refrag. Chad Momo erased the one-on-one already as Zeke versus Belky. Circat versus Circat. Still station available for one, but when they peek the corner, it's going to be Work in Silence. Belky, he has the clutch gene. He always has.
Yeah, Belky, like we talked about, that player that you can always count on for Work in Silence, whether it's the motivation or whether it's to come on through with those crucial eliminations. As we can see, I mean, this hit too, Gone 7 picking up as many as he did, anchored on that A side as they came through from Link, was massive because it meant it was just a 1v1 in the end.
I just cannot believe how quickly that round ended for how slowly it started. Vampire Knight and long-term investment coming through from Work in Silence, anti-healing bullets and lucky bullets here for Imaginators. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, I mean, the anti-heal bullets, again, we're probably going to be seeing a very fast round as these teams try to take advantage of the lockout of those heal sustains by 20 seconds on the side of Imaginators.
Well, hey, a longer round means that, well, Work in Silence just gets more money, more shard points to spend in the next one. See Rhythm already moving in, Vampire Knight, granting those extra shields. Bridge already removed. They have a huge opportunity to make it inside of B. However, Imaginators, they've pushed into B main already. This map has already seemingly been flipped, but they don't commit into B main here. Work in Silence, they wait back, they work behind them. Windex removed.
Yeah, it's gonna be a map flip, essentially, as Bridge still not in play. Riven from Container just spamming out everybody on site with the Axonates to make it that no one can really try and contest and full push for a bridge comes back into place. Repairs have been found. An A site now opens up entirely as everyone from the side of Imaginator races to meet them before the plank can come through.
Work in Silence already up 2. One more from over bridge will be dealt with. Coming in from purple, peeking out short. But Chen Momo takes PVS. And this is going to set the stage, though, but Imaginators, they have to rotate. 3-on-4 situation, but Work in Silence. They work back towards B, where the converter is now planted, but there's a long flank in play as Chen Momo going to be able to come through, but Belky waiting for it. A huge pick there. Now just down to Asaki and Zeke, both going to be on the side of the defender spawn, but Asaki lashes up, but it's not going to be able to do much more. Zeke finds one, but Work in Silence, a crucial round win.
Great angle hold as well, coming on through from Rhythm on that Axon, being there in person to meet the rotation from all of the members of Imaginator as they come through from defender spawn. Bridge was out. They managed to catch Chemomo going for that really long flank wraparound, but unfortunately that means that the team is split and Work in Silence can afford to just keep pressuring the numbers advantage that they hold. As we can see the 1v1s coming on through here, just being able to finally get Converter down and force Imaginators into a really rough position.
One thing I've noticed is Work in Silence is so good at doing those double fake outs and really making it hard for Imaginators to figure out where they need to invest their defense into. But being investing, shard points are out here. We see Avenge Me, teammate damage plus 10% every time somebody dies. That's actually a very good card.
Yeah, especially given how close these rounds have come down to. So many of them in the 1v1s, having that additional damage in the back pocket is huge.
And also battle hardened as well, allowing after all the deaths and all of the damage to come through, Work in Silence just gets tougher.
Ooh, Phantom Sight is going to be making it particularly tricky to try and find any of this information gathering, which means that the double fake out potential becomes that much stronger too.
100%. Look how slow this approach is for Work in Silence. Imaginator's not ready for that.
Well, let's see if they're ready to walk into all of those Phantoms and the potential full team of Work in Silence, who still haven't really committed. Gone 7 on that Kismet, just clearing up into short, getting a read out with all of those nades as well as the hello goodbye to clear the angles and hold control of bridge, but he doesn't know. If he just drops bridge now, he gets so many players, but it's a little bit too late. He crosses the corner and he gets taken down with the Resolver instead.
Xiaola finding so much value off of that clone form, finally being removed, but Avenge Me going to be coming into play as well now. The last 3 remaining players on Work in Silence, 20% buff. Battle Hardened as well, gonna keep buffing them as their health gets lower and lower, but still, gotta find kills. 3-on-5 is still difficult no matter how buffed your stats are. They move over towards the B site, still need to deal with those Phantoms. Rhythm and Mido 7 locked in together, holding those angles. Saki pulling back, and the Phantoms do the work for now. Zeke trying to find that damage through the fog. Will find the reveal, but time is running short. Work in Silence, they need to start this plant now. Asaki dives in. Look how much Imaginator's taking to space. The dash, the flash, but PVS finds one. Extra damage coming in amazingly well. PVS for in Rhythm. They need to do more now. Rhythm finds another, but it's just down to PVS. So 1-on-3 situation, and Chen Momo gets the clutch up. It's match point.
Oh my goodness, Black Market. It feels like these matches are so incredibly close. Like the rounds really could go either way at the beginning. And then we hit the second stage and it just looks like Imaginators are pulling the puppet strings of Work in Silence the entire time.
That bridge was just an insane play.
What could it be?
Believe that wasn't checked out.
Yeah, it's so unlucky because like the scout out with the Kismet, the hello goodbye, doesn't extend into bridge. It only extends to bridge bottom.
Does not go as far as it needs to there. Vulnerability site B, Infernal Hounds picked up for Imaginators. Tall Poppy and Band-Aid solution come through for Work in Silence. Taking the low ground here and taking the healing. I think that Work in Silence, they can work through this.
Yeah, Working Silence, we've seen them come through against adversity before. It's going to be a tough one, though, as Imaginators, like you said, 1 round away from being able to go up in this series 2-0. As they're going to be working on their defense, Working Silence. Going to be using a lot of those utilities, just getting a feel out over towards main and mid. Making it look like it's going to be an A push and already depriving the decks of clone form.
Doing their best to just take those low ground fights, get that advantage as much as possible for now, playing with those cards. Walk on the wild side. Going to be seeing also a little bit of Nitro play here. They are setting up for some absolutely fun nerd angles. Xiaola keeping himself in a lower position, taking as much of the presence away from Working Silence as possible.
Yeah, and they're going to be forced off of the A site, or at least temporarily. Noise is cut, but hold on a minute. PVS is still anchoring the position he's in. They're going to try and push him. The clamp down is going to be able to start firing, but it's Chenmomo with the axe and guitar that finds the kill first.
It's traded out. Belky dealing so much damage from underneath that low ground positioning, thanks to Tall Poppy. Oh, but Windex, he's holding that line.
Yeah, they're not giving up A. They know that the Nitro wall is still in play.
Station scouting, he actually commits to it, and that was not the right play. As Belky taken away here, Xiaola removed, thanks again to the extra damage. A 3-on-3. They're moving into B site, currently sitting under defended. Imaginators on the slow rotate all the way through from defenders. It's going to be a while before that last player makes it in, but vulnerability B side in play for Imaginators. Working Silence has to get out of that vulnerability field now.
Imaginators still have the Infernal Hounds as well to start clearing up into those positions post-plant. Isaki is going to round the corner. Corona with a clamp down. We've seen it pull off magical plays before. There's the flash. Is the dash there?
Isaki goes out. God 7 finds 1. Oh, and another goes down as Rhythm gets a very crucial win, but Windex gets 2. It's a 1-on-1 already. God 7. He goes away, and Imaginators, they're taking map 2 already.
Infernal Hounds are the infernal plaything of Imaginators in that round. The post-plant situation, yes, it looks like Working Silence are in full control, having players both on site and on main and on container, but the Infernal Hounds clearing into that space force Working Silence to have to deal with those rather than the players that are running after them, and it provides a window of opportunity that Imaginators brute force open to send us into map number 3.
Whew, what a map on Black Market. Holy smokes. That was exciting. That was incredibly intense in that last choke, man. That has to feel so bad, but Windex, he's just that guy. You talked about Chenmo. I mean, oh my God. Might be the best Nexon player in the world, right? Like, he's just crazy.
100% has to be. I mean, just everything that we've seen from these teams. I mean, we keep talking about Belky as well, but
yes,
Belky is him. Chenmo is himmer.
He's looking like best player in the world, no?
Yeah, I mean, every single player on Imaginators, they are making plays that have such impact.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was so fun, so exciting to watch you guys catch that game on Black Market. Game number 3 is going to come up in just a little bit. Not on now. It's just yet. All I'm saying could be a 3-0. I know. I'm just saying that's definitely possible. But it was so exciting. I'm going to have to join you guys in the next one. What a match that was. I mean, do you guys think the cards really did impact like the overall outcome of that, or was it just straight up outplay from Axon with his gun, or what do you think exactly was the reason that Black Market was just so favored for Imaginators?
Some of those cards that came through just didn't end up helping out as much as they needed to with Working Silence. I mean, they had a lot of opportunities to get better cards. They had better cards sometimes, but Imaginators, they countered just by thinking about, okay, what are they going to do with these cards? How do we play around it?
Yeah, like even that with Tall Poppy coming on through, right? Making sure that they manage to hold on to a main so that everyone on the side of Working Silence can't just crouch below staircase level and have that lower vantage point to start activating in the damage, dealing more to the players above them. And you could really see, like, Imaginators worked on the weaknesses, not just against the shard cards, but against the set plays that we've seen so often. It was really predictable in the past how the CN teams would play post-plant positions on black market, they would literally just full stack all of the players that were left on one specific angle and have something like an Axon just keep spamming the nades onto that converter to force out the hard swing. That got picked apart on day number 2, and you can see that on the hours afterwards, they went back to the workshop, they went back to the drawing board, and they decided on a new plan of action that was unseen because it's the first time that they're playing today. Working Science had no clue that it wasn't going to be a full 5-second to container.
What a map, and you're right, Moxie. I mean, Black Market just was so good for Imaginator. Now moving forward to game number 3, we'll have to see that in a bit, but Chenmo has been top fragging over and over again, just obviously on the Axon, been disgusting. I don't know, do you guys think that maybe that's a fact? Maybe rhythm, does he seem a little bit out of rhythm even? Maybe something to do with his game? What do you think is the reason for WS having a little bit of a tough time on these maps? So is it the cards entirely, or strategy's not really panning out for them?
I gotta say, I feel like every time we see Chen Momo get active, he's just hitting those shots. And at the same time, Chen Momo, he has the opportunities to clear by himself. He has the opportunities to be up in everybody's business. And, well, he's just able to lock it down when the time is right. But Rhythm does hit those shots when he needs to as well. But he's stepping up a little more, I think.
Yeah. I mean, not just Momo, but also Shala, like that.
Yeah.
There's the little mistakes, right, where you double stack one player behind the other a little bit too close so that the second you've got that first pick, you can immediately transfer with very little flick necessary to hit the second.
I like how you mentioned that, Mox. Sorry, Artie. I just like how she mentions Zhao La. Like, he was, like you said, like the Chenmo top frag, but Zhao La had those moments, those big plays, just able to carry the team.
Absolutely. Zeke as well. I feel like we don't talk about Zeke enough here, where every single time the team needs to get information, Zeke is there hitting those scouts.
Isn't that just the sign of a super team?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you have every player in the game, there is no weak link on this team currently. Reverse sweep now has to happen for WS. I mean, after these highlights, I'd be terrified as well, but if any team can't do it, it is the team that has been constantly working back against the wall, right? Constantly throughout the tournament. It's been them to make that comeback overall. WS, though, we'll have to see if they can make that comeback as we enter Mountain Earth Arena a little bit. We saw some incredible plays from Don. The whole squad really was on top of things, but we're going to come back after the... Welcome back, everybody, to the FragPunk Global Invitational, entering the nighttime in real life in Hangzhou. Obviously morning on the west side, but we're going to be entering a very bright map. We're going to be going to Dongtian up next already. This is WS's map pick, and I know we talked about a little bit of break, like hopefully this is not going to be a 3-0. I mean, I was putting that out there. I do apologize. It was kind of for the bit, you know. But, Artie, I mean, we're going to Dongtian, man. Super exciting for you to watch this map. It's the first time you're going to cast it. Overall thoughts, WS's map pick.
Yeah, WS's map pick. First time I'm getting it here this weekend.
It's so good. It's so fun.
It's so good. I love it. And yeah, it's a bright map, but you trigger the button in the middle and suddenly it's not so bright. It is turns the map to night, turns the tables all around the sites. And I think that that's the reason that WS, they want to play on it. They will have strategies that are very centered around playing all of the off angles, all of the fun things that you could do on this map. And honestly, I think that we haven't seen enough Nitro walls from Work Sense.
You know what? I think we haven't seen enough Corona dashes onto the fire lanterns. Because you haven't got to see a lot of Dongtian. Well, you haven't seen any Dongtian until now. I've seen it once. And even then, we didn't really get to see the Corona coming on through and managing to find those gargoyle/hawk angles where you can just
crazy
stuff. There's a lot of disgusting spots on
there's some really good Corona placements where like those fire lanterns on the strings, they have collision physics.
Just wait until you see Birdman and Corona dashes up and you think the B-site is crazy. Well, what if the B-site and you have to look all the way to the side?
You gonna look at Narnia?
Oh yeah.
That's when Tall Poppy comes in clutch though, to be able to kind of play Birdman.
Since you guys are my lovely casters so far, like, Skybox is different per map, right? The actual head, like how far you can go up in the air.
Yeah.
How high have you gotten in game?
You can
super jump plus
pretty much,
Birdman maybe.
You can pretty much go to the top. There used to
how
be
high
a
up
card.
is it though?
Oh, it's pretty high. There used to be a card called charged shotguns, where you ADS with the shotgun and it makes all the bolts in one. It gives you a lot of knockback. You combine that with Birdman,
that's crazy.
and you could actually fly.
I want to see that again. Why did they remove that card? Because season 1.5?
It's just so crazy is why. It's so crazy. That plus choke actually just created a problem.
Oh my god. Sniper in the sky from the head. Dude, why did we get to see that? I'm so sad. That sounds sick.
That was the best day of my life is what I discovered. Those cards have
You got to send me that clip. You got to send me that clip. I want to see that for sure. Make sure to check out his YouTube channel, Artie, as well. Just for all of you're John FragPunk at this point with the information you put online. So
I try to be.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Map number 3 coming up, Moxie. WS, can they do it, right? What has to go their way? This is their map pick, obviously.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of the top maps getting banned out. What makes this map their map, right? What are they going to have to do to take it to Imaginator? Because like you said, this team is almost like a super team that they're against.
Yeah, I mean, I think for WS, right, if they want to be able to take this, they have to stop the post plan. They really need to stop the post plan because Dongtian in the post plan is so incredibly strong. There's so many angles that the attacking team can just hide around and punish if the defenders only have one way to re-right back into. And that's before we even talk about the fact of mid. If you don't control mid, if you stack all of your resources into holding onto your A main or B main, mid opens up entirely and the attackers through screen can suddenly emerge into your own spawn and pop up in just the worst position of the map.
Let's talk about the fact that on Dongtian you also see different Lancers come to play. There's going to be a lot of Spider here. There is most likely going to be a slightly different set of variants coming through. We're going to look at Sustained Crabwalk coming in already at the very beginning of our phase. Thank you, Dustin, but hey, you're staying with us this time around, aren't you?
I am. I'm hijacking the broadcast. Like you said, squad defense coming out for the side of Imaginator. And
oh, wait a second. Sustained Crabwalk's going to force them into the squad, but then Imaginators have squad defense, which is going to help them out. That is what I call a counter pick.
Yeah.
You think our fantastic game director Shin is actually directing these things, or is it actually random?
Has to be scripted.
Has to be scripted, because that's crazy. Like we always see like shotgun cards together and stuff, and yeah, it's kind of fun.
You guys are gonna start a conspiracy, Fred. I can already hear.
It was him. It was
the signs. Oh my goodness! Look at the nitro wall. Hold on a second, guys. Take a moment and appreciate the angle that you can find. Never mind their offer.
Every time, Moxie. Gangster turns coming through though. And you mentioned mid earlier, Mox, like this is going to be a huge fight for mid control, right? It matters so much on this map, right, Artie?
Yeah, a lot of fights here with the Coronas, especially just given the fact that right now Imaginator wants to figure out Does Work in Silence want to trigger the map change? Do they not want to?
Asaki too is gonna be able to just hole up in mid as Trophy gets broken. One heal will be revealed. Work in Silence very slowly filling themselves out around this map. They've got presence on main, on A and B. So if you're Imaginators, you're trying to figure out which exactly is the site that is actually being pushed.
Well, Jaguar here. Zeke will be set up on B, but Serket will try to scout out as the map changes from day to night in the rotational paths on A and B. Start to change how these teams will hold.
Already the difference between play style in this matchup between these two teams so different than earlier, right? When we had teams running it down mid very consistently.
Yeah, I mean, Dongtian has so many different corridors you can get lost in. Such a beautiful map as well. Look at that peak. All the info being granted for free via Chug Chug. And the dash comes in as Work in Silence works their way up onto the site. And Imaginators, they're clapping back immediately. Sustained grab walk is going to force them to crouch, but crouching makes them stronger. Imaginators, they're going to be able to withstand and overcome. Work in Silence, they're not out of the game just yet. A 3-on-4 situation. A lot of util still on the table, but the dash, the flash, Imaginator turns it down. It's just Belky, who is good for 1, but still 3 remain.
Gonna send out one bit of utility, gets spotted out by Electric Avenue though. Out on main with very little cover to hide behind. Imaginators are gonna be able to clear the first round of Dongtian. It took a little bit of time to warm up into as that map change immediately swapped everything over.
No time, no health, no map control. It's all whittled down, but that's the thing, is that you want to be slow and methodical, but there's only so much time around.
Yeah, this game only gives you 2 minutes at the very beginning. Now we're going to have cars come through, by the way. I have a little bit of a tidbit fact here. For WS, picking the King of Eggs, by the way. Meanwhile, relativistic bullet and time-saving skill going into Imaginator, so they'll have maybe a little bit more cards, but obviously the 5 cost going for WS side. King of Eggs, did you guys know I talked to you guys about this? King of Eggs is a reference to a Chinese streamer. Yeah, really likes his eggs. He's the king of the eggs. They have a lot of references. Obviously, we have Tenz's card coming out soon in the Season 2.
Yeah?
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Eggs are expensive for me. Can you make them cheaper?
Yeah, and it's hard to eat eggs in the morning. I don't know about you guys, but it kind of like it's tough to eat it. Wow, look at that view, by the way. Coming into it, round number 2, Moxie is shaking her head in disapproval. She is, I'm sure, regretting this decision to let me come in and be that third person.
I don't know if we're gonna have time though to talk about that, Dustin, because already this is much more par for the course. Chemomo just there, holding down main, getting a little bit of information, see whether or not it's a brute force push. The Nitro Pew Pew as well, gonna be able to just keep a hold of the utility that could potentially track the Axon down. As now that main has been cleared, it's gonna be a little bit slower as a mid push potentially come through too.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how that mid presence doesn't seem to be coming out, but here it is. They take mid, they turn day to night. And as that rotation sets aside, Nitro fully set up on the A site.
It's going to be Rhythm as well coming on out as he's got that Axon, comes on through, tries to clear out Cubby of left side, still has to deal with that utility, takes a little bit of chip damage, but the trophy with that heal is still going to be there as Work in Silence going to be potentially gravitating still towards the A, or rather the B site, rather than that A, which is still not going to be left unhanded.
Thanks for all from PVS as well, but he's burned by the Corona player that Moxie was talking about earlier. Still a pretty slow round though already here, 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left and no motions towards site. Mid starting to get stacked up into again by Imaginators, but slowly rotating into A as it all comes down to this fight. Belky goes down first, Chenmo and Windex finding the first 2. Corona removed, but now PVS and GOT7 cannot find their kills. Even though we have a little bit of motions in, PVS just not on the right side of the map to make an impact at this moment in time. And Imaginators, they look so strong.
Oh my goodness, the Nitro wall coming through from WinDX. That's an angle that you yourself can use at home to be able to just sit yourself over the ledge that is normally blocked out by that pillar, seeing into every single potential angle coming on through.
Yeah, Moxie, earlier in the game, you were talking about those Corona players towards the A site. Good call out because, I mean, just that tandem, that duo between the Corona and Axom, kind of sort of creating a lot of space, right? Towards the point, creating a lot of...
That's what Chenmo's good at.
I know. He's good at following up that flash dash that you so like to call out. Already, we got a little bit of timeout, guys, going between these two teams, and it's a little bit of a timeout for us as well as Moxie thought so far so early on, but Imaginator, I mean, they're looking so good still. You guys kind of called that they are almost heating up.
Imaginator's definitely looking like they're picking up a lot of momentum, figuring out how Work in Silence like to play and being able to go between playing incredibly aggressively or incredibly slowly, as Work in Silence have to spend the majority of that early round feeling out which version of Imaginators they're going to be going up against, especially given the outcome of the shard cuts coming through.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to Work in Silence, trying to make this happen, they really need to just focus on playing together as a team. Because right now, Imaginators, every time a push comes in, every time they start to get collapsed in on, they move as a unit. Work in Silence, something happened between the last game and this one where they're just not feeling as put together as before.
You can definitely see, I think the impact of losing, you know, the map that they wanted to try and take us to, the map that we normally see them having an absolute powerhouse on, is starting to get to them. Plus the fact that for Work in Silence, this isn't their first game of the day.
Yeah, they were supposed to be warm coming into this.
Yeah, but they might be overworked.
Ooh.
They've had to play some really close matches.
I agree with that, actually. I mean, you know, a lot of people talk about how in esports compared to, traditional sports, you get tired. You just get, I mean, except baseball. That doesn't really count as a sport, does it? Because you can play 2 games in a day. Anyways, when we compare esports to those games, you don't really get physically fatigued. It's a mental fatigue, right?
Well, it's not just that, but it's because nothing in terms of rounds is ever the same for FragPunk, right? You can say in other games, oh, well, they've got experience getting to play like this, experience getting to play against this default, but everything changes with FragPunk. So if you get too lost in the comfort of how the last rounds went in your other matches, you're going to find yourself lost in the source.
Taking a look at the cards, Swift Resolution going to come down out again. I know, Artie, you talked about this one earlier. Changes the dynamic of the game a lot with the minus 30 seconds on the clock, and especially at the professional level, right? I mean, a lot of that kind of comes through. 4 cards also going to be available. Headache Vision, Full Moon. Artie, what do you think about these cards? Do you think is favored? Who do you think is favored, rather, here in this upcoming one? Is Full Moon just that strong, or is the fact that the match is a little bit longer going to go in favor of Imaginator?
I mean, the fact that the match is a little bit shorter, going for Imaginator, definitely going to be huge there. But for Work in Silence, we said they need to play together, and Parting Vision is going to be something that definitely influences that. See them playing really tight together in mid here. They most likely want to get that site rotation in, but they need to commit towards mid. I want to see them commit towards B short. I want to see them commit a lot more.
Well, they're also going to be looking to fill out some early damage onto mid so they can start working towards that 200 damage for the Werewolf power to start to fully activate as well, so they can get the information of where Imaginators are going to be stacking their defenses.
Damage comes through. Mido7 finds the first onto Asaki. This is going to be huge opening for Work in Silence.
Working towards that mid angle, you guys have talked about how important it is to control it, and that immediate pick off onto Asaki is going to open things for them too. Doors down as well. Imaginator surely ready for this push.
The question is, where is the push going to be? Converter, just as we saw before on Yggdrasil, left behind. Work in Silence, not going to have an angle. Now they're going to have a direction though.
Find one, gonna be able to really make this entry work out. Still committing that A site. Mido7 moves over the sidelines there. Gone 7. Taken out early. Chenmo, difference maker that he is, could come through really quickly. But again, waiting for the rest of the team. Imagine they play together so well. Parting Vision gonna be getting that expose, but it's PVS in rhythm. They're locking it in. This could be the first round win, but Shaola 1v4, Resolver in hand, 4 bullets. I think he can do it.
Ooh, maybe you called it. You think he could? 1 down, 3 to go. Huh?
Gonna be tough.
He's gonna close up the distance. Out comes the classic pistol. It's not going to be it.
I mean, that was like really, at the end of the day, the Nitro player getting a little bit too aggressive, right? He didn't need to be all the way up there. Could have played maybe a bit more defensive. No. Give it up a little bit too much. Like, he just got a little bit too impatient, right? He just kind of walked up, pick found, and that's really scary too because the Nitro player, I mean, it's so easy to play your life, no?
I mean, yeah, like the high life shots coming up through here, really, really clean. As we got to see those snipers going head-to-head, high life versus a Resolver. A constant push and pull between those two weapons.
See HUD Remix coming out. Bigger and badder and projectile scan. Imaginators have so much reliance on Chenmo for this round, but that's someone that I would put my trust in.
Oh yeah, I think anybody in the world would, right? Any team, I imagine, looking at this, besides at a global, international scale, like any team regardless, if you have the money to pick up an esports team, gotta look at Chenmo. I mean, he's just that guy. He's that good.
I mean, we're going to be looking at Battle Hardened as well on the side of Work in Silence, which does give them an additional benefit the longer that they take those sustained damages coming on through. Good to have if you want to be able to take these slower pushes to really feel out your opponent before you head over to either A or B.
Imaginators really holding out right now, but as that push starts to come to shove, Work in Silence, they really want to make B-site work given the fact they have invested that vulnerability. Remix as well, most likely going to be helping out with a little bit of that push to the sideline, but Belky, unfortunately, ended too soon.
Chenmo also getting taken down incredibly low, having to just keep himself in that emotional rescue from his pathogen. Means that the win condition for Imaginators is currently on cooldown.
Locking it in right now with Imaginators, just 4 stacking over towards that B site where they're very much anticipating that push, although the converter moves towards mid and possibly into A.
Possibly at some point today, I would assume. This is going to be starting to drift over, thinking about going to A. Potentially still moving over towards B though.
We know that Work in Silence is good at these fake rotates. They know that they're good at this. Leaning into that maybe, but choosing wrong this time around as they finally make it over to A, but so does the rest of Imaginator.
Seems like the rotations are so fast on this map, right, for the defensive side.
Yeah, Dongtian, if defender spawn is up, that's why mid is so easily accessed by the attackers, so you can cut off that rotation, but they have no mid control. They have no way of cutting off the rotate.
Bigger and badder and projectile scan coming in clutch there for Imaginators. They're able to really deal so much damage, and look at it! A rhythm withstands and overcomes, but Chenmo, he's him, he gets 1, he gets 2, and Asaki finds the final.
Well, we said that Chenmo would be the win condition, and unfortunately for Work in Silence, they got him low early in the round, but they didn't get him dead. And as we head into the later part of the round, and they have no choice but to full commit to that site with so little time left to get converted down, they can't clear out the angles in time, and they get punished.
Get punished indeed. And right now, leading into this, I mean, Imaginator, what cards are going to pick? Right, a lot of choices.
Melon Rhines.
Melon Rhines is available. We always love that one. But Hard Rain already always talks about this card, Reactive Armor, man. Back and forth, both teams going to have armor to work with, no?
We actually saw the same combo come out, I believe, on our cast on Tundra, where we had Reactive Armor on one side and then Hard Rain on the other. So a little bit of difference of what kind of shields you have, but Hard Rain and Birdman, I'm favoring Imaginator here.
Have you ever seen teams, I mean, it's lucky, right? You can't plan this, but I mean, would it ever be worth saving for the chance to have 2 5-card stacks so you can stack Reactive Armor and Hard Rain?
Would be crazy.
Let's see whether or not Imaginators will be able to pull off this next round before we head into that side swap coming on for Work in Silence. Yet again, still being very, very slow. Imaginators just holding those angles, waiting for the information to come to them, rather than overextending and losing that utility attrition fight.
Hard Rain helping out over on this B site, so Imaginator, they're getting confident. So is Chenmo. Check this out as he's ready. He's just locked down that mid positioning. Work in Silence. They're moving up towards B short this time. A new motion. Converter still held all the way back towards the mountain gate. But for them, they just need to clear the space, need to find a pick before they can figure out what to do.
Yeah, this is a full stack towards short, but they have so little information of where anyone actually is. They don't see any actual answer.
This is the second time we've seen Imaginator back all the way out into mid back, into the back of A site, just to prevent that info from being granted.
it's a really good read too, where Imaginators just get to react to Woken Science being non-committal, and now it's just gonna be that gunfight rolling it out and short! And that's where the Axon flourishes. Chenmo gets 2.
Gonna be relegated down to the bottom though, as Mido7 finds one. PVS gets the refrag. It's down to Windex and Zeke. 2-on-3 situation on B site for the first time. Converter gonna be getting planted, but look at how low Zeke is. Windex gonna be necessary for him to get this clutch there. Oh, the information coming through. Miles Jaguar finding it. Windex staying alive thanks to the rainy armor. Look at this, but as that chip damage comes through from the Pew Pew, Windex gonna be able to find a little bit of space here. Belky, PVS, back down to the side. He gets one more Windex. He's going crazy with the Birdman. Gonna take the wide peek. He knows that he's over to the side. 21 seconds, he's got the time. Belky goes down! The time is there for Imaginator, and he's got time to defuse too!
The Birdman. The Birdman, he was able to control his fall off of that tiny crate on the ground and gets the bird's eye angle to see the disengage.
Hard Rain is such a powerful card because we're taking those fights in the outdoor area. You are constantly refreshing that shield, and that was such a disadvantage for Work in Silence.
Yeah, I mean, Chenmo as well, being able to just shave the numbers down of Work in Silence on shot with the Axon, just closing up the distance. And even there, he's got so much time to be able to push and still get diffuse off in time.
It's almost like Hard Rain is just a better version of Reactive Armor, at least for Dex, right? Because it's on a cooldown. This Hard Rain, like you said, Artie, I mean, just constantly up. And now coming to this one, Choke going to be available for one more.
Choke, Super
And
Jump.
Super Jump. This is going to be a crazy
Two
round.
of the best cards.
Oh my god, it's going to be sick.
Well, at least they're on opposing sides.
Oh, right.
Can you imagine if it was the same team?
Yeah, thank God it's on a side swap.
The coolest thing we've seen, I think, so far was the Super Jump plus the teammate help one.
Swift support.
Swift support. Listen, I go in, shoot heads. Shoot heads, see the cards.
Click heads.
Click heads, much like Chenmo's doing today. 1 MR, can they be stopped?
Imaginators now coming in with that side swap. They're going to be on the attack. 2 rounds off, finding the all-out victory here at the FragPunk Global Invitational, as it's going to be Xiaole that we follow with the Boom Broom.
Getting so close, but there it is, it's Windex finding the first one. The Choke really coming into clutch here. Imaginators on their very first attack round. But Mido7, look at this, he's climbed all the way up to the lanterns thanks to the Super Jump. It's beautiful, and God7, he gets one as a reclaim. What's happening to the side though is removed, and nobody's ready for that angle. Asaki taking out Rhythm though, it's crazy, but that God spot can be dealt with. PVS goes down now. It's a 3-on-2. Mido7 and God7, the last 2 remaining players of WS. But as it comes down to this, it's just going to be God7. A 1-on-3. He can't do it in 1 MR. Imaginator. Only 1 round stands between them and first place here at the FragPunk World Clash Global Invitational.
Oh, the God spot is proven mortal. Unfortunately, we got to see it at least. I'm so happy we got to see it, and we're going to get to see it again here in the replays. They're not even clearing it. They're not checking. No one expects to look up and see a Corona posted that.
But even then, the fact they can overcome that is crazy.
Yeah. To be fair though, it was isolated 1v1s whenever anyone tried to cross the path of that Corona. If they'd been multiply stacked, that would have been way worse.
Interception, Black Hole Trap's going to be huge coming out on this next round here.
And Interception feels like such a scary card to pick, right? It's so risky. Isn't it? Why are you looking at me like that?
It's a great card.
It's a great card, but I mean, listen, it costs so little, but it's like a potential negative. Air nades are bigger. What are you talking about?
Imaginators getting ready to full push. Audi, they're mixing things up. They're going in fast, and it's going to be an A hit.
But let's see if Work in Silence can deal with all of that. They have to shoot him, but I believe that Imaginators knows that, hey, that's got a lot of information. It's going to deal with Rhythm finds 1. Xiaola, Chenmo, they're good for 2. Mido, he's going to be able to find 1 here. It's a 3-on-3 situation. It could all come down to this. Work in Silence cannot work through the last 2. As Imaginators already have the converter down. Here we are. It could be ending all right now. Rhythm, Mido 7, Gone 7, stacking up for this retake. This could be it for them. It's all on the line as Shaola heals up in safety. Zeke taking a 4 frontal position, but it's going to be down right now to Windex. Zeke takes the cross, but Zeke is dealt with. Windex and Shaola still awake and alive. Rhythm and God 7 do what they can, but through the smoke, God 7 is dealt with. Rhythm gets one. It's a 1v1. Shaola versus Mido. But what's up? MR! A 3-0 sweep. Imaginators are your FragPunk Global Invitational Grand Champions.
What a win for Imaginators! Shaola clutches it out at the last moment, shooting through the smoke, denying the defuse.
What a game. Artie, I mean, beautifully called at the end. 1 MR. Get it done.
来，有请我们的选手来到舞台的中央。同时，我们也邀请我们的主理人和我们的教练可以一同登场。现在可以捧起属于你们的冠军奖杯。Okay, now it's time to put up the trophy.让所有人都可以看到我们的冠军面庞，好不好？好，我们先来采访一下各位。哇，今天真的非常精彩的比赛。那我先来问一下薛总，对，薛总，在赛前其实你就说非常相信自己的队员们一定能做到。今天他们拿下了这个总冠军，此时此刻有没有什么话想跟你的队员们说的？
我想对他们说，可能你们也知道，最近说实话我的心情不是特别好，但是今天这几天给我带来了太多的惊喜，太多的快乐，所以我是真心的感谢我的 EMR 的队员们，感谢你们，你们是中国的骄傲。
I would really like to say because I'm asking that Yu Linglong how's he's feeling right now for his teammate, and he said he's not really happy recently, but for you guys, you really bring me a lot of surprise, and I would like to say thank you. You are the best. Thank you. 这边来问一下，终于，其实今天本来是一个 BO5，但是最后3场直接拿下了我们的比赛。此时此刻拿到这个冠军之后，最想说的话是什么？
兄弟们牛逼
！And since now you're feeling, I would like to say my teammate is the best. 来这边想问一下，其实我们刚才问了很多的话，此时此刻我相信，虽然刚才我们已经讲说是给兄弟们有很多话，但是大家一起征战到现在，对于整个3天以来的一个历程，如果要用一句话或者一个词来总结的话，最想说的是什么？
我们从国区2号种子到全胜夺冠，现在谁才是挑战者
？So I would like to know the key word for like 3 days matches, and the key word he gave me, I would like to say, who is the challenge? Okay. Asaki, 我很想问一问你，还记不记得昨天采访的时候，你说到自己有一句经典的名言和台词，还记得吗？
我当然记得。
那此时此刻，把这句经典台词，在这个记忆时刻，再给我们复刻一下，好不好？大声的说出来。
洗干净磨着等的寿司。
I asked him if he still remember like yesterday in the post-game interview what he said, and he said, I remember. Just wash your neck, and now I'm the championship. Congratulations. 好，我想知道 EM2 对于你们整支战队来说，走到今天非常的不容易。当然，这份功劳除了在座的各位队友们，同时也有我们薛总的一份功劳。大家每一个人都功不可没，所以此时此刻有没有什么话要给薛总说？
感谢薛总对我们的支持和关照，还感谢各位粉丝支持我们 EM2 的，因为我们 EM2 太不容易了，从2023年就建队开始，从别的游戏一直转过来，然后路还是挺艰难的，然后我们又从国区亚军队伍斩获了冠军队伍，我们才是最大的黑马。然后我还要感谢我的队友，每一个都非常暴走，我们最棒了。
So I asked him if he have any word want to say to his boss, Yu Qilin, and he said that it's a long journey for the whole team till like 2021. It's really a long team, and like Yu Qilin give really a lot of support on this journey. I really want to thank you, and at the same time to my teammate, I would like to say you guys are the best. 那我们说了这么多关于 EM2，我们今天的对手其实也非常的不容易，在这边。其实这3天以来，除了我们最后的这位冠军队伍 EM2 之外，我们每一支队伍都非常的不容易。在这边有没有什么话想给自己的对手送出的呢？
我觉得巴西也打得很好吧，因为他们一路从败者组杀上来的嘛。然后我觉得这次感觉赛程有点紧，可能他们也没打好。期待再次交手吧。
好的 so I would like to know anything you want to say to their opponent, and he just told me that Brazil teams, you are really already did great job, I would like to say, but because you know it's really in a hurry, we only have 3-day matches. I'm like wish we have the next time, and both of us will challenge again, and see you next turn. And I want to say thank you. 最后问一下黄大头，听说在决赛之前是在后台哭了，是不是？有这么回事？可以跟我们讲讲为什么会哭吗？
首先，我并没有很多次露面吧。然后，我从2022-23年那个时候来到这个队伍的时候，我们其实并没有那么出彩，但是他们能接受我。然后，其实我打游戏并没有那么好，但是我就是爱研究。我每天都会研究到大概凌晨3、4点那样，像一些投掷物或者一些点位。然后当时我在后台，因为我觉得就是这一路走来太不容易了，因为我会感激每一个在这段路上去认可我、赞同我的人，所以说我压力很大，所以我很感激他们。对。
So because we know that So just cried before the matches, and I would like to know why, what happened. And he told me actually he's really like moved and touched today because he thinks his skills in the game is not that like perfect, just like their teammates, but like they can cooperate with him, and he would really like to analyze in a game, and like they are the team together and be together really like a family, and he would like to say thank you to everyone. 那前面其实也讲到了，你会在没有很多机会给我们露面，但是也在幕后为了我们 EM2 最后所夺得的这个冠军做出了诸多的努力，为他们一直在分析战术啊，一直陪伴他们。那其实作为教练，有没有什么话最后送给你的队员们？
我爱你们。
Anything you want to say to your teammate is I love you guys, thank you. 再次感谢，再次恭喜你们获得了我们2025街外狂潮国际友谊赛全球总决赛的冠军。Okay, congratulations again, 2025 FragPunk Global Invitational Championship. And now, enjoy your honor. 请你们再次捧杯。好的，再次恭喜你们获得了首个全球冠军，此届巅峰由我主宰。2025街外狂潮国际友谊赛全球总决赛到此结束。
I would like to say congratulations and FragPunk's first World Championship. Counter the pack and claim your throne. FragPunk Global Invitational 2025 has come to close. 感谢所有的观众朋友们，感谢现场和线上的朋友们，我们下次再见。Thank you for watching.